We'll break for lunch at an appropriate point in the agenda. If members who are attending remotely wish to speak, they should use the raise hand icon on screen. I will ask if all who wish to speak have done so before closing the debate. But at that point, it is your responsibility to ensure you attract my attention, even by cutting in verbally. Otherwise, you may miss your opportunity to speak. And those that are joining remotely should ensure that your cameras are on all the time, and ensure that your mobile phones are switched off or on silent during the meeting. Mr. Moody will take the header.
Thank you, Provost. Provost Bissett.
Present.
Deputy Provost Falkirk.
Present.
Councillor Aitchison.
Yeah.
Councillor Anslow.
Present.
Councillor Binney.
Present.
Councillor Bowes.
Present.
Councillor Brown.
She has burst pipes at the moment, so she's dealing with that. Then she's got to join when she resolves that situation. Go on.
Thanks, Councillor Kerr. We have apologies from Councillor Buchanan, Councillor Bundy.
Present.
Councillor Colley.
Present.
Councillor Deacon.
Present.
Councillor Devine.
Present.
Councillor Flynn.
Present.
Councillor Forrest.
Present.
Councillor Garner.
Present.
Councillor Hannah.
Present.
Councillor Kelly.
Yep.
Councillor Kerr.
Yep.
Councillor McCabe. Councillor Meikle-John.
Present.
Councillor Murtagh.
And shut.
Councillor Nimmo.
Present.
Councillor Patterson.
Present.
Councillor Patrick.
Present.
Councillor Redmond.
Present.
Councillor Ritchie.
Present.
Councillor Robertson.
Present.
Councillor Sinclair.
Present.
Councillor Spears.
Present.
And Councillor Steinbank.
Present.
Thank you.
And would you like to say something about motions or amendments, Mr. Moody?
Yes, thank you, Provost. And it's just to advise members of the Council that we have had intimation of amendments to some items from both the Labour group and the Conservative group, which I think may have been distributed more widely among members too. But it's just to say we do have paper copies of these which will be distributed shortly to allow members who are present to have a further opportunity to look at these during the course of the meeting, and they will also be emailed to those who are joining the meeting remotely. So it's just to let you know what is being distributed at that point.
Thank you, Mr. Moody. Next item of business, agenda item 3, minutes and information bulletin. Oh, my apologies. Declarations of interest. Does anyone have any declarations of interest? No, thank you. Agenda item 3, minutes and information bulletin. Point A, minute of meeting of Falkirk Council held on 28th of September 2022, pages 6 to 17. Can we agree that minute? Agreed. Any questions arising from that minute?
Yes,
Councillor Spears?
it's just to say I think we were misinformed at the last council meeting regarding Blackness Primary School concerning the Parent Council, where both the Education Department and the Leader of the Administration said they didn't have a Parent Council, which is clearly not correct. I think we should rectify that there is a Parent Council in Blackness Primary School.
Thank you. Would you like a follow-up on that from Mr. Naylor? Or are you just making the point?
Well, I'm making the point, but I think, not personally to me, but to the parents of that rural community that who were told they didn't exist, should be recognised that they do exist.
Thank you, Councillor Moody. Sorry.
Thank you, Provost. I think maybe just to make the point that we're still on the minute of the 28th of September council meeting. I think the issue which Councillor Spears is raising may arise in relation to the last meeting of the Education, Children and Young People Executive, which will be available to raise at the time we're at the volume of council minutes which contains that particular minute. But I think it's helpful at this stage just to have heard that point.
Okay, thank you. 3B, minute of special meeting of Falkirk Council held on 27th October 2022, pages 18 to 29. Can we agree that minute? Thank you. 3C,
Provost,
yes,
Provost, sorry.
okay.
I'm trying to get my hand up, but it's no going for some reason.
Well, you
I've been looking at the minutes. Sorry, it's Councillor Ritchie.
Aye, Councillor.
I've been looking at the minutes and there doesn't seem to be anything under the rolling action log from last time regarding the Champney Junction. There's none on the minutes this time about that. So it's just to see if I can get an update on what's going on with that.
You're referring to the minute of the special meeting of Falkirk Council held on
Well,
27th?
it's no actually on any of the minutes about it. There's
Okay.
I've got myself and Councillor Aitchison actually asked Mr. Benny, and it's just to see why there's nothing logging on it about it and see if we can get another update.
Okay, thanks,
Because there's
Councillor
nothing on the
Ritchie.
log at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moody?
Provost, I think Councillor Ritchie is correct in saying there's nothing specifically in the minutes which would be a basis to raise this. My recollection is that the issues with the Champney Junction may have been discussed at the executive rather than at the meeting of the council. It may be helpful to hear from Mr. Benny if he can recall if there is a further report to be coming on that and whether that would be coming to the executive rather than to council.
Okay. Mr. Benny?
Through you, Provost. Apologies, I'm having some technical issues, so I've missed most of the conversation. But with regards to the Champney Junction, my recollection is that off the back of the previous discussion, I think was at executive, there was a full answer given by Mr. Kettrick, and I think that was followed up with a sort of a briefing of some description. There's no update on that coming forward to council until we hear from the Levelling Up Fund announcements from the UK government. And if that bid is successful, then a report would come to council to update on the success of that bid or otherwise. Hopefully that helps.
Is that a good enough answer, Councillor Ritchie?
When are we expecting that update back? Because I'm sure we got told at the meeting that this first came to knowledge that the money had been given to Denny from the junction, that it would be round about December. Is that still the case, or is it going to be later?
Through you, Provost, we don't have a detailed deadline from the UK government on when these announcements will take place. Clearly, there's been quite a lot of changes within the UK government, and I think that's delaying a number of announcements of this sort. But our hope would be that it would be this month or next month.
Okay, maybe you could give Councillor Ritchie an update at some point.
I've got one more question, please, Provost, regarding this. The work's supposed to take place before the 31st of March, the end of the financial year. Now, is things in place for the work to be done, or are we going to have to wait till this money comes in to see if we get it, to see if the work's going to get taken forward, or is things in place for the work to be done, whatever, because we'll have to find the money out of roads to get it done for the 31st of March.
Back to you, Mr. Benny, for a short answer.
Through you, Provost. I'd have to get back to you on that, Councillor Ritchie. I don't have that information to hand.
Okay, thanks very much.
But you can assure me this work will be done by the 31st of March to the Champney Junction. It's been programmed in for this year. That the money was there to be done this year.
Through you, Provost, whilst money was allocated in the capital plan, I'm not convinced that the works were scheduled for this financial year. I'd need to check that point and come back to Councillor Ritchie.
I think Mr. Benny's answered that question, and I'm sure he'll get back in touch with you, Councillor Ritchie. We need to move on. The next item is agenda item 3C, volume minutes, volume 2, 22-23. Any questions on the volume of minutes? Councillor Spears.
Is this when you want me to ask my question regarding? It was with great concern when I stated at the meeting that the Blackness Primary School Parent Council had got in touch with me, but the people didn't just get in touch with me. They got in touch with a lot of other people who were in attendance at that meeting and knew perfectly well that this Parent Teacher Association was very valid and took great concern and worked very hard for the primary school. My concern here is that we were told, misinformed by the Education Department, I wouldn't say deliberately, that they had no knowledge of this Parent Teacher Association. And I think we owe not just the parents, but the people of that community an apology, because they do exist. But saying that, there's always a positive comes out of every action, and I'll have great pleasure speaking to the reformed community council tonight, and it's certainly geared that community, a very vital rural community within our district that we are all meant to represent, has spurred them back into action. And I wish them every success. I don't want to give away too much of what I'll say tonight, but I wish them every success and to go forward. And they'll certainly be recognised within this district. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. Mr. Naylor, would you like to respond to that, please?
Just to say, and my colleague Mr. Greenhorn has already corresponded with Councillor Spears on this point. At the time of the meeting, the information that officers had was that there wasn't a sitting parent council in existence. We subsequently found out that that was not the case and that there was a parent council. So as Councillor Spears says, happy to acknowledge that error on the day of the last Education, Children and Young People Committee.
Okay, thank you. Agenda item 3D, information bulletin. Any questions on the information bulletin? Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. I've got quite a substantial number of questions on the bulletin, Provost. The first one I'll start off with is funding to Falkirk Delivers was significantly reduced. What are we doing to replace any lost funding? That's on page 20 of the bulletin, paragraph 4.4. It seems that the council's own funding will cease in March 23. Is this correct? Where is the replacement funding going to come from?
Thank you. Mr. Benny, would you like to respond to Councillor McCabe's question?
Through you, Provost, just to update that the money that we're talking about here was money linked to the sort of COVID recovery position. So it was one-off funding provided by the Scottish Government that has been distributed, and there is no further funding on that front because it was a time-sensitive amount of money given to support the recovery from COVID.
Thank you, Mr. Benny. Is that a satisfactory answer, Councillor McCabe?
Well, it's an answer. It's not satisfactory.
Okay. Next question.
Page 20, paragraph 5.1. Where is the document, an action plan stroke vision for the town centre? Where is that document? It's quoted in the...
Mr. Benny? Town centre master plan?
Can I be clear that we're talking about the town centre master plan and not the town centre action plan?
What was it, Councillor McCabe?
It's a town centre action plan.
My apologies, town centre
No, it's
action
fine, Provost. It's under section 5.1, Falkirk Town Centre. Following a 2-day workshop in the town centre, a vision for the town centre was developed and agreed, along with an action plan. Where is the action plan?
Mr. Benny?
Through you, Provost, the team will have the action plan. I can get a copy of that shared with elected members if that would be helpful.
I think it would be helpful when you refer to it in reports. I think it's very helpful that we've actually seen the document. Can I just ask, in furtherance to that, when was the Arts Centre proposal first introduced?
Mr. Benny?
Through you, Provost, I'm not clear on the question. Are we talking historically over the last decade, or are we talking about in the past 12 months?
I'm looking for something which tells me there's an action plan following a 2-day workshop. When was that 2-day workshop? You've come up with an action plan. I'm asking the question, when did the town hall first appear, or does it appear in that action plan?
Provost, perhaps having been involved with those particular meetings, I think that takes us back to 2018-19 when that particular action plan was developed along with our town centre partners, and the executive at that time did have copies of the action plan, and certainly in the previous papers, if Mr McCabe cares to have a look back at those papers, would have the action plan attached along with a number of iterations of that and updates on it. But it was done in collaboration with our town centre partners and businesses, which was developed. I think the master plan is still to be developed for the town centre, and that's a piece of work that will be done going forward. But one of the key parts to that master planning exercise will be the new town hall and the location of it.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Meikle-John. The next question, Councillor McCabe.
I'm still not satisfied with that question, that answer, Provost. The very idea that we are given information and we have to then go and try and search for where this information is, whether it's today, whether it was last week, or whether it was in 2018 or 2019. If we are given information, we have to be given all of the information. I'm not here to spend my time running about trying to find past reports for 3 or 4 years ago.
Provost, I'm sure that had Mr McCabe asked prior to the meeting, the officers would have been able to give him a copy of the action plan for the town centre.
This falls into something that I took up with Mr Perry, why we get documents like this appearing within the bulletins. This should be coming in front of full council. This shouldn't be just passed here for somebody to pick it up.
Next question, Councillor McCabe. Could you tell us the page number and paragraph?
Yes, I will do, Provost. Apologies, I hadn't printed this out, so I'm having to look at it on my screen here. Yeah, it's paragraph 5.2. How much money has been invested in Falkirk Town Centre during the past 10 years? Whether through Town Centre Capital Funding, Falkirk Towns Limited, the National Lottery Heritage Funding, have we got any idea? I have a rough total here, something like £1.816 million. That includes repurposing, car parking, public realm, Falkirk Towns, Wi-Fi, footfall centres, heritage feasibility. So we have something like £1.816 million previously invested. What else has been invested in Falkirk Town Centre?
Mr Benny, would you like to take that?
Through you, Provost, I'm not in a position to answer how much has been spent on Falkirk Town Centre over the last 10 years. I'll need to work with finance colleagues to try and draw that information together. Happy to do so if that's what elected members believe is a valuable exercise.
Councillor McCabe.
Thanks, Provost. Still on 5.1. How much has been set aside for engagement of an architect urban design consultancy? And before answering that, what brief has been prepared to allow the compilation of a development framework master plan?
Through you, Provost, officers have progressed the brief and secured consultants within a 50k budget to deliver a development master plan for the town to set a framework for the new town hall and secure hopefully Scottish Government funding to support this.
Thank you. Councillor McCabe.
Okay, Provost, thank you for that. Page 25. Paragraph 9.2. As you can see, it's to do with Denny Town Centre. It tells me here that there was a £7.9 million regeneration project of Denny Town Centre. There was far much more spent on Denny Town Centre than the 7.9. It ranges anything between 11 million to 15 million pounds, depending what report you look at, what paper you look at. It's something in the region of 11 to 15 million pounds. Accuracy of reports is what I'm after here. Can I ask how many of the upper floor units are currently let?
Through you, Provost, I don't have that information to hand. That would be something my teams would be able to provide.
Okay. Are you happy to get that?
That is fine now, Provost, yeah. Paragraph 9.4. A site was sold. The site was sold for £10,000 for a principal vacant site within the town centre. Is this considered best value? Did the district valuer arrive at this figure? And I'll point out, by the way, £10,000 is less than the annual rateable value of one of the retail units in Stirling Street.
Mr Benny, could you comment on that, please?
Through you, Provost, I don't have detailed information about the district valuer to hand. Again, I can get my teams to look into that.
I would appreciate that coming back to me.
Thank you for this point of information. It was the district valuer that set the price at the time. I can remember the report, and the report is there for anybody to look at as well.
Thanks, Councillor Garner.
I look forward to receiving a copy of that. Thanks. Do we have any information? It's a wee bit of a speculative one. Do we have any information on what movement there has been on the proposal for the new convenience store, if any?
Mr Benny?
I don't have. Through you, Provost, I don't have any update beyond what's in the information bulletin.
Thank you.
Moving on to section 9.5, Provost. Do we have any update on that? What opportunities are envisaged for the retained part of phase 2?
Did you catch that, Mr Benny?
Through you, Provost. Officers are still considering what's the best approach to take and working on business cases and with colleagues across the council to see what would be the best use of that.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any idea? It's been sitting for 5 years.
Through you, Provost.
Okay.
I'm not keen. I'm not sure it's helpful to speculate on ideas that haven't been fully developed. I'd rather come forward with proper business cases that are robust, given the level of interest in this area.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. Page 28, section 13.1. What stage are we at with the Falkirk, with the town hall project, given that all town centres will continue to be adversely affected by current financial factors?
Mr. Benny?
Through you, Provost, the current stage we're at is we put a call for sites out. Landowners in the Falkirk town centre area are aware of our interest, and it's a process whereby sites will be alerted to us, and then we can assess those sites and come back to council with the recommendation on which one would be the best for us to take forward.
Thank you, Mr. Benny. Councillor McCabe.
And just to close out on that point, how's the community consultation going regarding the closure of the town hall?
Mr. Benny.
Through you, Provost, it's not a consultation on the closure of the Falkirk Town Hall. It's a common good consultation on the accelerated demolition of the site. The consultation is ongoing, and we'll be bringing a report back to council next year.
Thank you. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much. Any other questions on the information bulletin? No.
Provost,
My
sorry,
apologies, Councillor Nimmo.
can I just maybe raise a procedural point? All the questions that are getting asked so far are very interesting, but I think it would maybe help other elected members and officers as well if they could have been made aware of the questions beforehand, so that we all could have had the benefit of a full answer, rather than I'll need to go and check. I fully appreciate that questions can come at the spur of the moment, but I would appreciate even more the fact if we could get a full answer at a council meeting. So they need to be aware of the questions in advance. I think that would help everybody. Thanks, Provost.
That's a fair point, Councillor Nimmo. I think we've raised that a number of times that prior to the council meeting, if you have got questions on the rolling action log, information bulletin, try and submit them to an officer before, so you'll get probably a more robust. Councillor McCabe.
Provost, I agree entirely with Councillor Nimmo there. This was something that I broached with Mr. Perry, where I'll quote here to Brian. Hello, Brian, some questions. Why do we receive something as important as the town centre regeneration update as a bulletin? This is the type of information I feel should come in front of full council. The fact that we only received this, less than a week or so beforehand, given that we have an agenda in front of us for the full council. The questions that I raised there were actually forwarded to Mr. Perry, who in turn forwarded them, as far as I'm aware, to the director. So the director did have some time to assemble some answers. I agree wholeheartedly, he did not have enough time. But that's problems. You're quite right, Councillor Nimmo. Through you, Provost. I think Councillor Nimmo is quite right. It's something to do with our procedures. We need to get sorted out. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McCabe. Councillor Spears.
Just to come in, the timescales regarding our procedures, elected members can receive this sometimes less than 3 days before the meeting if it's posted out.
Provost,
sorry, I'm speaking. This is a big body of work.
But this is questions on the information bulletin. Your questions are not on the information bulletin.
It's questions on scrutiny.
It's not.
Scrutiny is a vital part of this council.
This is questions on the information bulletin.
It's a fair point. It's a fair point. It isn't really on the information bulletin, Councillor Spears. So
it's a question on scrutiny, and scrutiny should be the byword of this council.
Yes, but we're not on scrutiny. And it's not an information bulletin, Councillor Spears, so we'll park that for a minute. Item of business. Agenda item 4, rolling action log, pages 30 to 33. Does anyone have anything they want to raise? No? Okay, thank you. No. Okay. Next item is agenda item 5, referral from Executive Treasury Management Interim Review 22-23. And the report was considered at the Executive Committee on the 4th October 2022. The Executive agreed to refer the report to Council for consideration. And so Mrs Templeman will be speaking to the report and the recommendations. Mrs Templeman.
Thank you, Convener. The report that's presented today is the interim review of Treasury management activity for 2022-23 against the approved strategy. And this interim review is a requirement of the Treasury Management Code of Practice. As you've said, the report was considered by the Executive already back in October, and that meant that because of the dates, the report was written before, for example, the 23rd of September mini-budget and the subsequent impact on the economy and all the changes that have happened since. So much of the information that's presented in section 4.1 of the report is now out of date. So I'll just provide members with a brief update on the economic outlook. So paragraph 4.1.3 noted that the meeting of the Bank of England's Monetary Policy Committee on the 22nd of September was expected to raise bank rates. And in the event the rate was increased by 0.5% to 2.25%. There's since been a further rise in interest rates in November to 3%. And the next meeting of the Monetary Policy Committee is tomorrow. And most people are expecting a further increase on the interest rates with further rises expected in 22-23. Now, fundamentally, those rises by the Bank of England are to try and combat inflation. And some economists believe that inflation has now peaked and peaked in October at around about 11%. And we've seen some news today suggesting that the inflation has reduced very slightly. And so that may mean that the interest rate rise tomorrow is held at about 0.5%. But we obviously won't know until we hear the announcement tomorrow. Members may also have read in the news that the UK economy grew by 0.5% between September and October, which was a little unexpected. But I think it's important to note that in the 3 months to October, the economy shrank by 0.3%. And economists are still of the view that a recession will last probably for around 5 quarters and that there are very difficult times ahead. As you can imagine, business confidence and consumer confidence is low. All sectors are facing high energy prices, high inflation, high borrowing costs. So we have to think about what that means for our interest rate projections. And as I've mentioned already, it's expected that the Bank of England will raise the base rate again with further rises in 22-23, although there is now debate on what the peak will be. Previously, there was an expectation that we would hit 5% for base rates. Some economists are suggesting that might not be the case. But that means in the coming year, short-term borrowing is likely to be relatively high, with the variance between long-term and short-term borrowing unlikely to be as significant as it has been in the past. Sorry, I'm getting quite a lot of echo. So it's a little bit difficult. If it's difficult to hear, I apologise. In terms of long-term borrowing, there are big swings in the gilt markets at the moment, but the longer-term borrowing rates still remain relatively high. The table at the top of page 39 of the report shows a 50-year PWLB rate of 3.1%. Since that report was written, that PWLB rate this morning is now about 4.4%. And of course, that's a big difference when large sums of money are involved. Our Treasury advisors are estimating the gilt rate will increase again in Q1 of 2023 before starting to fall back. And so that this is a volatile area for us. And page 40 of the agenda, paragraph 4.2.8, refers to the borrowing requirements and decisions around long-term and short-term borrowing. It remains likely that short-term borrowing will be marginally cheaper and that's what we would look to do in the first instance. but we will take advantage if there are any significant reductions in the PWLB rates. Page 41 provides information on the investment strategy, and members will be aware that we take a very prudent approach to investment. We are seeing some higher returns, and the rates on our money market funds, for example, have increased. But we do have to ensure that we have easy access to our funds, particularly as we get near the end of the financial year, our available cash balances start to reduce. And finally, in paragraph 4.6.1, I just noted that we held Treasury management training in August this year, but I would just want to highlight that if members feel they would like any further training, if they could just get in touch and let me know, and whether that's a wider session or if there's any particular points that members want me to go through on a one-to-one basis, I'm happy to do that as well. And I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs Templeman. Councillor Meikle-John, would you like to make any comment on behalf of the executive, and do you have a motion at all?
Provost, I'll move the recommendations in the paper that council's. Well, there is a dreadful echo in here. I don't know what's happening, but yeah, I move the recommendations as in the paper that council consider Treasury management interim review. It was taken to the executive and discussed at length, but I do appreciate Mrs Templeman giving us a further update, as that we are in a very volatile financial climate right now, which makes our Treasury management strategy really important for us. As has been said, this is a critical time for Treasury management with the significant challenges in the volatile financial climate and the challenges around materials supply, cost of living, and the variable borrowing rates, which inevitably the council has to use at this time in order just to manage our cash flow through the council. So I welcome the report that's come forward. I have a lot of confidence in our finance team to guide us through what's a difficult time, but make sure that due diligence is done and the best has been done to manage our finances. Short-term borrowing is going to be the key to going forward until such time as the financial markets settle down and give us that longer sustainability. So it does mean that there's going to be a significant period of work for our teams in making sure that we do get the best possible financial deals for the council going forward. So on that, Provost, I'm happy just to move the recommendation.
Thanks, Councillor Meikle-John. Do you have a seconder?
Provost, it's Councillor Browse here. Can I, for all that the Leader of the Council said, can I formally second and reserve the right to come back in, please?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hannah, do you happen to have an amendment or on this one?
I have no amendment, just I would reiterate the thanks to Amanda for her, as ever, clear report on some very difficult information and the update, which we very much appreciate being given to us in this way. It's very unpalatable, and yes, we all recognise what the problems are going to be going forward. So thank you for all your hard work, Amanda, and thank you for clearly being able to explain some really difficult material to us.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Kerr, do you have an amendment?
No amendment, Provost. Just reiterate what everybody else is saying about Amanda and her team. This is probably the hardest financial situation the council's probably ever been in. Whether it's inside factor, outside factors, or world factors, we are in a position where the financial situation has left us with unprecedented decisions to make, and hopefully just with updates for Amanda and the team gives us a better understanding of where we stand, Provost. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kerr. Councillor Spears, do you have an amendment?
Thank you. I'd like to thank Ms Templeman as well for her interim review of the Treasury management function. I think what we're talking about here is strategy, and we've got to say we want to see a strategy. We're coming up to very difficult times, if we're not really in the middle of them already, regarding the council budget. The Scottish budget, Mr Swinney will declare tomorrow. So we need to find out more about long and short-term borrowing as much as we can. And I realise it's a fluid situation and not within the gift of this council. But as we come up to our own budget, which I think we will be calling the umbrella budget because the rainy day has arrived. So we need to get clearer vision on what reserves are there, how we can use these reserves, because the rainy day has arrived. And we need to look at an umbrella budget so that the difficulties for our constituents and for this district are an absolute minimum. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now open up for discussion if any members want to make a comment on this. Okay, thank you. Nobody's wanting to make a comment on this, so we'll move on to agenda item 6, tackling poverty in Falkirk, additional support to low-income households. The report is by the Chief Executive and it's pages 49 to 78. Mr Laurie.
Thank you, Provost, and very good morning to all of you. So this report is a follow-up to the report that came to the Executive in June of this year. It sets out the work being done right across the council, but also in the Health and Social Care Partnership and indeed within the third sector to support communities in tackling poverty, what is of course a very challenging time. So I think a lot of good work has been done. I'm very grateful to officers across the council for all that they have done and the work that's planned in terms of moving this agenda forward. I'm particularly grateful to Sally Buchanan, who's brought all of this together in the report in front of you today. So the report itself, it sets out the background in terms of the current challenges, which I think are familiar to all of you. And then it sets out both the actions we've taken to date in relation to tackling poverty and the further actions planned. And these cover a wide range of issues as set out in the report. So the Household Support Fund, supporting benefits take-up, the use of the Go card, poverty awareness training, promoting pensions credit, the availability of support, promoting the use of libraries in terms of spaces that people can use to help limit energy costs, the work being done in early years, the support from the employment training unit, financial support surgeries, the work of the comms team and advice hubs, and a number of other issues. And as I say, it touches on the work of the Health and Social Care Partnership and also the third sector as well. There's two substantive matters for consideration by the Council today. That relates to recommendations 3 and 4 in the report. So the first of these is about the proposal to add a further 190,000 to the Household Support Fund, and the background to that is set out at paragraph 6.2 and 6.3. And the second one is the proposal that the free school meal and bridging payments should be continued at the current funding levels for this month, December 2022, and then revert to the Scottish Government eligibility criteria for the remainder of the financial year. And the details in relation to that are set out between paragraphs 6.4 and 6.14. And Provost, myself and a number of other colleagues on the call would be happy to take questions in relation to the details in respect of these. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Meikle-John, do you have a motion?
Yes, thank you, Provost. I'll be moving the recommendations within the report, but I just want to take a moment to thank officers for their hard work in developing their strategy and the implementation of it. It is one of the Council's key priorities, and the Falkirk plan demonstrating a really joined up approach across the Council delivers so much more within the district than those who are to those who are most impacted most financially right now. And in doing that, I don't just mean statutory partners, I mean our third sector as well. But I also want to recognise the work of all our teams, particularly our debt team right now, who are doing a huge amount of work to support people in greatest need, and it can be a very emotive, and I'm pleased that we do have support networks for our staff who are dealing with some really difficult situations just now, because they're doing a massive amount of work and doing very well levering in additional funds. The update report just shows how far and wide the services have gone to reach as many people as possible and to maximise their income and help support quality of life. Since the last report, the Household Support Fund reopened and the demand for the fund has exceeded the expectations, highlighting that there is a need out there. First round of the supported 1,213 households over 13 weeks. That's compared to 1,583 households over 8 weeks for the most recent fund, and that's just over 500,000, which was forecast to last till the 31st of March. However, it's clear with the levels of demand that we need to top up the fund, and the additional 190,000 is very welcome in doing that. And the paragraph 5.2 shows the difference that the fund can really make. I think by actually hearing some of those lived experiences, it helps to bring home just the difference that has made to people's lives, helping to purchase essentials like winter clothes for their children, and encourage engagement with support agencies to look at making sure that people are getting benefits where they're needed. So it's not just purely around food and fuel. Warm and welcoming spaces is something that we have actively participated in, along with a host of community and third sector. We've expanded our support services map, which is really helpful to be able to see and identify where those warm spaces are. It includes information across the area and where you can access the warm spaces, and that's continuing to be developed, including in conjunction with our third sector partners, and will be added to over the coming weeks. We need to make sure that where people can access these spaces, we're building in an additional value to that approach as much as possible, basing it around activities and giving a purpose for the visit, not just labelling these as warm banks, to ensure that everyone feels they're able to use them, but they can also be able to access whether that just be a friendly face, cup of tea, some help and advice and signposting, and visiting those. Our libraries are playing a crucial role in that right now. Also provides a lot of information on what's going on and what's planned across the council services and our health and social care partnership, in particular the additional resources to take up of the benefits and in-kind support. And the Think Poverty sessions are raising awareness and understanding of poverty has been very welcomed by our staff, particularly those at the front line, but also those that may not be directly involved with benefits advice, but able to direct accordingly. Communications plan will continue to be used to keep promoting where people can go for help and advice, and the strategic action plan on income maximisation will help to bring the council back into by the end of the financial year to look at how much we can put that together and continue to fund that. By using the contacts across the community planning partnership as much as possible. We don't sit back on our laurels. It's not about patting backs here. It's about getting our sleeves rolled up and moving on from that first tranche of work and looking at what more we can do, because we must continue to strive to do that wee bit more to make sure that nobody is left behind. As we move forward, there's continued work ongoing around the poverty awareness training. And there are plans to further extend that going forward with monthly sessions that allow further staff within the council and indeed extending that beyond to support others, to be able to give them training to our community planning partners. And again, we always look towards planning our challenge poverty weeks. The other areas it's become quite critical is around information and gathering information and data to be able to target more effectively with a couple of additions around our financial health check and support and the financial health check tool that will be able to allow us to gather some information and be able to track people so that we know those that are actually taking up the funding that's available through benefits and know those that aren't, and perhaps be able to provide more additional supports to them. So going forward, as we're talking about awareness raising, ongoing communications, new household support officer resources will be in place very shortly, better measuring of the impact of the financial health check, and a lot of work going on at council to maximise benefits and uptake of in-kind support, such as the free bus travel, and make sure all of that is captured for the future, and looking at developing a financial health check going forward. What we will need to seriously look at as we go into the budget round is funding in the household support fund, and making sure that that is something that we're likely to need to be ongoing for some time yet. We're going to remain in recession for at least the next year, and therefore people are still going to find it very difficult. So there's going to be some difficult decisions have to be made in order to be able to continue to top up that fund. We need to look at savings from other areas, and that will be something that will need to be considered in the next round. So on that, Provost, I would just reiterate my thanks to all our staff for the work that they're doing in this area, and I'm happy to move the recommendations in the report.
Thanks, Councillor Meikle. John, do you have a seconder? Councillor Colley?
Yes, thank you. In seconding this report, I'd like to thank officers for it. The breadth of activity by staff in our council, our health and social care partnership, and by partners in the NHS voluntary sector and communities is extremely important, and it's so critical to citizens of our area experiencing poverty, which is being exacerbated by the cost of living crisis. Everyone's shoulder to the wheel has never been needed so much, certainly in decades. Poverty, quite frankly, shortens life. The recent rapid health assessment of the population health impacts of the rising cost of living in Scotland by Public Health Scotland found that depending on interventions, it could increase mortality by as much as 16% and reduce life expectancy by as much as 2.1%. For illustration, in areas with greatest deprivation, this could mean an extra 192 deaths per 100,000 of the population. Recently, the Joseph Rowntree Foundation in its Poverty in Scotland report found that 44% of people were heating their home less than needed to reduce costs, 18% are skipping meals, and a third are cutting back on social connections to save money. As with mortality, these rise for those with the lowest financial security, and across the piece, more women report cutting back the very basics of comfort in life. And in the same report, people of all ages talked about how negatively their physical and mental health was being impacted by the rising cost of living. This crisis is storing up problems not just over winter, but as mentioned earlier, for the future health of our nation. It's therefore vital that we put our collective energies into doing what we can do to help within the budgets we have. And I welcome the wide variety of financial and practical support that has been developed. It is, for example, absolutely the right thing to do to allocate extra funding to the Household Support Fund to ensure that we can do what we can to meet rising demand. And I welcome the work to ensure that older people and families with children are aware of the financial support that could be available to them. For example, the Scottish Child Payment, the doubled Scottish Bridging Payment, Child's Winter Heating Assistance, Disability Benefits, Pension Credit and more. Collectively, this work by our staff and the staff and volunteers of our partners and the Scottish Government is literally helping hundreds of thousands of our citizens of all ages. Given that poverty and health inequality are so closely linked, I welcome the work of Falkirk Health and Social Care Partnership in providing over £700,000 in funding through the Health Inequalities and Wellbeing Fund, supporting groups across the council area to deliver support to people. Not only this, but funding community-led workers based in GP surgeries to help connect folk to support, including much needed financial advice and support. I also welcome the work across our services to provide warm spaces for people to relax, use the Wi-Fi, read, study, meet others, be that in our library or leisure centres or through any of our partners. None of us like the idea that anyone in our community needs to have a space to go just to keep warm without cost, but it is needed, and I am thankful that it is being developed. In my own ward, as in most wards, our community groups are also providing such support, and many are offering meals and other supports over the Christmas period. For example, the Hope Hub in Denny offer a drop-in every day from 10 to 12, where folk can drop in for a free coffee, a chat and somewhere to keep warm. It's also worth noting our local food banks and food pantries. Demand remains strong and their vital role cannot be understated. Yet, with cost of living biting, donations are reducing and their own costs are increasing. And as councillors, we can do our bit to support organisations in our community to raise awareness of what they offer, but also to use our profile and links to raise awareness of some of the supports, financial and practical, outlined in this report, to ensure that anyone who is eligible for things like the Scottish Child Payment or Pension Credit or the Household Support Fund knows about it and how to apply. It is without doubt one of the most challenging times our communities have faced, particularly those with the lowest incomes. But across the piece, there are few who are not impacted in some way. But I am confident that our officers are looking for every opportunity they can find locally with partners and nationally with the Scottish Government to try and meet as best we can in the circumstances. Tackling poverty is and should be, without doubt, our highest priority.
Thanks, Councillor Colley. Councillor Harnett, do you have an amendment?
Thank you, Convener. Provost. I have got an amendment that has been circulated to all the other parties in advance of today. So I will, and it will now be put. It will also be put up for the public, and it's every councillor has a copy of it. We welcome this report. We think it is very, very useful, but I think we should go just a little bit further. I was glad to hear Councillor Meikle-John's support of the work of the staff, but the point that she made about us not patting ourselves on the back, I absolutely agree with. However, I think it is worth agreeing to give a pat on the back to the staff who have gone above and beyond the call of duty over a long, long period of time, and who have provided advice and support in a variety of ways. So my additional recommendation 5 is about saying I think we need to recognise the range of work that officers have undertaken, and the important area of work in terms of ensuring that everybody within our own services and within the third sector sees the problem of poverty as being everybody's problem. The problem of poverty is not just for those people who are the poorest and most vulnerable. We all need to recognise the issues and think in terms of every decision we make, think about the impact that it's going to have on people with poverty. So I thank the staff for that good work and for the information that's in the appendix to the report. In the 2 recommendations that we want to add, recommendation 6 and recommendation 8, we think it's important as a long-term worker in advice services myself, as most people know I was, I read this report and thought how very modest the authors have been in terms of the impact of the work that they've done. It does read as a very extensive report, I know, but I think they could have patted themselves on the back a little more. The advice work that's done both by our own staff and by the third sector, as it says in the report, has delivered, for every £1 we have spent on advice services, £13 has been delivered in additional income for people who are rightly entitled to those benefits. Now, I think that's quite a response. I'm sure even Amanda, with her financial hat on, would agree that a rate of return of £13 for every £1 spent is really very, very impressive. I would also point out that it's better than the Scottish average, which is actually only £12 per £1 invested in advice services. So I want to say thank you very much to the hard work that's been done. And I think it's important that we recognise that impact that it has on the pockets of people. And remembering that, as Councillor Colley has said, there are much wider impacts of the problems of poverty on health and well-being. That money in pockets really makes a huge difference to a lot of different parts of people's lives. In terms of our recommendation, additional recommendation 8, I think it's also important that we identify and recognise the impact that that additional money has in the local economy. I've done a lot of work in the past and based on this area of work, and there are various research studies that show for every £1 spent in the local economy, the actual impact on the local economy is far greater than that £1. I've actually seen studies that can show that it's up to 4 times the impact. And that has an impact on jobs. It has an impact on the well-being and the wealth within the community. And I think that's really important. When extra money goes into the pockets of people who are on low incomes, they don't put it into stocks and shares. They don't put it into ISAs or savings. What they do is they spend it in the local economy. If we want to regenerate our local economy, I think it's really important that we take account of that money that is circulating in the local economy and look at the ways in which we can increase it. While we welcome the additional money for the support fund, the extra £190,000, that £190,000 gives £190,000 in the local economy. A similar amount of money would give £13 for every single £1 spent in advice services. And we need to look at the ways in which we are spending our money to maximise the impact it has for people. So that is the reason for our recommendation 8, simply asking our officers to go away and look at the research and come back with some information about the impact that that extra money has in the local economy, as well as the benefits it has for the individuals who are living hand to mouth. Now, we need to remember that inflation at the moment is over 11% for the past year. That has a tremendous impact on the ability of individuals on low incomes to feed their children, to feed themselves, to keep their houses warm. And in this very, very cold snap that we're in at the moment, I think the cost of fuel is high on all our minds. In terms of our recommendation, our additional recommendation, or sorry, our amendment to recommendation to delete the change to the free holiday meals. I think at this particular juncture, it's not the right time to be reducing the assistance to the lowest income families in terms of food for children. All we are suggesting here is that this is continued for the current financial year, and that in the budget we can look again at whether that should continue over a longer period of time. It's interesting that a cut to help for low-income families should be included in a report which is otherwise all about improving the lot of our lowest income families. All it would mean is the cost of continuing that enhanced provision through the Easter break. It's not a huge ask, and the ways in which it could be funded is already included in the report. And so I would ask that councillors accept that we continue the existing level of support until the end of the financial year. Overall, this is an excellent report. Overall, I'm very pleased at the work our officers have done and that the third sector has done. And the final recommendation that I want to refer to is asking officers to provide a report to the council on ways in which advice services across Falkirk, across the Falkirk Council area, could work with education, health and social care to undertake a wider income maximisation campaigns. I recognise and we can see through the report that a lot of work is already being done with education, with children and families and with health and social care to promote take-up of benefits, to promote awareness of poverty and poverty problems. I think we have to remember that in the current cost of living crisis, it's not only the poorest who are hurting, it's people on middle incomes as well. And there are often people on middle incomes who are actually entitled to benefits and don't realise it. They think I'm on a middle income, therefore I couldn't possibly qualify for these extra helps. The COVID crisis over the past 2 years has caused a huge impact on people with mental and physical health problems. There have been problems related to difficulties that the NHS has experienced in terms of diagnosis, in terms of treatment. It is undoubtedly the case that the benefits that are available for people with mental or physical health illnesses or disabilities need to be maximised. Those benefits can make a huge difference to people who are suffering from the effects of the past few years. And I would like to see us promoting the take-up of those throughout the community and not only focusing on the lowest income people, but taking it out to the wider community and to those on middle and higher incomes. Because people with disabilities and illnesses do have additional costs. So I would look forward to receiving, if the council sees fit to pass this amendment, would look forward to seeing a report on a wider income maximisation campaign. So finally, I would just say thank you very much to the staff who have done all this work and to the third sector organisations who have done all this work. We all know that there's a great deal more to be done. And we will be there to support the work that is going on.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Hannah. Do you have a seconder?
Provost, I'm quite happy to second the Labour amendment. I'd just like to echo everything that Councillor Hannah has just said. Tackling poverty, quite rightly, is a #1 priority, and that's how it should be, especially in the current financial climate that we find ourselves in. We should be doing all we can to help support local communities. But we'll have to bear in mind that we're about to engage in a new budget process, and there's potential for significant cuts to come through that, which is going to affect our local communities. There's the potential for closing school swimming pools, which is going to impact on our local communities, Grangemouth High School being one of them. That's earmarked for potential closure, and I'm sure the public will object to that in due time. I've already had complaints from constituents in Grangemouth regarding the potential closure of the Grangemouth High School pool, and I'm just wondering what support mechanisms are going to be put in place to help relocate the user groups for the pool. Okay, we've got free bus travel, and people will be able to travel to different places, but there's just not enough buses on the roads. There's not a sufficient service for the public to rely on. So if we're talking about closing facilities, how are these people who might not have a car, how are they expected to get to the remaining facilities? It's quite simply just not good enough, and it doesn't help the public. But as I said, I'm happy to second the Labour group amendment. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Nimmo. Councillor Kerr, are you giving notice of an amendment?
Sorry, is that me you're addressing?
Yeah, Councillor Kerr. You're on mute, Councillor Kerr.
I'll pass you on to Councillor Bundy, Provost.
He doesn't have to move his amendment at the minute, just to give notice of
Yes,
it.
yes,
Okay,
yes.
Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Provost. I'd be happy to move my amendment just now. It is.
No, you don't need to move it just now, Councillor Bundy. It's just to give notice of it.
Okay, I'll just give notice then.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spears, are you giving notice of an amendment?
No.
Okay, thank you. That was easy. So we'll now just open up the debate for discussion. So if anybody's got any questions, just put your hand up.
Okay. It's really a statement. I think we need to realise, you know, that this is additional support for low-income households. Who does that encompass? Councillor Hannah was very good to mention middle-income people. If you're slightly above the threshold, you're in need now. I would say the majority of people with families and the majority of senior citizens are in need now. If you have a slightly bigger house, you're in need now because heating these extra rooms is a lot more expensive. So to continually look at one section and no embrace across the board everybody else, and I'm sure the SNP budget in Holyrood tomorrow, where they want to further tax them, is not going to be a great deal of help. You know, sorry, I quite liked Councillor Colley's statement, but it sounded a bit like a blitz statement during the Second World War. You know, we're in a desperate situation where people need help, but the help needs to come from the top. They need to look at the companies that are making vast profits, for energy companies that are raking it in at the moment. And quite frankly, to keep trying to trickle up for the bottom, one goes against the Conservative government's policy, trickle-down economics. And what we need to do now is to cut the cost instead of trying to prop up a system that is clearly not working. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Spears. Anyone else want to come in? Councillor Binney.
Thank you, Provost. I just really wanted to say, just on adding on from what Councillor Colley said, it's a very good report. There's a lot of detail in it, and the council staff have been absolutely marvellous, say, maximising income and that, and we do need that these days, because there's an awful lot of people out there that don't have their full income, and obviously that could help them. But I think it's also very important to say it's about our communities as well, tackling poverty in Falkirk. We can't forget about them, the work that they do. They do that quietly, they do that humbly. And before many years ago, before there was all these structures in place and people helping them, the communities themselves helped each other. So it's all the groups, all the charities, all the churches out there, all the volunteers, all the members of the community that help each other, either donate, give their time. There's hundreds of little groups there that actually help people, actually, and get them out of poverty one way or another. It's not just financial, it's maybe about learning them a skill, giving them a bit of confidence, giving them a bit of time. They all make a difference in tackling poverty in Falkirk. And without that, Falkirk Council area would be a poorer place. So I'm sure we'd all like to thank them, especially at this time. At this time, they're doing marvellous work. This is exceptional times, high inflation, and we're near the time of Christmas when families are doing without heat and things for their children. So I think you'll all agree you would like to thank everyone in our communities that's helping each other to tackle poverty, to get them out away from that. And this is the time of Christmas spirit and kindness during these exceptional times. Thank you.
Well said, Councillor Binney. I think we would all echo that sentiment. Anybody else got any comments they want to make? Councillor Colley.
Yeah, it was actually some points of clarification, the issues that were raised in the amendment, but also when people were talking. Just to note that the Easter holidays fall outside this financial year. They'll move into the next financial year. So decisions that we make just now will potentially impact on what we can do next year. So we do need to think quite carefully. And I think we look at the implications around bridging payments, but I would note to all members about encouraging families across the district who are eligible to apply for the Scottish Child Payment, which is £25 per child. I'd also like to note that the work around income maximisation campaigns across the piece, including in health and social care, is work that is done as standard. And whilst I recognise what Councillor Hannah is trying to do, and appreciate that, actually some of this work is already ongoing through assessment processes. So picking up people with disabilities, picking up carers, and ensuring as part of that system that individuals are getting the support through and know about their rights through that assessment process. And you know, whilst I really I agree on the issues around local economy multipliers, we know that people are more likely to spend that their money locally. But I do wonder whether we actually need to be spending time. Our officers would not be better being out doing this work rather than spending time on doing more reports, whilst I recognise entirely what Councillor Hannah is saying.
Thanks, Councillor Colley. Anyone else want to come in? Councillor Spears. Councillor McCabe, my apologies.
Thanks, Provost. We've got three points basically. First one's really a question. Page 50, 2.1, paragraph 4. Was there an EPIA carried out on the question of school meal and bridging payments? A note from 8.7 that a quality poverty impact assessment was carried out for the Household Support Fund. Was there one carried out for school meals and bridging payments?
Thanks, Councillor McCabe. Mr Naylor, would you like to take that one?
No, there wasn't. The information in the report is around the free school meal entitlement funded by the Scottish Government and the additional funding that Falkirk Council has made available to an extended cohort following the COVID period. It's a relatively new thing that any children have been provided with a meal payment for the school holiday periods. Prior to COVID, those entitled to free school meals got a free school meal when they were at school, i.e. during term time. And this is a relatively recent addition. And the background to this is that during COVID, Falkirk made a payment of £3.50, not £2.50, but they made it to not only those who qualified for free school meals, but also to those who qualified for clothing grant.
Thank you very much, Mr Naylor. Appreciate that. Page 51, paragraph 4.5. Section 3. We're making great. I just find the hypocrisy here a bit. I struggle with it. We apparently provide free access to pools at a cost of £180,000. How does this impact the budget when we're proposing to close 4 of those pools?
Mr Naylor.
Within the SPR report to Executive last week, there were proposals to close 4 of our secondary school swimming pools, and I think the bit in this report that's been referred to is access to our sport and leisure facilities. So that would principally be the Mariner, Grangemouth and Bowness Recreation Centre. So the two things are slightly different, Councillor. What will happen in the early months of 2023 is a report will be brought back to Council as agreed last week at Executive regarding the impact of closing 4 secondary school swimming pools.
Thanks, Mr Naylor. Clarified that a bit for me in the fact that the free swimming access that we provide, that does include the 4 school pools as well. Is that correct?
That's not my understanding, Councillor. The 4 school pools, the majority of the public access to those is for swimming clubs.
My missus is not a member of any swimming club but accesses Denny High School. I think she pays for it. I was just wondering. Okay, move on. I suppose it's echoing Councillor Nimmell's point earlier on, where page 63, section 620 and 621, we're closing these pools. And yet within the comments here, the best way to support those in need is to maximise uptake of go-card memberships. We support people to remain fit and active. Clear lines between increased depression, anxiety and stress stemming from this. Again, the question is, what are the impacts on mental health here? Have we assessed the knock-on effects of these cuts that we're proposing?
Mr Naylor, of course we haven't taken a decision on closing swimming pools yet, have we?
Yeah, so what was agreed at Executive last week was that further work will be done and a report will be brought back regarding the impact of the decision, any decision that will be subsequently taken to close those 4 swimming pools. So that would include an assessment of the impact on the community and also recommendations for where activities that would have taken place in the 4 school pools will be redirected to.
Thank you, Mr Naylor. Appreciate that, Provost. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor McCabe. Anybody else got any questions?
If I may just pick up on Councillor.
You've been in already, Councillor.
Provost.
Councillor Stamer.
Thank you, Provost. Just building on Councillor McCabe's question there, just a question for Robert Naylor. Obviously, we didn't make any decision at last week's Executive in relation to the swimming pools, but as Robert and various officers and elected members will know, we have started receiving emails from specific groups. We started receiving a lot of contact from specific groups worried about their eventual future. So if we factor in the promotional campaign in relation to the go-cards, I believe that is at 5.2 seconds. Within the report, the go-card promotion, how is that going to be factored in to the promotional activities taken in relation to the go-card? The fact that there is already extreme concern from our communities about whether they would be able to access these facilities if they did sign up for the go-card. Thank you.
Mr Naylor?
I think the two things are separate. One is for those eligible, they're provided with a go-card that gives them free access to facilities. That would continue for that cohort that are eligible. What might be different is that there might be fewer facilities for them to access free. So as I said a moment ago, Council will at some point during 2023 take a decision about the future of the 4 school swimming pools, and as I've also mentioned, there will be an assessment of the impact that is likely to have on the various user groups of those facilities and the wider community in the event of their closure.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr Naylor. Any other questions? Councillor Murtagh?
I promise I didn't raise my hand on that.
Oh, my apologies. My apologies. Would you like to sum up, Councillor Michael-John?
Thank you, Provost. It's a shame that such a positive report on helping our communities has been drawn into a premature debate around closing swimming pools, with a variety of misinformation floating around. So I think we should really put that debate for another day. But I would just highlight the work of the officers and the teams across Falkirk and the work that they are doing to help those in poverty. I would want to just highlight that in moving option 4, which is within Councillor Hannah's amendment, as opposed to option 2, where there is mitigation around the Scottish Social Security's child payment and bridging payments as mitigation, there will be an adverse impact on another part of the service in early years to the tune of £100,000. That could have wide-ranging impacts, and rather than just a small knock-on effect. At some point we knew we would have to revert to the Scottish Government's free school meals criteria for the provision of cash when our young people aren't at school, because it impacts significantly on the council's financial situation. We have managed to be able to fund it this far with the COVID resources that we've had. Unfortunately, that's been depleted, so we're going to have to make the decision at some point anyway. But at a time where there are significant payments available through the Scottish Government, I think there's a reasonable mitigation there to be able to support that. So hence the reason we will not be supporting the amendment. And my colleague, Councillor Colley, has also very eloquently detailed a number of aspects that are within the report that come in the amendment, so I'm not sure I really understand why there's a need for those. We have officers that are working very hard, and I would much rather have them out in the front line delivering services and actually increasing the incomes of individuals, when we have national bodies that are able to gather information that we can use. Therefore, I don't think that we should be spending time doing that. I know that National Library Services are collecting a huge amount of information, including around benefits, that we can tap into, and I would, rather than spending time doing that, I would seek that our officers look to pull on other resources. Do recognise that those on benefits have the most disposable income. Now, that's not because they are wealthy or well off, but they do tend to have cash to spend compared to others that don't have cash. Their finances are tied up in other ways. So they do make a significant difference to the economy, and particularly locally, we know that. Therefore, by maximising the uptake of benefits will indeed help the wider economy of the Falkirk area. And that's all very welcome, but what's most important is that we do the work that we need to do to increase awareness, make sure people have access to good quality advice and information, and support to claim the benefits they're entitled to, and that's what we must continue to focus on going forward. So we will be sticking with the report as it is, Provost. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Michael. Can I just ask at this point if we want to take a 10-minute recess for all groups to have a look at all the amendments that have been circulating on this one? Okay, thank you. We'll make that 15 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, Jamesy.
Hello, Jim.
How you doing?
Fine. How you been keeping you?
Oh, James, I've had a terrible time, mate, pal. I've been left with a chronic cough since I've had day 2 procedure, but I'm coughing and splitting, being bloody sick all the time. But we'll deal with that, I'm quite sure. I'll take a wee bit of time. Take a wee bit of time. That's sympathy. Sympathy. Where are you about?
Tenerife.
Very good, very good.
That's our.
You'll only get -8 then.
It's
Councillor Robertson, Councillor Kerr, just to
I
remind
know.
you, this part's still being live streamed, so you might not want to do that.
Sorry.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. And has anybody got any comment to make? Any of the group leaders following the recess? No. Okay, then we'll go to the vote on the motion and Councillor Hannah's amendment.
Thank you, Provost. And the motion consists of the recommendations contained at paragraph 2 of the report. And the motion is moved by Councillor Meikle-John and seconded by Councillor Colley, against which there is an amendment which has been circulated, moved by Councillor Hannah and seconded by Councillor Nimmo. Provost Bisset.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
The motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Amendment.
Councillor Anslow.
Amendment.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
I'm not sure if Councillor Brown has joined us yet. Councillor Brown. Councillor Bundy.
Motion.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Deacon.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Flynn.
Motion.
Councillor Forrest.
Motion.
Councillor Garner.
The motion.
Councillor Hannah.
Amendment.
Councillor Kelly.
Amendment.
Councillor Kerr.
The motion.
Councillor McCabe.
Amendment.
Councillor Meikle-John. Councillor Murtagh.
Motion.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Patterson.
Amendment.
Councillor Patrick.
The motion.
Councillor Redmond.
Amendment.
Councillor Ritchie.
Amendment.
Councillor Robertson.
The motion.
Councillor Sinclair.
Motion.
Councillor Spears.
Amendment.
And Councillor Stainbank.
The amendment.
Provost, there are 16 votes for the motion. There are 12 votes for the amendment, and the motion is carried. So the motion remains. The substantive motion is moved, against which we now proceed to the next amendment to be moved by Councillor Bundy.
Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Provost. The Falkirk Conservatives believe that good food is essential to addressing poverty and reducing inequality. Scotland has a great history of producing good food, and I'm not talking about deep fried Mars bars, but I'm talking about Scotch beef, Scotch lamb, Arbroath smokies, Stornoway black pudding. And the council has 3 priorities, and we can build upon Scotland's great tradition of great food and fulfil our priorities at the same time. And that's why the Falkirk Conservatives are putting forward this amendment so that the officers explore collaborating with the Soil Association Scotland on their Food for Life programme to provide food to our young people, meeting the standards of the programme and supporting better outcomes for health, our economy and the environment. Adopting this programme would help empower communities throughout Falkirk. It would ensure that local businesses are used in providing food that's used in schools. It would also help reduce inequality. Good food is better for people's health and it promotes education. And it also helps with the green transition. Local supply chains are much better for the environment than shipping from afar. Over half of Scotland's local authorities are signed up for the Food for Life programme, and I believe that Falkirk has the potential to be left behind if we do not become one of the authorities that are signed up to it. As I've said, good food helps now, it helps improve people's food, but it also helps the future. Data shows from numerous studies that good nutrition, it helps with education, it helps with alertness in the classroom, it helps with study out of school, sports out of school. And when budgets are tight, you don't come across many opportunities to reduce inequality in a way that could be cost neutral. The Soil Association Scotland have told me that the bronze awards of their programme could be cost neutral. And that's why the Falkirk Conservatives are asking officers to seek and explore how we can adopt the Bronze programme and see if it is cost neutral for the council, and if it is, hope that these conversations will lead to collaboration. We want to maximise Falkirk's potential. We believe that providing good food and nutrition is one way of doing that, and that's why we are putting forward this amendment. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bundy. Do you have a seconder?
I've seconded it. The Provost with the right to come back in.
Thanks, Councillor Kerr. We'll now just open up for a discussion if anybody's got any questions they'd like to ask. Oh, Councillor Meikle-John, thank you.
Thank you, Provost. I think the administration would be happy to accept this amendment. It fits very well with sustainable food. It fits well with sustainable procurement, but also community wealth building, and all of which are within the council's priorities and aligns very well with the council's priorities. I think it is right, though, that we look to get a report back to explore this a bit further and to look at the various implications, because indeed there may well be potential costs associated with this, although I do take what Councillor Bundy says, the bronze level would potentially be cost neutral, but I think there may well be choices that we would have to make by way of mitigation, but that may well be for good reason. So I'm more than happy that we incorporate this into the motion, Provost. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meikle-John. Any other comments? No, Mr. Moody.
Provost, I think if we could just have confirmation that the seconder of the motion, Councillor Colley, is also content to incorporate the terms of Councillor Bundy's amendment, then we don't have a division then among members.
Yeah, content with that.
Agreed.
Sorry, is it open to questions? No?
So the motions are agreed and carried.
So it's not open to questions, no?
Well, we did open it for discussion earlier on, Councillor Spears. Thank you. Next item of business, agenda item 7, Falkirk Town Hall closure voluntary arts support, and it'll be Mr. Bennett speaking to us, and it's pages 79 to 85. Thank you.
Through you, Provost, at the council meeting in September, it was agreed that officers would bring back a report that updated on the progress that had been made to support performing groups to find alternative venues while the Falkirk Town Hall was closed for the new Falkirk Town Hall to come forward. The report in front of you outlines the good progress that's been made with 9 of the 12 groups successfully relocated. We're investing in stage improvements at Grangemouth Town Hall and Bowness Town Hall that should improve their facilities for the groups to use. We're planning to relocate technical equipment from Falkirk Town Hall into other council venues. We believe that the discussions that we've had to date suggest that the funding that was indicated in the original report will be enough to support the requirements of those groups. And finally, the report seeks delegated authority for the manager in this area to be able to increase the amount of money that's available to the voluntary groups, depending on a kind of best value case and need, and that if we're able to flex between those two funds, that we're confident that we can mitigate the impacts of the closure. So myself and Leslie are happy and available to take any questions that you might have.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Benny. Councillor Meikle-John, do you have a motion?
Portfolio holder, Councillor Garner.
Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Provost. And I'd like to thank Michael and Leslie for bringing this report forward and all the work they've done in the interim period. This paper updates Council on the progress that has been made to date to relocate the upcoming year's hires following the decision to close Falkirk Town Hall. This work is largely complete with a number of lets relocated, with many to the Grangemouth or Bowness Town Halls. The largest production scheduled for 2023 and possibly the most challenging to accommodate was Falkirk's Operatic Society's production of Shrek. I'm pleased to see that it appears that St Mungo's or Ladbert High will be a suitable alternative and we have the funding set aside to support them with the additional financial costs they will need to pay compared to Falkirk Town Hall. The members will recall that a budget of 10k was proposed to be allocated to assist voluntary sector companies with the unanticipated costs due to the relocation. It is recommended in this report that discretion is given to the manager to use this fund and to increase it, if necessary, using the 50k external match funding pot to support local groups. I welcome this report and thank officers for the work they have done to support our local groups since the decision in September. I'm happy to recommend the report and officers are here to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Garner. Do you have a seconder?
Provost. Happy to second and reserve the right.
Thank you. Councillor Harner, do you have any amendment?
No amendments. Reserve the right to ask questions later.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kerr, do you have an amendment?
No amendments, Provost.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spears, do you have an amendment?
No amendment, but reserve the right to ask many questions later.
Okay, so we'll now open up for discussion. Who would like to come in? Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. Page 80, 4.1. Can we correct the report? Again, Council agreed the early closure of the Town Hall, not the permanent closure of the Town Hall. Now, I realise you'll say I'm being semantic here, but I'll have this thrown back in my face 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the line when somebody will refer to this report saying we agreed that we permanently close. We didn't agree to permanently close. It's an early closure. Could I have that corrected, please?
Mr. Benny, would you like to pick that one up?
Through you, Provost, happy to have that corrected. I don't think anyone's in any doubt that the report that came forward in September agreed to the closure of the existing town hall and instructed officers to bring forward a report on a new Falkirk town hall.
Thank you, Mr. Benny. I appreciate that. Page 81, 5.1. It's just a statement here. To admit that there are, and I quote, no other purpose-built performing arts venues within the Falkirk Council area is a dreadful indictment of our decision to close the town hall early without a new venue being in place as we had previously promised. I'm going to quote a message that I received at 5 to 11 this morning from Barbara Bryceland, who's currently not appearing in the pantomime at the town hall. That's the heating away again. More cancelled shows. You couldn't make this up. More disappointed Falkirk kids. Apparently they never ordered fuel to top up the heating. How embarrassing is this for the council?
Revisiting the debate, that isn't the subject of this particular.
How embarrassing is this? This is to do with the town hall. Anybody feel embarrassed? The fact that we've
Councillor McCabe, if I could just come in, it says basically it's about the voluntary arts support. That's what it's about. Yeah. It's not about the actual closure of the town hall and the rights or wrongs of that.
Okay, fair enough, Provost. I'll end that there. Page 83. Of the patrons noted in the table, at least 6 of them will incur additional costs. Are commercial lessees to be left unsupported and unfunded?
Through you, Provost. Can I just take the opportunity to correct the statement about the boiler at the Falkirk Town Hall? The boiler is malfunctioning. It isn't that officers have failed to order any fuel or anything like that. In fact, the situation that we have at the Falkirk Town Hall at the moment only evidences the poor state of the building and the fact that it is no longer able to sustain productions. It's precisely the very same warning that officers made to elected members in September, that it was proving increasingly challenging to put on performances, and we're in a situation now where we're really struggling to make sure the building can operate to deliver what it needs to. So thank you for the opportunity to correct that matter. But with regards to supporting groups, my view is the report makes clear that funding is available, and officers are seeking permission to be able to use that funding to support groups who previously used the Falkirk Town Hall. So I'm happy to answer any more questions about that, but I'm not aware of a situation that's pressing whereby a group is seeking alternative locations and we're not in a place that we believe that we can help support them.
Yeah, Councillor McCabe.
No, Demi Provost.
Any other questions?
Yes. Really a point of information. I understand the consultation is still ongoing regarding the Falkirk Common Good Fund in the Town Hall, but this documentation says the decision's already taken. Have we had a result from that consultation?
Mr. Benny?
Through you, Provost, as I said before, the Common Good consultation is to do with the early demolition or accelerated demolition of the Falkirk Town Hall. It is not a consultation on whether the Falkirk Town Hall closes or not.
I must say that I have had a lot of inquiries. It's quite difficult on the website to vote on this matter. You have to go through various pages. It's not really been made simple and easy to use.
Provost, again, that's not the subject of this report.
Through you, Provost, if Councillor Spears wishes to forward me any of the inquiries that he's had, I'm happy to work with those residents to assist them to fill in the consultation effectively.
Okay, and let's try and stick to the report. Any other comments, Councillor Spears? No. Okay, Councillor Steinbank.
Thank you, Provost. I think I've got a few questions for Mr. Benny, so I can ask all of them at the same time or one at a time, depending on your preference, Malcolm.
Let's go one at a time. My brain cells don't always take on the big ones.
Yeah, no problem at all. So obviously we've heard a lot about the credible work being done by voluntary organisations across the district, and I'd like to agree with the comments made earlier by my ward colleague, Councillor Binney. I know both of us are away to see the panto at the Tamford Hill Community Hub and looking forward to it on Saturday. A lot of these groups have worked incredibly hard as well, the creative groups across our district. However, again, having correspondence quite similar to that expressed by Councillor McCabe and Councillor Spears just there. They are very concerned about this Christmas, but especially their long-term future. Especially with this uncertainty these organisations have expressed to councillors, how can we expedite our work with organisations to secure concrete venue plans going into next Christmas? Obviously, we've got within the report plans till June. I'm just wondering how we'll be coordinating going on in securing venues for these groups, especially for next Christmas.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Bennett.
Through you, Provost, could I bring in Leslie O'Hare to answer that question, please?
Okay, Leslie.
Through you, Provost. We now have relocated all the groups right up until next Christmas, with the exception of the Bohemians. Obviously, this report was written some weeks ago, and we've been continually updating it as work has been ongoing. I'm not aware of any groups say, other than the Bohemians, that are facing problems in terms of Christmas performances. Indeed, we don't have any bookings. We didn't have any bookings in the diary for FTH for next December because we were planning originally to have our own pantomime there. That obviously won't be happening now. But obviously, if any elected members have had contact from any voluntary groups that have concerns, please do pass those comments or queries on to me, and I'll make sure that we can respond to them as quickly as possible.
Okay, thanks, Leslie. Councillor Steinbank.
Yeah, thank you very much, Leslie, for that. My next question, and I thank yourself and Malcolm for sending me the statistics and the capacity of Larbert and St Mungo's for replacing several of the performances. Obviously, it says within the report, schools will only be available outside of the school term, as noted in the report. Have we done any work to assess whether these venues might be available for evening performances?
Mr Benny, is that you or Mr Naylor?
Happy to pass over to Leslie again, if that's okay.
Okay, Leslie.
Yeah, the difficulty of having any one-off evening performances, it is possible to schedule those into school subject to the diary availability. The big challenge in terms of availability is to have a week-long run in a school with because the auditoria, the halls are used for other purposes. I mean, indeed, we were at Larbert a few weeks ago, Larbert High, and the main auditorium by day is used for badminton, then it's changed over to use as a dining hall. So it's not possible to do a week-long run in any of our school facilities.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Steinbank.
No problem. And I think that goes to show the crucial capacity in the Grangemouth and Bowness town halls also mentioned in the reports. So how assured can those organisations that run and perform in the Grangemouth and Bowness town halls be assured of their long-term future, as they're clearly strategically vital community facilities right now? Hopefully just for the short term to absorb the gaps currently in the system, but clearly will be crucial in the long term. How assured can the groups be in their long-term future?
Malcolm, is that you or? Okay.
Through you, Provost. I think the short answer is that a report was brought to the executive earlier this month that indicated a phased sort of approach to the town halls, and clearly a consultation's ongoing with regard to that, and a decision will come before elected members next year. It's not one that I can make on behalf of elected members right now.
Thank you, Malcolm. That's me, Provost.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Kerr, Sunny Tenerife.
Thank you, Provost. Just lean on for Councillor Steinbank's question, and probably what Malcolm's just said. We agreed at the last executive meeting that the town halls through our amendment would be part of the core. So the core, there's non-core and core, so they will be part of the core in the SPR. So, and leading on for Councillor Steinbank, probably for Leslie, I understand with regards to not being able to get the schools for a full week, but would it be possible for a group to get it maybe a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so there's a sustainable period of time?
Leslie, do you want to take that one?
I suppose I'd need to know what the specific group was. As far as I'm aware, we have been able to accommodate everybody in Grangemouth and Bowness, with the exception of next year's Falkirk Opera performance, where we have secured a week-long booking in the school holidays. So I'd need to know which particular group was looking for a Thursday through Sunday, and I would then need to work with colleagues in either Class 98 or in the CAP schools to see whether that run was possible. It would certainly be partly dependent on dates, but also the issues that I said earlier about school halls being used during the day for a raft of other purposes. So if you can give me the specific example, and I could maybe enter into a conversation with that particular group.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, Councillor Kerr?
Just to say, Leslie, there's no other group. It was just if I'm sure if there was a group who required a 3 or a 4 day period, that is just giving them the opportunity to come and speak. But there's no a specific group or a specific time, and I'm sure our schools would be willing to work with the council with regards to availability of the space. So thanks for the. I just didn't want people to think that that was off the table, and if it's possible through communication, that might be possible in the future, Provost. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kerr. Councillor Bundy?
Thank you, Provost. The number one strategic aim of the Council is to support stronger and healthier communities. And I think we can all agree that the voluntary arts sector plays a key role in making our communities stronger and healthier. So when we're talking about supporting the voluntary arts sector, I was a little bit bemused by point 1.2 in the report, which says that it has a secondary link to the strategic priority of supporting stronger and healthier communities. I think it should be at the forefront of the Council's mind when putting these reports together, that the strategic priorities of the Council should be at the forefront of every report. So I was just wondering if Malcolm or anyone else could explain why it's only a secondary link in this report. Thank you.
Mr. Bailey?
Through you, Provost. My view about the report is why is this report here? It's here because there was a requirement from a financial sustainability point of view to close the Falkirk Town Hall, and the impact of that was that there was a disruption to local groups. So that's why there's a suggested primary link there to financial sustainability, and then the secondary link is more that I'm saying the next most important aspect that this report links to is the stronger communities, but there's no kind of overly stated position on that. This report clearly also supports local groups to help sustain good, strong local communities. So in a sense, I'm trying to show that it links to two parts of the council plan rather than just simply one.
Thank you. Councillor Bundy?
Thank you, Malcolm. I just raised that because when you read the report, it's clear to see that giving this support is to try and make our community stronger and healthier. So I think it is of equal importance in the report. And I think that we, as elected members, we are elected to serve our communities and want to empower them, and it should be our priority at everything that we look at. So it was just, yeah, it brought it raised an eyebrow when I read it, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Provost, thank you. Earlier today, we were alerted to the importance of understanding the context that has led us to the current situation we're facing as a council. It's especially important to be aware of the past decisions made by the council. The fact remains that the decision taken in September is one of the most difficult we will have to have made as a body, but it must be considered within the context that decisions in the past are currently impacting on these voluntary organisations and arts groups who are using a facility that could be considered not fit for purpose. Obviously, that leads us to today's report. Officers have done remarkably well to get us to the position with these voluntary groups and other arts groups that are using the town hall to get them relocated. Although it's not an optimal position, it's good to see the progress being made with organisations across to relocate them to various facilities in the communities across the district. As mentioned by Councillor Garner, the delegation of authority to officers over the financial support is a sensible approach and allows flexibility and potential further sustainability for the organisations and groups impacted by these changes. I just wanted to note on the long-term comment that was made by Councillor Steinbach, and not to potentially reopen the debate, but the long-term vision of this council, I would suppose, would be, given the decisions that have been made, is to see a brand new fit for purpose state-of-the-art facility. And that would be what I would think this council would want to see for the future sustainability of these groups. So yeah, happy to second the report. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Sinclair. Councillor Redmond.
Yep, thanks. If we could just go to page 83, I know it was mentioned that we found alternative venues for all the leases except for Bohemians. So we just want to check dance streams, Jenny Dugan dance and Stenhouse Muir dance. Have we they have definitely been found places to go, and if so, where have they went?
Okay, Leslie, you want to take that one?
Yes, through you, Provost. Unfortunately, we are struggling to contact these groups. We've put out a number of calls to the groups to find out what their requirements are, and to see whether Bowness or Grangemouth is suitable. We're continuing to try and contact them, and we'll continue to keep trying to contact them. But I'm not aware that they have relocated out they certainly haven't relocated to Grangemouth or Bowness, but we're continuing to reach out to them.
Right, okay, thanks. And then just back to page 82. Obviously we've got capacity at both Grangemouth and Bowness town halls, relatively busy venues. To date, this has had no impact on our ability to relocate Falkirk town hall leases. It's noted that schools are the only available during the school holidays. So, you know, we've got a lot of places, leases here, we relocated or not relocated, and they're relocated, and it might look successful that, oh, they've been relocated on this sheet, but what capacity are they running at these venues? You know, if we're putting on 10 shows a year at the Falkirk Town Hall, now they've been relocated to Larbert High School, are they only putting on 2 shows? Are they only putting on 3 shows? Is there any, what sort of capacity are they running at, if that makes sense?
Leslie?
Yeah, I mean, well, all our halls have less capacity than FTH. FTH has 584 seats. Larbert can accommodate 550. Grangemouth and Bowness are both under 400.
Sorry, maybe I've not been clear. I was meaning if they were putting on 10 shows a year at Falkirk Town Hall, because Falkirk Town Hall is available more than what Bowness and Grangemouth Town Hall are. With the availability at Grangemouth Town Hall, how many shows are they now able to put on?
Broadly the same runs. So if we took Big Bad Wolf for an example, they booked for January 2024, and they will be having the same length of run, excuse me, as they would have had at Falkirk Town Hall. I'm not aware of any groups that have had to shorten their runs in order to be accommodated in Grangemouth or Bowness, or indeed any of the other locations. But Grangemouth and Bowness, principally, they are fairly busy venues, but we have been able to accommodate all the lets that are listed without any compromising of the length of run.
Any other questions, Councillor Redmond?
I just one more. Just underneath that paragraph, it was talking about the Falkirk Town Hall was £3,675, including stewarding and technical costs to hire. Larbert High School, excluding stewarding and technical costs, is £6,410 to hire. So it's nearly double the cost, and they're not getting the stewarding and the technical help that we got. So obviously it seems really concerning. Like, are they able to afford this, the companies?
Leslie?
Yeah, through you, Provost. Yeah, that's what the £10,000 pot of money is there to do, is to be able to meet any gap in finances caused by the relocation. Most of the relocations, certainly to Grangemouth and Bowness, we're not anticipating really very much in terms of financial disadvantage to the groups. However, the facilities management costs for both the Class 98 and CAT schools are significantly higher than any council venues. And so, as I say, that's what this £10,000 pot is there to do, is to meet that funding gap. Certainly in the first year, I think we would then have to really reconsider how affordable the schools are for use going forward, bearing in mind the point that the elected members just made.
Cheers. And then just finally, obviously we've got these figures here, but it doesn't say, it just says 3,675. Was that for the year? Was that per show? Was it for a month's hire? So the £6,410 at Larbert High, how often do they need to pay that?
Through you, Provost, that the figure quoted for Falkirk Town Hall was for the full week's run of Falkirk Opera earlier this year, April this year, and the comparative cost for Larbert High School is for the same length of run. So you're saying it costs £6,410 to hire it for the week? Is that correct? For the week, yeah. Right, that's correct. Right, that's. Thank you. That's all my questions. Cheers.
Okay, any other questions?
Just a point of clarification regarding Grangemouth and Bowness Town Halls. There's been various seating numbers quoted this morning, but when they transferred the mobile seating from Falkirk Town Hall, once it's demolished, that seating will greatly improve. For instance, in Grangemouth Town Hall, so it would make it a very, very good venue. And also, instead of maintaining everything as the Falkirk centralist type idea, we're moving round the district and people in other areas will have greater availability to go to these shows.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. I would just want to thank the staff, the work that have done to actually be able to accommodate all of those. It's not been an easy job, and I know how disappointed the various organisations were at us having to make the decision around the closure of the town hall. But I think some of that has been vindicated with the recent issues around the heating system, and there's maybe a bit of a better understanding of why critically we had to take the decision we did. It wasn't one we wanted to take, it was one we had to take, if nothing else, to be able to maintain a reputation for arts within the Falkirk area, because we cannot afford to have a venue that fails as the actual utilities and facilities fail. Yeah, but we are also making a contribution to that, and a significant contribution because of the savings that are being made. So we are paying the additional costs that the various venues, various organisations would incur by using alternative venues, and there is also, as has been said by Councillor Spears, the ability to take what the infrastructure that's in Falkirk Town Hall and relocate that to other venues, and be able to offer something by way of a bit of a different experience might be far more accessible to people in their individual localities. And I think that's something that should be commended, and hopefully when we do get a new town hall, some of that will continue within these localities and bring some benefits to the communities, and indeed some economic benefits as well. So I think while the decision's been a difficult one, there's been a lot of work done. It's really positive to see the engagement, and from what I've picked up, from those that have contacted me that people are getting quite excited about designing something different and moving forward. And I think that's a huge endorsement to the council area as a whole and individual communities in particular. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Meikle-John. Councillor Patrick.
Yes, thank you. It was really just sort of a wee bit concerned about what is going to happen in the future. I mean, I'm really quite happy that we seem to have managed to locate groups. I know there's quite a concern about that, and locate them within Falkirk district. One of the groups had spoken to me and they were explaining the costs if they had gone to the Mariner Centre, to the McRobert, for example. And I'm just concerned that in future years we don't get to a situation where, because we're not prepared to kind of meet that gap in costs, that we end up losing these groups to perhaps Stirling or Cumbernauld. So it's really important we keep them within Falkirk district until we hopefully have a suitable venue that they can then use. So I think we do have to look at future funding as well to make sure that this is not just solving their problem for 1 year, that they will feel that they can continue to run their productions for the years to come until we have another suitable venue in place. So we do need to look at that ongoing funding. Seemed to me, I think, that Class 98 costs and in CATS as well were quite similar to McRobert. So I'd rather we helped them stay within Falkirk than that money gets paid out with our area. So I think that's something we need to take into account as the production, they decide what productions are going to hold next after the ones we're talking about.
Thanks very much, Councillor Patrick. I'm sure that's been very well noted. It's been quite a good debate. So can we now agree the report?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you. Bye. Agenda item 8 is the budget report. We'll try and get through this one, then we'll break for lunch. So it's a report by Mrs. Templeman. So would you like to speak to your report, please? Pages 86 to 99.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. So the report that's in front of you today is just a roundup of some updates that would impact on the financial strategy report that I had presented to Council in September this year. And I'll just take you through the various sections and provide a bit of a summary. Section 4.4 of the report provides an update on the Council's 4-year budget gap, and you'll see that it's shifted marginally since the September paper. It's currently sitting at around 67 million. Members should be absolutely clear that this figure will shift further in the coming months, and there remains a number of unknowns and issues that will impact on it, including pay awards, energy, inflation, interest rates. All of these areas will have an impact on the projections. In addition, as Councillor Spears referred to earlier on, a key date for the Council's budget is tomorrow, the 15th of December, when the Scottish Government will announce the budget settlement for 23-24. And as I'd set out in the financial strategy, that's the main source of funding for the Council, and tomorrow's a really critical date in the Council's budget setting process. The table in paragraph 4.1.4 shows the progress to date from services in identifying savings options, some of which are operational and some of which will require member approval. However, it's evident that even if all these savings were taken, the remaining gap would be around 40 million at this point. So there still remains a significant amount of work to do, and officers are continuing to identify and work up options. Apologies, I was just double checking my camera. My camera is on. I'm not sure if everyone can see me though. Sections 4.2, 4.3 and 4.4 of the report summarise some of the recent information from the Scottish and UK governments. However, as I've already noted, tomorrow's announcement is really the kind of key piece of information that we need. 4.5 of the report covers service concessions, and in our case that relates to the accounting arrangements for Class 98 and the NPDO school contracts, so essentially covering the Council's high schools. The Scottish Government's issued guidance that allows the Council to change the accounting treatment of these contracts, and that will have a significant impact on the Council's budget setting process. Service concessions won't address the structural deficit that the Council has. It won't reduce the £67 million gap previously discussed, but it could allow us to reprofile that gap. and there will be a cost associated with that, so we'll have to ensure that the arrangements are used in a very prudent way. We will need to bring a full report back to Council for approval if we choose to use service concessions. And I suppose I would just flag up that this is a really complicated exercise. We are working our way through the information received from our Treasury advisors, and we've set up a briefing for members on the 6th of February, so in advance of further consideration by the Council, and we'll have all the details that we need at that point to be able to give members a really clear picture of what the service concessions means. Section 4.6 of the report refers to proposed work on the target operating model and notes that this work's been deferred until after the budget setting exercise in March. And section 4.8 of the report covers zero-based budgeting, providing some background and noting a proposed approach in paragraph 4.8.7. The report tries to emphasise that zero-based budgeting is a tool that can be used by services as part of any review that they undertake. And given the Council's financial position, every option and technique that's available to us has to be considered for use. There are a number of operational reviews that services are planning, and where ZBB is appropriate, Finance and the Programme Management Office will support this work and approach. But it is important to note that ZBB is a useful methodology, but it won't stop the requirement to take difficult decisions. And ultimately, as I've said at paragraph 4.8.6, savings will still have to come from staffing and property, as that is where the majority of our budget is spent. 4.9 of the report notes that a high-level budget consultation is planned, and it's anticipated that that will be live shortly. The consultation will provide information on how the Council's budget works, and it will ask questions on spend priorities, for example, and the output from that work will be presented to the Finance Strategy Group and to the Council as part of the budget papers. And finally, section 4.10 provides an update in respect to the housing budget for both rent setting and investment. Ordinarily, these budgets would come to the January Council for approval. However, the Scottish Government is expected to make an announcement on rent freezes on the 14th of January. So we are proposing that the January Council date is moved to February, and there's a recommendation on that included in this report. Thank you, Provost. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Mrs Templeman. Councillor Meikle-John, do you have a motion?
Thank you, Provost. Yes, I do, Provost, and I will be moving the recommendations in the paper. The budget report emphasises the very challenging position that the Council's in, and I'm still not convinced that everyone around this table appreciates the seriousness of that situation. We have a £67 million gap over the next 4 years, 50% of that gap having to be found in this year, and we have a legal duty to deliver a balanced budget. The Scottish Government will have the first stage of its budget announcement tomorrow. However, it has to be recognised that we will not know the full outcome of that position until stage 3, which is a bit further down the line. It is, however, unlikely there will be any major movements from the announcement to tomorrow towards stage 3. Therefore, it's important that we do plan accordingly for that budget position. Difficult decisions will require to be made, some of which have already had before us at the Executive last week, with more to come. None of us came into this role to deliver service cuts. But our budget gap, while compounded because of COVID, Brexit and the cost of living crisis, and indeed historical issues due to lack of willingness in the past of a Labour-led administration not wanting to take hard decisions, and the reliance on cash reserves, which makes it all more acute right now. We are now in a position where we are having to make difficult decisions, not because we want to, but because we have to, in order to preserve key services to ensure that we can support our most vulnerable citizens. It's easy to criticise and to look to blame the Scottish Government, reality being that they too have a finite budget which they have to provide a balanced budget for. Just before we have the £2 billion underspend raised, I would highlight that it's made up of a cash of the cash reserve that the Scottish Parliament is legitimately allowed to hold for emergencies, as well as underspends related to the delays in the provision of goods and services due to workforce and supply issues, just the same as this council, other councils and many other organisations across the country. A significant portion of that £2 billion is made up of non-cash elements that cannot be spent on public services. Clearly, if anyone thinks that any funding is being held back, they don't understand how the Scottish Parliament finances work. That said, we do need to make sure that the voice of local government is heard and the importance of the services we deliver. The Save Our Services campaign through COSLA was backed across the political sphere to ensure that collectively we do just that. However, it is important that we do not restrict the lobbying to Scottish Government, and through COSLA our case has also to be made to the UK Government. As we've seen with the recent spending review, the additional funding that has come to Scotland by way of uplift will barely cover the costs of inflation. We must recognise that councils of length and breadth of the country in similar positions, all seeking additional funding. And while we continue to press for additional funding, we must be realistic on how achievable that might be and plan accordingly. After a very protracted process, we now have agreement and guidance on the fiscal flexibilities, which will assist in helping to manage our budget, but will not negate the fact that we still have to find 67 million and have a financial strategy that will provide sustainability going forward. And that will only be able to if that only with that financial sustainability will that give us the ability to look at investment. And until we reach that point, we should not be considering any additional spend. In fact, spend should be able to be aligned directly with the Council's and Falkirk Plan priorities. And we should be mindful that Audit Scotland will be continuing to look closely at budget planning as they prepare to come back to follow up next year. I'm therefore happy to move the recommendations in the report and indeed accept the amendment put forward by Councillor Hannah, as Falkirk Council, like every other council in the country, signed up to the Save Our Services campaign at COSLA, and will continue to press both governments for additional funding to ensure that the services that we deliver are critical to our communities are able to be sustained going forward. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Meikle. John, do you have a seconder?
Happy to second, reserving the right.
Okay, thank you. Amendment.
We had an amendment which the council leader has magnanimously accepted as part of the recommendations. I don't know if you want me to speak a little more about it at the moment or to reserve the right to later.
Probably later on once we open up for discussion.
Okay.
And Councillor Kerr, do you have an amendment?
No amendment, but we support the amendment put forward by Labour Group.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry.
SNP.
Thank you. Councillor Spears, do you have an amendment?
I will pass you on to my deputy leader, who has.
Councillor McKeep.
Thanks, Provost. Councillor Spears. Yeah, we do have an amendment. Accept the SNP motion and the addendum of the Labour amendment. But all we would like to do is at 2.12 to change that from agree the council meeting arranged for January will take place in February, to have that replaced with agree that council meet on January and February on dates to be arranged, given the critical nature of the council's budget discussions.
Provost, could I ask a question in relation to that?
Okay.
From officers, to whether or not we would have relevant information to take to council for decision. I appreciate that work will be ongoing, particularly during the Christmas recess. Briefings will be required, but as to whether or not there is going to be enough information available for council to take decisions on at that time, recognising that we will not have the outcome of the Scottish Government's housing rents legislation until the 14th of January.
Okay, Mr. Moody.
I think that's maybe better to Ms Templeman, just in relation to the nature of the decisions to be made and the information that's likely to be available.
Oh, Ms Templeman.
Thank you, Provost. I think the January report to Council is traditionally used for the housing reports, which, as we've said, will not be available because of the timing of the various announcements. That leaves me thinking, well, what decisions would we be bringing to Council in January relating to the general fund? And I think, as Councillor Meikle-Johns raised, we'll still be working our way through the government's financial settlement. We have said that we'll bring a paper to executive outlining the financial settlement, where it's got to and what we think the impact for the council will be. So I don't think we will have any decisions available at that point to bring to members in January.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McCabe. Does that help you at all?
It does indeed, Provost. Thank you for the clarification. And just having heard what has been said, I need to seek my group leader's approval here, but I would suggest that we will probably withdraw the amendment. However, it does open up some issues that we will refer to in the following debate.
Councillor Spears.
I really want to just ask some questions at this stage.
Well, we'll open up for discussion. Okay, just very shortly. Okay, so we'll now. Yes, Councillor McCabe, can you just confirm your amendment has been withdrawn, please?
That's exactly what I'd said. I was just seeking agreement. I was digging Councillor Spears in the ribs to say agree to withdrawing the amendment.
I agree.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll now open up for discussion. So if anybody's got any questions, Councillor Spears.
Right, thank you. The Chief Executive may remember a question I asked him at the Executive Committee meeting regarding this very question, how our COSLA representatives were lobbying COSLA to fight on our behalf regarding the Save Our Services campaign. Do we have a report back from that, or are we expected to get a report from our COSLA representatives?
Mr. Lawrie, would you like to take that?
Yeah, I'm not anticipating a report back. I mean, I think that the work being done by COSLA is very visible for all to see. It's very energetic, it's very high profile, it's very focused on the differences and the value that local services bring, and it's available for all to see.
That would be great if they would explain that to us then, exactly where their focus is, what they're delivering, and are they reporting back to this council?
Provost, I just, as I attend the leaders' meetings, just say that there's emails that have been out to all elected members in relation to the Save Our Services campaign. That is supported by the COSLA family across the political divide. That I would refer Councillor Spears to that. That there's a joined up approach, and doing it as a collective has far greater impact than doing it as an individual council.
Thank you for that. Can I ask then that they're resent to me, because in my present recollection I cannot remember them.
Councillor Spears, they came directly from COSLA themselves, not internally. They came from COSLA and they did go to all members.
But then you're missing the very point I'm trying to make. We have COSLA representatives within this council. We want them to report back to us. You know, we've elected them to represent us regarding this, and we'd like to hear back from them.
Councillor Spears, it's a national campaign that we are part of, and therefore it's not for an individual, it is a collective campaign, and that is very, very visible in the public domain. And anything that you would wish to see should be able to get from that. There's regular updates. There was another one today indicating an area specific. I would be saying nothing different than has been presented in the public eye.
Sorry, maybe people are under the misillusion that we want a local representative to speak for us locally and not just become a part of a national voice. It helps to be part of a national voice, but we want to really know what our consular representatives are doing to help us here in Falkirk Council.
Thanks very much, Councillor Spears. I think you've made that point loud and clear. Go to Councillor Leach next.
Thanks, Provost. Just the questions. The Labour group introduced zero-based budgeting a few years back, and I have to say there was a reluctance in various quarters to implement this. About a year after it was passed in the budget, a report came forward identifying 2 areas where zero-based budget could be implemented, namely education and transport. And this was predicting a saving from zero-based budgeting of 1.7 million a year. 2 officers were employed to work on zero-based budgeting. However, I'm not sure this was a very successful thing either. I think they moved on, but I don't know if there were reasons for they weren't getting help or whatever else. So basically, my first question is, why was this not progressed faster initially, and why were the people who were employed not replaced when they moved on?
Okay, thanks for that first question. Ms Templeman, would you like to answer that, please?
Yeah, thank you, Provost, and thank you, Councillor Aitchison, for the question. So I think one of the, if I take the first point, the second point rather, about the 2 people that have moved on, and they were part of the Programme Management Office, and one of them has only very recently moved on. They were on temporary contracts and found positions elsewhere. I think we have. I think as a council, we're still sort of trying to work our way through this approach. I think we had criticism from our auditors that the approach that we've taken to date for zero-based budgeting has sort of resulted in double counting. And I think we have to recognise that ourselves, because what we've done is we are, for example, a council area has been reviewing its service provision. We have then overlaid that with a zero-based budgeting ask. And I think it can be done in that way. It has the zero-based budgeting, when we use it, has to be the approach we take to that review. So what I'm trying to do, and I suppose what I'm flagging to members and asking for members' support with, is to look at refreshing our approach to zero-based budgeting and to how we support services to do their service reviews. Zero-based budgeting won't work in every area, and it can be a very resource intensive and expensive way to approach it if we get external support to do it. So it's really looking at this point in time, effectively every area of the council, everything we do and deliver is going through a review process. And what we're really trying to do is look at the most effective way to tackle each area that we're reviewing. And in some cases that will be zero-based budgeting. What I think we haven't done, and I don't think we would recommend at this point, is a full zero-based budgeting exercise across the whole council, because I don't think we could resource that either financially or through officer resource.
Okay, thank you. Do you have another question, Councillor Aitchison?
Yeah, you've answered it slightly, Amanda, but I'm just going to ask you all the same. We're reading paragraph 4.6 that the council has begun to explore a target model operating system, which doesn't seem a great deal different from zero-based budgeting, from what I can see. There was mention of zero-based budgeting being labour intensive, yet the same is mentioned in the report about target operating model. So is this going to work hand in hand, or is one going to replace the other? Are we going to see zero-based budgeting slowly disappearing, or will it basically go, or will we have reports back on what work's been done through zero-based budgeting and target operating model?
Ms Templeman?
Thank you, Provost. Thank you, Councillor Aitchison. I think the target operating model and the zero-based budgeting approaches can really complement each other, because the target operating model, is looking at the strategic direction of the council. It's looking at what we have to, where we have to be, what we will look like in a number of years' time, and what changes we therefore have to make. And the zero-based budgeting approach is more operational in terms of looking at the different areas that need to be reviewed and taking an approach to identifying savings within those areas. So I think the two approaches can complement each other. I have flagged up in both cases that they're resource intensive, because I am very aware of the pressures on the council and on council officers. At this point in time, you know, council and executive have considered a lot of big chunky reports, many of which will be doing some of that, or be doing a lot of that strategic thinking, but also that kind of operational review of service areas. That work is happening. And I think as well, you know, we have to recognise that we're all very, very focused on the budget and the financial sustainability issues. So I just wanted to sort of be quite honest with members about some of the sort of limitations in terms of the resource that we have available for these exercises. But I think they're still valid exercises, and we need to think, officers need to think about how we can make sure we're resourcing them appropriately and moving them forward. And I would anticipate future reports to council that would provide updates on those areas.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms Templeman. Councillor Aitchison, any other questions on that?
Just one final question, Provost. Thank you. I'm not sure if it would be for Amanda or not. Just like to ask, the decision on whether or not to make the change to target operation model would come to executive or council. After all, it was the council budget decision to implement zero-based budgeting.
Okay, Ms Templeman. Hello, Amanda. Oh, you're
apologies, my Wi-Fi connection just dropped out, so I didn't hear any of Councillor Aitchison's last question.
Sorry.
Okay,
just like to ask the decision on whether or not to make the change to target operating model would come to an executive or council meeting. After all, it was a council budget decision to implement zero-based budgeting, or is it just a system you would implement on your own?
Okay, Ms Templeman. I think you've dropped out again. Mr Laurie will answer that one.
Thank you, Provost. I would anticipate that, given this runs alongside the financial strategy reports, that would come back into the council in due course.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Aitchison. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. I just want to thank Amanda, if she can hear me, and even if she can't, it will be at least recorded, for her report here. It, as usual, is very, very clear, if a very worrying report. And I also would thank again the council leader for accepting our amendment to support the COSLA campaign. I'm a little concerned at some of the comments that have been made, though, and I'd like to just deal with each of them in turn. There's been a suggestion that not everyone around this room understands the seriousness of our financial situation. I can say that I think it's fairly certain in our corner of the woods that we understand the seriousness of the financial situation. We are not unclear about where the problem lies. However, it's also been suggested that somehow this financial crisis that Falkirk Council is in is somehow a result of COVID, Brexit, the cost of living crisis, and a previous Labour administration. I find it really difficult to see the evidence, certainly for the latter, but I would be very happy to look at evidence. I was not in any previous Labour administration, so I cannot make direct comment from my own experience, but I'd really love to see the evidence that somehow those decisions impact on today's financial situation. It's also been suggested that some of us don't understand how the Scottish Government finances work. I think the thing is that some of us are perhaps quite new to the Council, and some of us have had a steep learning curve. But we have actually been digging in, as Amanda, if she can hear me, will know, we're forever asking questions, asking for briefings, asking for training, because we do want to understand both the Falkirk Council finances and how they work, and the Scottish Government finances and how they work. Now, in the case of the Scottish Government finances, what I do understand is that when Holyrood was last under a Labour administration, 33% of the Scottish budget went to local authorities. Currently, the level is 24% of the Scottish budget going to local authorities. Personally, I think in terms of where the fault lies, those figures speak for themselves. In relation to the COSLA campaign, I would simply say that the COSLA campaign also has recognised that it's the Scottish Government's spending plans as they stand that will result in reductions in council services and loss of jobs. It's not COVID, it's not Brexit, it's not the cost of living crisis, and it's not a previous Labour administration. Amanda raised the issue that tomorrow's decision is very, very important, the announcement from the Scottish Government of the budget. We're all well aware of that, and I hope that we're able to get, even though we're not going to have a report brought to a meeting, I would really appreciate if it's possible for officers to provide an early briefing on the implications of the Scottish budget decision on our local council, so that we can enjoy our Christmas break, digging into the information that we're going to have to deal with in the new year. So I would appreciate early briefings, and I know that officers will do that as soon as they can.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. And I know there's other people who want to ask some questions, but I think we'll take this opportunity to break for lunch and back here at, say, 2 o'clock. Hi, just to say we'll be starting in a couple of minutes. Okay, well, welcome back, everyone. We'll resume agenda item 8, the budget report, and we'll go to Councillor Bundy first.
Thank you, Provost. The Falkirk Conservatives were going to support the amendment put forward by Labour, and are pleased to hear that it's been accepted by the administration. Local government funding is fully devolved. It is the responsibility of the Scottish Government, and as this chart thankfully just passed to me by Councillor Redmond shows, the Scottish Government budget has increased greater than the budget of Falkirk Council, which implies that the budget has not been fully passed down. The figures quoted by Councillor Hanner were 33% in 2007 and 24% today. It's my hope that tomorrow we will see that level of funding increased in the budget, but it's not my expectation. Perhaps infringing copyright law, every little helps, and yes, this campaign by COSLA might see some funding increased, and that would be welcome, but it's not going to close the £67 million budget gap that we see. And Audit Scotland have made it perfectly clear in their report that it's been a long-standing issue of Falkirk Council not to make decisions, to keep pushing things off. That's not only limited to the previous administration, but it extends to administrations before that. This has been a long-standing issue, and when we face a budget gap of £67 million, it means very difficult decisions that we don't want to make will have to be made, and it requires pragmatism from everyone. Maybe pushing some things that we hold dearly aside and working for the best outcome for our communities. That's what the Falkirk Conservatives will be doing as we start the budget process. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bundy. We'll now go to Councillor Steinbach.
Thank you, Provost, and I will be putting a question forward, but again, I'd like to echo the sentiment. I'm glad that we seem to have unanimous support for the Labour amendment put forward by Councillor Hanna to support the COSLA Save Our Services campaign. I think quite rightly we do need to accept the seriousness of the situation as been illustrated by others. Don't need to go into too much depth on that. And I'm glad to see the STUC setting forward a fairer tax plan which could be exacted by the Scottish Government and Scottish Parliament, which could raise the Government an extra £3.3 billion. I'm happy to link that to other councils afterwards. So my question is on 4.1.6 of the report, budget priorities, in which, 2 seconds, let me just get it up. It is stated that in light and above, the Council should be extremely cautious about agreeing to any new financial commitments unless clearly aligned to Council priorities. Now, my question would be, it might be to the Finance Director, Mrs Templeman, or it might be to any of the other directors. How are we making sure that we are having a data-driven approach to especially income-generating aspects of the Council? So if these do come forward for savings, that we're not potentially decreasing the amount the service is taking up and inadvertently actually causing less revenue to come into the council. Thank you.
Okay, who would like to pick that up? Ms Templeman?
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Councillor Steenbeck. I mean, I think any we have quite a rigorous process, I would say, in terms of asking services to identify savings, which they have been doing for a number of months now, identifying all the impact of those savings. So that includes not only where there's income generation issues, also potentially where there may need to be some investment to recognise a saving, or for example where there may need to be resource from other areas of the council. For example, where a service might need some programme management office resource to help support them to recognise the saving. So we have had a lot of back and forward with services in terms of some of the options that they're coming up with. The director of TC&C, Karen, and myself have went out and met with all the SMTs at the various services to go through their savings options, and we've been
That was going so well. Okay.
apologies. It's apologies. So obviously we go through a much we also go through a sort of even more rigorous project process with. So in terms of income generation, I think that's an area that we're very careful about. We need to really understand the impact that anything we're doing is going to have on our income generation. And also I think we're open as a council to looking at areas, for example, spend to save, where we may do some investment and that would generate more income. So we have asked services to consider all of these options when they're going through their reviews.
Yeah, Councillor Steenbeck.
Thank you, Amanda. That's me, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Redmond.
Thanks. Just going on, the reason we put this amendment forward is because Falkirk is facing a financial crisis with a budget gap of 67 million. This is nearly 20% of the council's annual budget, meaning that if we don't receive any additional funding, we'll have to be cutting council services by about 1/5. Last week we had a small taster of what's to come with the release of the council's SPR, which likely spells the closure of 133 community buildings. Many of these buildings are the beating heart of their communities, like Bonnybridge Community Centre, the Dobie Hall in Larbert, Grangemouth Town Halls and Stadium, to name a few. Yet the SPR's horrific cuts only provide £3.2 million worth of savings, not even 5% of the 67 million that we need to make. So we've still got 60 or 62 million pounds worth of cuts to come. Where is this going to come from? The reality is we are now in the position where absolutely nothing and no one in Falkirk Council is safe, whether that be our officers, waste services, social workers, teachers, or any of the many external bodies that we support, like CVS Falkirk, for example. All of whom are doing some amazing work for our communities under extremely challenging circumstances. And we've heard councillors today praising them and commending them for all the great work they're doing. But let's be honest, words mean nothing if we don't back them up with actions. All of our employees have worked and continue to work hard for the people of Falkirk. If we truly do value their work and commitment to the people of Falkirk, are we now going to stand up and fight for the funds to save their jobs and the services they support? I also think it's important to note why Falkirk is now in this position. Because it doesn't have to be like this. For decades, councils were able to fund basic public services without these issues. So why are we now seeing this decimation of council and community services? Firstly, it's the chronic underfunding imposed on us by the Scottish Government. The Scottish Government's budget has risen from £35 billion in 2014 to £56.4 billion today, a rise of 61%. Despite this, the funding the Scottish Government gives to Falkirk Council has only rose from £275 million in 2014 to £308 million this year, a rise of only 12%. And when you factor in our population has now boomed to over 160,000, we're now being asked to provide more services like free school meals that we discussed today. It just does not seem fair, doesn't seem in line. Secondly, we had the SNP's council tax freeze, which was introduced in 2007 as a temporary measure until they found a fairer replacement for council tax. We're still waiting on that. This lasted until 2017, so we had 10 years of inflation without any means of raising tax to mitigate against it. There is also the fact that the Scottish Government has underspent by £2 billion this year. That's £2,000 million, just to be clear. Crazy to think that money is sitting somewhere whilst we are facing these horrific cuts. And, you know, it was said some of that £2 billion is emergency reserves. Is this not an emergency? You know, is this not a crisis that all the cuts we are facing, the services we're losing, the community assets? Finally, we've got the highest rate of inflation in decades due to a combination of global events, not to forget the political and economic negligence of the ever-changing Conservative government in Westminster. All of this has led to the position we are now in, with a £69 million budget gap caused by poor political decisions at government level. Members are now presented with a choice. Do we fight this, or do we accept and proceed with these punishing cuts? Before you make your decision, I would ask you, what is the legacy of this council term to be? A term where the administration closed hundreds of buildings, cut public services like education to the core, and put hundreds of people out of work.
Redmond, that's 4 minutes you've had, so can you just
conclude? I've only got two minutes left.
No, you only get 4 minutes.
No, like I've only got like an extra couple of wee sentences to go.
Well, just could you just finish off and
right. So that would be terrible, a terrible legacy for us as councillors to leave. But remember, bad things can only happen if good people do nothing. So for Falkirk's sake, we need to fight for more funding. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Redmond. Anyone else want to come in? Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. Just like to echo everything that Councillor Redmond has just said there. Can't support him enough. I have a couple of observations and then I'll be asking a few questions. Within the report here at page 88, 3.4, it tells us the financial gap is now predicted at £69 million. Council Leader referred to that gap as being £67 million. I realise it's a movable feast here. We don't really know, and we won't know until tomorrow what the Scottish Government funding for local authorities is going to be. All I'm pointing out here is how much of a movable feast it is. Back in September, we were told it was going to be £52 million or whatever. That's a £17 million increase in less than 3 months, 33%. I just have a difficulty with that. That then brings me on to something that Councillor Aitchison highlighted to do with the zero budgeting approach. Our auditors criticised us because using the zero budgeting approach, we suffer from at times double accounting. So that causes me to question what confidence I can have in that approach to budget management. Further on at the paragraph 4.87, we find out that the ZBB officer has left. We just seem to get into deeper and deeper problems here. I noticed that at page 94, under risk, one of the things that it actually mentions here is that ultimately the government bringing in external support to reduce the council spend. I'm throwing it out here. I don't expect anybody to accept it. Why don't we use that as a strategy and we ask the Scottish Government to come in and identify the cuts to funding, services and jobs? It's because of their cuts that we are having to impose these cuts. Councillor Redmond again referred to its services, its assets, its employment, and what is going to be your legacy. That's a wee, kind of statement. What I would like some clarification on, Provost, if you don't mind, is the question of the Financial Strategy Group. Can I ask, when was that formed and has it had any meetings?
Ms Templeman.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor McCabe. So the Financial Strategy Group was formed when the financial strategy was considered by Council in September. That was part of the agreement then. I'm not sure how many meetings we've had. I can't remember if it's 4 or 5, but we've had quite a number now. We've been meeting every 2 weeks and considering various issues, including the funding gap and the movement in the gap and things like that.
Thank you, Amanda. It's disturbing. The Financial Services Group is a child of the Council. It was proposed at the Council meeting of the 20th of September 2022. I would have felt that as such the group's terms of reference should have been agreed by full Council. Can I seek Mr Moody's guidance on that? Surely a group does not agree its own terms of reference. Colin, could you throw any?
I think I would need to go back to look at the terms of the report that established the group, but such recollection as I do have is I think there were certain outline aspects of the terms of reference in the council report, and I think the terms of reference which are appended to this report I think just flesh out those broader ones which were before the council in September, but I would need to go back and check, Councillor McCabe, just to be certain of that. Thank you. If you could maybe just come back to me on that, Colin, I appreciate that. I then have to ask, well, we realise it was, I'm just a bit to ask. It was the council that made the decision that we would form an FSG. Councillor Spears whispering in my ear, who's on it? Who agreed the membership? I'm going to ask specifically, what notification was given to individual councillors as to the establishment of the group? What communication was there with the non-aligned independence group and the other 2 independent councillors? What deliberations have the group had, given the inherent secrecy noted in the terms of reference? How and when is anything going to be communicated from the group to full council? I just get very, very alarmed that if you look at the Appendix 2, the group is a safe space and confidential information will be shared and discussed. Well, it's obviously confidential because it's never shared. At the end of each meeting, there will be a discussion on what information can be shared and what must be kept confidential. I don't like things where we have to be keeping things secret, particularly from elected members. As a working group, this meeting will not be held in public or formally minuted. However, an action log will be maintained. I don't like that. I've got problems with that. I think I've said enough. Thank you, Provost.
Mr Laurie will respond to some of these points. Councillor McCabe.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. So the report that came in September set out that this would involve the main political groups. That's in line with the standing orders. The main political groups are those that have at least 10%, I think, of the representation of the council. So the group is made up of the 3 group leaders and 1 other representative from each group. I mean,
Mr. Laurie, sorry, I wonder, Provost, if I could just to clarify what Mr. Laurie's saying, the one other person, is that from each group? I'm sorry.
That's right.
So we have the 3 group leaders and a deputy. Rather, it's not just a single.
We have the 3 group leaders. Sorry, through you, Provost. We have the 3 group leaders and 1 other member of each of the main.
Each of them. Thank you.
Yeah. So certainly in my experience, in any council I've worked for over the years, there has been a mechanism whereby informal conversations can take place between the political groups in terms of the challenges faced in relation to the budget. So historically in this council, there was a budget working group. We now have this financial strategy group, and the reasons for having this group were set out in the report in September. And what I would say is that whilst these discussions are confidential and appropriately so, the results of these discussions will then culminate in the reports that come forward to the council that relate to the financial strategy and delivering on the budget gap. So the group enables informal discussions between the main political groups in terms of the various budget proposals. I think it's a standard way of working within councils, and I think it's certainly very helpful for officers for that. I think and hope it's helpful for the members directly involved as well. And as I say, it's the main political groups as set out in the report in September. I'm not sure if that covers every point, Provost, but certainly some of them.
Thank you, Mr. Laurie. From the minutes or the agenda of the September meeting, it tells us that previously we had a cross-party working group, but that group was not as effective as was hoped. But then the council was then looking to a financial sustainable position and will require a strong collaborative approach. Collaborative. It was proposed a financial strategy group was established and group leaders and finance spokespersons from each group would occupy those positions. From that, again, I'll just repeat, there is no input from any independent councillor, and we had no influence at all on the terms of reference. I think it's a democratic deficit, and that's all I'm trying to highlight. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Provost. I just have a quick question that's probably best answered by Mr. Moody, to be honest. It's on the back of Councillor McCabe's initial contribution. Now, I think he was alluding to councils going into special measures, although he didn't use the word special measures, but that was my take on what he was saying. Can Mr. Moody just possibly clarify as to what circumstances would merit a council going into special measures?
Mr. Moody.
It's something I can say, Provost, has, I think, as far as I know, it never happened in Scotland, and I think there isn't an easy or obvious route within the Scottish legislation. I think we'll all have seen, I think, press coverage of a number of local authorities in England who have gone into that situation where notices have been issued by their respective chief finance officers to say they're no longer effectively going concerns. And there have been interventions by the relevant secretaries of state of the UK government. I have to say, I think I would need to go back and look more closely at the Scottish legislation. I think the route is more likely in our framework to come through the Accounts Commission if there were such intervention rather than that direct ministerial intervention. But I will go back and I'm happy to come back to Councillor Nimmo at a later date.
Thanks very much for that, Colin. I look forward to the information coming forward. Thank you. Thanks, Provost.
Any other questions? No. Okay, then since the Councillor Spears.
What Councillor McCabe was saying about the democratic deficit within this council, you have a 10% of the council's independence, but you don't see fit for them to be on this financial cruise. I clearly remember the administration leader discussing us all working together and cohesion and stuff like that. What is the reason behind this democratic deficit in Falkirk Council?
Mr. Laurie, I'll speak to that.
Thank you, Professor. I suppose all I'd say is that this was a democratic decision taken by the council at its meeting in September in terms of the what was proposed for the financial strategy group, and since that decision was made, it's been taken forward in the light of that by officers.
Well, I think the public might view that slightly differently. Because I've got the majority, I'll have all the say. How is that a cohesive, inclusive council?
Okay. Okay, point well made. So, any other questions? No. Okay, so can we agree that?
Provost, can I just seek a wee bit of clarification
You've
on
been
that?
in already, Councillor McCabe.
But it's following on from the democratic deficit Councillor Spears alluded to. Do we intend doing anything about this, or are we just to accept it? That's my only question, Provost. Thank you.
You will maybe take that with officers later on, Councillor McCabe. Councillor Meikle-John, if you want to sum up.
Okay, I'll keep this as brief as I can, Provost, but I just want to respond to some of the points. In relation to local government share of the budget, I would just point out that there was changes to the responsibilities of local government, which meant that they were no longer responsible for police and fire, and as a result the budget was adjusted accordingly. Similarly, the 24% does not include the ring fence funding. The 2 billion, well, Jack, I did answer that earlier, and the 2 billion is not available to be spent on public services in that respect, and it's up for the Scottish Parliament around the reserves, just as it's up to Falkirk Council about our reserves, and I firmly believe that if those reserves were available, then local government would have been given a shout in relation to that. Council tax freeze, it was fully funded. It was fully funded over that period of time, and as a result, we had a 3% increase. At that time, I did not hear the Labour Party members looking to raise it beyond that 3%, but they were quite happy to take the additional funding, and look forward to perhaps some alternative proposals coming forward from Labour group in relation to Falkirk Council's budget, because realistically, if we're going to wait on the Scottish Government resolving our budget issues, then we're trying to get blood out of stone in that respect, because they have a finite budget as well, and we do have to go back to where the particular issue lies in the lack of fair funding from Westminster. ZBB, we were always told at the point of bringing in ZB, it was going to be very labour intensive, and there was a huge amount of training that had to be given in order to do that. It has not turned out to be as effective as we anticipated. It is a tool, and it's a tool that we should look to use, similarly as is the target operating model, but neither of them are going to be the saviour of our budget and come up with 67 million, because there has been a change, and I apologise for that. I know that the papers were written at one point, and it's moved on. Just to highlight, going back to where some of the historical issues lie, if we look at the Audit Commission reports of 2015, it clearly says that Falkirk Council has been slow in grasping the nettle of major changes ahead of, according to Scotland's local government watchdog. And that was in August of that year, and at that time they had to be looking for £46 million worth of savings over 3 years. That then jumped the following year to 61, and the comment from the Commission said Falkirk urgently needs to identify its key priorities, supported by a more robust approach to financial planning and improvement, showing how substantial change can be achieved. Councillor Craig Martin, leader of the council, said the report has stated that progress is being made across a number of areas. However, we recognise that more can be done. Also within his comment last year, the Accounts Commission said they had concerns about ability to achieve savings necessary to set a balanced budget for 16-17. So all of that accounts back to decisions and difficult decisions that weren't taken in the past that is now a legacy that's before us, and a criticism of the last SNP-led administration. Just as we are now, we are a minority administration and therefore do not have the balance of votes. So the decisions that we bring forward, if those are not accepted by the other parties, that is why we are not moving forward, and that's why we continue to have the financial difficulties we have. We have a real pressure to make decisions now after the difficulties we've had over these years. We would have been in a slightly better position than we are now, but that's not withstanding the impacts of Brexit. Again, not our decision. COVID out with our control, and the cost of living crisis. Again, that's not a decision that was made in Falkirk Council. It's decisions that have been made elsewhere that we are now paying the price for. So I think it's important that we do get round the table, we do have discussions, and we do work to identify the direction going forward for the council. As I said in my initial remarks, that if we don't get that financial sustainability and have a plan to be able to meet our obligations in the coming years, we will not have investment to be able to invest in our communities, to be able to invest in improving the buildings.
You just cut your phone.
And I'm happy to finish at that, Provost. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So after the summing up, can we agree the report, please? Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay, next item of business is agenda item 9, IGB business case 2324, and it's Ms Templeman that will be speaking to the report. It's pages 100 to 114.
Thank you, Provost. I'll just say one or two words. I'm sure my colleague Patricia Cassidy will want to come in and speak to the report itself. So we, as the council asks the IGB to produce a business case for 23-24, we received that in December, and that will be the IGB setting out their financial projections going forward, setting out the work that they're going to do going forward, and essentially making the case for the funding settlement that will be required to help them, to support them to do the work that they need to do. So this is report, sorry, is for information only at this point. The decision to be taken on IGB funding won't be taken until the budget meeting on the 1st of March, and I would say it will also be informed by the budget announcements tomorrow and the subsequent circulars, because those are usually quite prescriptive in terms of the funding settlements for the IGB. So all that information will come back to members in due course. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, we've now got Mrs Cassidy. You want to speak to the report, please?
Thank you, Provost, and good afternoon, everyone. Yep, as Amanda has explained, this is the business case for the Integration Joint Board. This is part of our normal procedure. We present the business case to the board for noting. It then comes to council and to the health board and is subject to further negotiation and discussion in advance of the budget setting meetings. You will see the report gives the sort of best assumptions on the known unknowns that we have, some of the pressures in the system, particularly within our providers, and you'll see within section 3 of the report an outline of our financial assumptions and caveats within that. We are in quite an uncertain situation, so you will see quite a bit of detail in section 3 in dealing with some of those inflationary and other cost pressures and assumptions about the financial projections which are outlined in section 5 and detailed in section 5.1. Section 6 of the report summarises the efficiency savings. You'll see in the table at section 5.1 that between the council and NHS budgets, we have a shortfall of just over £10 million. 5.5 million of that is in relation to adult social work services.
I think you've put yourself on mute there, Patricia.
Oh, apologies. So you will see in section 6 an outline of the efficiency savings which we're proposing to meet some of that gap, and they are detailed in the appendix to the report. I'm happy to take any questions. I'm also joined by my colleague Stephen Kirkwood, who's the Chief Finance Officer, should you have any questions, but this will come back again to the Council in the next iteration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Meiklejohn, do you have a motion?
Just to move the recommendations in the report, Provost, as has been said, that this is the business case and it's part of our budget setting process. It's here for information. There's going to be still some time where discussions will require to be had on the business case. I just want to highlight that we have always given our IGB a generous settlement. We've always been above that, in which we are above the cap in which we have to give our IGB, recognising the importance of our social care services and what they actually deliver. We also recognise the challenges around integration that is not fully happened as yet, but does progress. So this is really for information at this stage, and I think there'll be a lot more discussion required to be had in negotiation between ourselves and the IGB going forward.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Meiklejohn. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Colley?
Yeah, I'll just second and reserve the right.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hannah, do you have any amendment to this report?
I have no amendments, but reserve the right to ask questions later. Just a big thank you to Stephen, Patricia and the finance staff for the reports.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kerr, any amendment for this report?
No amendment, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Spears, any amendment to this report?
No amendments, but questions.
Okay, we'll now open up the debate. So I think Councillor Nimmo was first to put his hand up. Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks very much, Provost. I just have a quick question. I wasn't sure whether to raise it under this item or item 11. To be honest, it's in relation to the pay award money. I believe there's a legal issue ongoing at the moment as to whether or not we should be paying over the money as our share to cover the pay award. Is there a copy of the legal advice in relation to this available for members? Thanks, Provost.
Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. I think the first point I would make is that I wouldn't characterise this as a legal issue. I think this is an issue about just how we read and interpret a series of letters from the Scottish Government on the question of how this particular funding is treated. As I understand it from the answers that have been given previously at meetings, discussions are underway between the Council and the Integration Joint Board officers on the issue, but I don't think we are at the stage of an outcome on that yet. So there isn't legal advice available as legal advice hasn't been offered on the issue.
Okay, thanks for that, Colin.
Okay, Councillor Spears.
I'd just like to note the background papers 3.1, this secretive financial strategy group, which we've already highlighted as a democratic deficit on this council, are making the considerations here. That excludes a large amount of people, the electorate in Falkirk district. Can that be explained?
Okay, Mr. Lawrie.
Yes, thank you, Provost. Just to say that the decision will be made by Council as part of the budget meeting on the 1st of March.
If we get all the information, because I don't think there's minutes kept at these meetings.
all the information will be available on the 1st of March.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No. Can we agree the report? Okay, thank you.
Right.
Next item of business, agenda item 10, annual report of the Chief Social Work Officer for 21-22, and it's pages 115 to 185. So Sarah Lacey is speaking to this report.
Thank you, Provost. So the Chief Social Work Officer annual report that's been presented to Council today is a requirement by Scottish Government, and it provides an overview of how the statutory responsibilities have been fulfilled by the Chief Social Work Officer during the period 2021 to 2022 following the financial year. The recommendations are set out at section 2 of the cover report, and the annual report is attached within Appendix 1. A template is issued to support the production of this report, and that allows for analysis to be undertaken of all 32 Chief Social Work Officer annual reports, and for an overview report to be published, and that will be published at some point next year. I'm really expecting that within that overview report there will be commonality of themes emerging across the country, and those will reflect our local challenges, and that will be as a result of the increasing demand due to the cost of living crisis and the legacy of the pandemic, and the decline in capacity due to recruitment and retention pressures. So section 1 of the annual report outlines the role of the Chief Social Work Officer in more detail, and it provides an overview of how the Chief Social Work Officer supports the governance of social work and social care activity via a number of formal committees and groups. So you'll see within there mention of Public Protection Chief Officers Group, MAPA Strategic Oversight Group, Adult Protection Committee, Child Protection Committee, Care Home Assurance Group, Clinical and Care Governance Committee, just to name a few. The performance summary of services can be found at section 2 of this annual report, and those the performance summary principally focuses on the areas which relate directly to the statutory responsibilities of the Chief Social Work Officer, but I have included some other areas of performance, and that's really just about providing information on service activities such as self-directed support, carer support and carer satisfaction. This year's Duty of Candour report is published at para 2.13, and that satisfies the requirement to do so. And it reflects this year a nil return from the Council, but within that the report you will see that I've summarised the work that we do to make sure that staff are well aware of their responsibilities. So over the reporting period, social care and social work staff have continued to navigate very different ways of working, including an enhanced testing routines, having to work from home, using PPE, navigating frequently changing national guidance, and adapting to an ever-increasing workload. Despite the current context and the significant uncertainty that faces the sector, our social work and social care workforce, including the third sector and our other partner agencies, have remained totally committed to providing services that empower, support and protect local people. Social work will continue to extend our help to as many people as we can, but with the capacity and budget pressures that we're facing, how we support people really needs to be transformed. And section 3 of the annual report highlights just some of the areas that we are doing exactly that, and how we're working alongside our service users to be sustainable and to be fit for the future. All of the transformation activity in social work and social care has at its absolute core the focus on improving the lives of people who need our services, and developments around reablement in adult services and closer to home and children's services are just 2 examples of transformational activity intended to improve outcomes for the children and the adults that we serve. We're in a highly competitive job market, and if we choose not to invest in our employees' future, that could really have a damaging impact on our ability to attract and retain staff. Committing to the development of new skills and capabilities among our employees can really drive up loyalty from our workforce and lead to a happier workforce and a more satisfactory experience for our service users. So we're listening to our staff to understand what matters to them and what are the factors that are impacting on attrition. We really must ensure that we're competitive with our neighbouring local authorities in partnership, and this has led to considerable activity this year in relation to our terms and conditions. Section 4 of the annual report illustrates considerable investment in our workforce, and credit must be given to our workforce development team who supports this activity and constantly scans the horizon to make sure that we are focusing on all of the right areas. Our long-term vision is that social care offers a rewarding career with opportunities to develop and progress, where staff have the right skills and training to deliver high quality care, and where their well-being is prioritised. Finding ways to help employees develop those new skills and capabilities ultimately drives employee satisfaction and ensures that we've got a well-rounded workforce. Within the introduction to my annual report, I give sincere thanks to our social care and social work workforce who continue to go above and beyond to care, support and engage and protect the children and adults and families across Falkirk. I refer Council back to recommendations set out at section 2. I'm joined today by Martin Tom, Head of Integration in the Health and Social Care Partnership, and we're happy to take any questions, Provost. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll now go to Councillor Meiklejohn. Do you have a motion, Councillor Meiklejohn?
I'm going to defer to my portfolio holder, Councillor Colley.
Councillor Colley.
In accepting the report, again, I don't intend to say much on this, as I know colleagues across the council will have questions and will want to acknowledge their support. This is another excellent and informative Chief Social Work Officer's report. It is clear from the report the huge breadth and depth of work our staff and our partners across sectors have been doing over the past year. It is testament to their commitment to people of all ages requiring support in our district, and I want to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of them. Throughout the pandemic, they have, as they have always done, stood shoulder to shoulder with children, young people, adults and family, trying to provide the support they need in very trying times. For social work services across sectors, the challenges from the pandemic are not over. The significant pressures that continue to be felt across the system impact on the people we serve, but also on our staff. I was lucky enough to be able to go to an event held for those working in children's social work in the district and to be able to speak to some of the staff, and it's clear their huge commitment to children and families in this area. As IJB Vice Chair, I hear and see often a similar huge commitment of staff to adults. Across the piece, there are few words we can say that can adequately recognise and pay tribute to this commitment. I hope, speaking for us all, by saying we see what you do, we appreciate all your work and commitment and simply thank you. Finally, I'm happy to accept the Conservative amendment. Whilst there is SSSC accreditation for social care workers and there is ongoing work through the development of the National Care Service and locally to address the challenges of recruitment and retention, including career progression, it does no harm for this council to make its voice heard in ensuring that what will be available will be a clear process for accreditation and career progression for our workforce. And support the report.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Colley. Do you have a seconder?
Happy to say.
Thank you. Councillor Hanley, do you have an amendment?
I have no amendments. Thank you for a very excellent report, but reserve the right to ask questions later.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr?
We have an amendment, Provost.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spears, do you have an amendment at all?
We don't have an amendment, but we have questions.
Okay, thank you. Well, as the Conservative amendment's been accepted by the administration, I wonder if Councillor Meiklejohn wants to say something about that at all? Oh, sorry, Councillor Bundy, my apologies.
I think I would defer to our group leader, Councillor Kerr. Thank you.
Apologies, Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. We really appreciate the work and the commitment of our care staff and the social work staff, both within the council and the private sector. It is a part of the council that is growing year on year, and we understand that the people who are already in these jobs do it because they care. They care about the people who they look after, and that is to be commended. The reason why bringing this amendment forward, the Falkirk Conservative Group fully support our staff. I have in the past had family members who have worked both with Falkirk Council and in the private sector. Unfortunately, all have left as the pay that they received for the work they had done they didn't feel matched the work they had done. And as I've said previously, people who carry these duties out carry it out with sincere commitment. So our amendment has already been put out to the rest of the groups and the NIG group. The council acknowledges the commitment, skills and experience of social work staff and continuing to deliver services in challenging circumstances, and calls on the Scottish Government to introduce a clear process for accreditation for social workers to attract more people into this field by presenting a clear path for career progression. If the department goes on the same road as it has done in the last 5-10 years, we will ultimately struggle to get staff in the future to cope with the amount of people who require our support. So it's no, and I'm glad that the administration accepted our amendment. We didn't think it was a big thing to add. We only want to acknowledge that for people to come into this career, that we support them as in accreditation and financially. So submit the amendment, Provost.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Kerr. We'll now open it up for discussion, and I think Councillor Spears was first in.
Thank you. I draw your attention to page 118, 5.2, and I'll read it to you. The landscape of all public services will continue to change over the coming years, and social work will be required to adapt to meet the growing demands associated with protecting and caring for those most vulnerable and at risk in our community. Now, I'm a bit ex-army myself, and we always have a plan A and we try to look to the future. As more and more of the middle income people slip into poverty, do we have any future plans for the large increase in the vulnerable in our society, especially in Falkirk Council area?
Okay, who wants to take, you take that, Sarah?
Yes, happy to take that, Provost. And thank you for the question, Councillor Spears. Within section 3 of the report, we extend into the places where we are transforming our services. So there's transformation happening across adult services, justice service and children family service, and that's all about being responsive to what's happening within the legislative and the policy landscape, and also in terms of the demands, the challenges and the needs of our communities. So we're working really closely together and with our partners, partner agencies, third sector. You obviously spent time earlier with the Tackling Poverty report, which very much underpins the kind of direction of travel that we're doing to recognise what those needs are from our communities. But I think the social work and social care over decades has been known to be really responsive to what people need. They are our driver, they are our reason for being here, and we're very committed. So we stay abreast of what's happening both locally and nationally, and our plans are constantly updated to give due regard to what we need to do differently to meet those needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Spears.
You use the word "you stay abreast." I think it's quite clear to everybody, especially as people, there's more and more people in the national minimum wage, being one myself. You've got to identify that this problem is going to get dramatically worse. And what I'm asking is there contingency plans for what's further down the line? I'm aware of what we have in progress at the moment, but we need to have some form of contingency in place for what's coming.
Sarah, I think what Councillor Spears is asking, is there a plan B in the event of more and more people becoming vulnerable?
Provost, our plans are acknowledging the fact that we are in a place of increasing demand. We're currently flexing and responding to, within children and families, what we know to be a 20% increase in demand. So what all of our services are working on, and we are only able to work on the here and the now with a sense of what we expect to see coming in the future, you know, and within that, our plans, for example, Closer to Home is moving into its third phase, which is a forward-looking strategy. So it doesn't just look at the here and the now. So the next iteration of Closer to Home, which will have 2 to 3 years of duration, will be taken into consideration what our Falkirk children, young people and families will be responding to. And the Health and Social Care Partnership, in terms of their strategic plan, is very forward-looking also. Thank you.
It always concerns me when a plan is always just reactive to the situation instead of being forward-thinking and seeing what's further down the line. But I wish you all the very best in your endeavours on this one.
Thanks, Councillor Spears. We'll go to Councillor Aitchison and then Councillor Hara.
Thanks, Provost. I think one point and one question. I have to say I'm not actually sure what the amendment brings. We already have, as Councillor Colley said, we already have the SSSC in place for accreditation for social care staff and things like that. And then to say to attract more people in the field by presenting a clear path for career progression. Well, every work environment will have a workforce structure, but that doesn't guarantee any jobs are going to come up, because you need people to move or leave or go on for these positions to become available. So it's quite I think it's just words on paper. It doesn't actually really say anything, to be honest, the amendment. But the question for Sarah. Sarah, can you tell us how your current staffing levels are, what levels they're at compared to what the capacity should be, what impact that's having on how you can deliver your services and your workforce as a whole, and what's being addressed what plans you have to address that. And I will add on top of that, I know that yourself and your whole team are doing an absolutely excellent job over the last few years in very, very difficult and trying times. So I think on behalf of the Labour group, just thanks to all your team for the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aitchison. Sarah? You say Sarah, I say Sarah.
Everybody say Sarah. Thank you, Provost. So and thank you, Councillor Aitchison, for picking up on a really critical point, of which I think this year's report has significant focus in terms of the challenges around recruitment and retention. And there are recruitment and retention issues for the social care, social workforce and occupational therapy workforce. And we're not alone within all of that, but in terms of the critical nature of the work that is undertaken by those particular groups, we are recognising across the council and the Health and Social Care Partnership just the need to pay very specific attention to this. At this point in time, the vacancy rate for across adult social work, adult services, so including occupational therapists and senior workers, etc., is around 24%. In children's, we were sitting at around 35%. And justice seems to be in a much better position, but justice has been impacted slightly slower than those other service areas, so it's currently around 7%, but we're expecting that if we didn't take action, that particular position would worsen. We have, over the last year or so, offset some of the challenges that we face as a result of vacancies. What I've given Council today, Provost, there as part of this answer is the vacancy rate as they stand in terms of people who have left, so it relates to attrition. Whereas what we also need to consider within all of this is the impact of some short-term sickness, which is perfectly usual, and some longer-term sick absence that we maybe think is higher than we've experienced previously. And without doubt, the recruitment and retention of social workers and occupational therapists has really been challenging and really exacerbated over the course of the pandemic. So to mitigate the risks that we have, and as much as we are continuing to have recruitment campaigns to bring absolutely our best offer to social workers, occupational therapists and care staff who want to join Falkirk, we are in a really, really challenging place in terms of the competition is high, so it's not just a Falkirk issue. Recruitment and retention of the care groups that we've talked about is a national issue. It's actually an international issue. So where we are recruiting, we are replacing experienced staff mainly with newly qualified social workers, and newly qualified social workers are incredibly valued, a critical part of our workforce. We absolutely need them, but we also need to make sure that we've got a good skills mix to be able to manage the work and the demand that I was referencing earlier too. So we have, and we're actually just in the very, very, very early stages of a consultation period with our staff, and we are proposing a new strategy, particularly around occupational therapists and registered social workers, and this will be about providing a career pathway, developing an advanced practitioner route with very clear guidance and an assistant team manager route into team manager role. This is a really new approach for Falkirk, and fundamentally it will it's been built to put us in a very good place to be an attractive employer. It recognises some of the issues that we do have in relation to what we are currently paying. Our entry level pay is benchmarked as being reasonable, but our higher level, more experienced pay, we are benchmarked very low up against our competitor authorities, and we absolutely needed to pay attention to that, because that's where we're losing staff. Even when they don't want to leave, they're leaving because they have to, because they're impacted by the cost of living crisis just as much as our families are.
Thank you, Sarah. Councillor Aitchison, is that you okay with the answer?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hannah?
Thank you, Provost. And to some extent you've covered, or you touched on what I was going to ask about, Sarah. But I think I'd like you to say a little more about the reasons that we are in this situation. I do understand that this is a problem across the whole of Scotland and across the whole of the UK, recruitment of social care and social care staff and social workers. So my question is, I suppose, both to yourself and to Martin. How much are we able to do? Because clearly there are issues about a big thing post-COVID is the lack of feeling appreciated, particularly among social care staff. And I think that it's really important that we try as far as we can to address those issues. And I wonder if you could say a little more about that. But there's also the issues of levels of pay, which you've touched on, and terms and conditions of service, including hours and so on. And I wonder if both yourself and Martin could say a little about what we are able to do to improve on that, and if there are other things that we should be addressing with other organisations outside of the council.
Okay, Sarah.
Thank you, Provost. I'll start and pick up on some of Councillor Anna's question and then hand over to Martin. The importance of valuing our workforce, particularly with the last 3 years that they have endured, is absolutely key. We are speaking to our workforce and we are listening to our workforce, and we're doing that in as active a way as possible. Councillor Colley mentioned an event that took place last week, and the focus of that event for Justice and Children and Families social work staff was about connectedness. It was the title of the day and it was the focus of the time that we spent together, and the feedback has been incredibly positive. The Chief Social Work Officer annual report talks about just how differently we've had to work in the last few years. So social work and social care is a discrete service. We undertake our work in discrete ways, and that's because we seek to protect the human rights and the confidentiality of the people that we work alongside. But that also leads to quite often people not really fully understanding what we do and how we do it, and maybe how that impacts. So nothing supports you better than your own team. Nothing supports you better than your own manager, your colleagues, and a sense of being part of something. So what we know is really important is visible leadership. We know that it's more than just sending out emails with a thank you on it. It's about getting in front of people, and it's about acknowledging with them that we are aware of the complexity of the work that they're doing, and that we're in this together and we're seeking their views and their ideas about how we shape how we go forward. And some of what I have outlined in terms of a recruitment and retention strategy for social workers, registered social workers and for occupational therapists, and my response to Councillor Aitchison is built on what people are asking for us to take into consideration in terms of our offer. So for Falkirk to be attractive in terms of the fact that this is a national issue, we really do need to take into account pay. People obviously pay isn't everything, but pay is a substantial part of it, especially when you're not paying enough. And we were able to recognise that we were losing experience because we absolutely were able to undertake the work on the data and put a very clear business case forward. And we've been really well supported. I think it is really worth pointing out that Falkirk for me is incredibly unique in the way that we work together. So Children's Social Work and Justice don't sit within the Health and Social Care Partnership, don't sit within the governance of the IJB, but we see social work and social care in the round. We see it as, we understand the lifespan of individuals and families, and we've worked really cohesively, and the Health and Social Care Partnership have really significantly supported just the possibility of the new model that we've put together, and we're currently out consulting staff on. So we are doing everything that we can to build an offer that we can then go loudly and proudly out into the public and show what Falkirk can offer should you choose to come here. You can come here, you can stay, you can develop, you can become a manager. We might lose you further down the line, but your experience with us will make sense, and your terms and conditions will be good. And just to conclude, Provost, before I hand over to Martin, would be around what we know staff are looking for is flexibility. They're looking for flexibility. They're looking to be able to work in flexible ways, and that should be something that we are able to offer. But we need to be in a better position with our staffing and reduce the vacancies to be able to offer the kind of full package around flexibility that we want to. So that's definitely something that we're watching and keen to make sure that we're offering just as well as other areas are too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sarah. Over to Martin to follow that.
Thank you, Provost. I think Sarah's probably touched on most of what I was going to say anyway, but I suppose just picking up some of Councillor Hannah's points, I think traditionally social care has seen, I suppose, an ageing workforce. When I came into Falkirk, I did a bit of analysis that kind of highlighted probably 60% of our care at home workforce were eligible to retire probably within a 10-year period. One of the things that I'm really aware of is social care has never been very good at really driving recruitment, and actually some of the changes that we've seen over the past year or so is a really proactive approach to recruiting staff in. We've tended to put, in the past, we tended to put adverts out in My Job Scotland, hope that people saw them, hope that they liked the pay and hope they applied for it. We did very little to talk around the opportunities that you can get from working in social care, around the career progression opportunities that actually are available in Falkirk. We expected people to apply for home care jobs without actually telling them that there were opportunities to develop that as a career. And so we missed out a whole range across, I guess, society of people that were looking to start careers, and actually it might have given them a step on the ladder to a career that actually they could have taken forward their whole lives. So we have actually begun to recruit in that way. We've done a number of drives where we've gone out to meet the public and actually talk about what does it mean to get a job in social care. It might be that you start as a home carer and your career trajectory, and you actually want to be a director of health and social care. There's absolutely no reason that actually we can't give people those career opportunities. And some of the work that Sarah's spoken about in terms of career progression for social workers is actually aimed at that, but we are in the process of broadening that out across our whole workforce so that somebody can come in a trainee position and actually progress throughout their career, being supported by Falkirk Council and the partnership and the social work service to get on in their careers and actually make a commitment to Falkirk as we commit to them. So hopefully that gives you a sense of some of the work that we're taking forward. But as Sarah highlighted, we are seeing the pressures at a national level. So we are competing with the likes of Glasgow, Edinburgh, West Lothian councils in terms of staff coming into the profession. So we need to make sure that we actually really sell the message. I think the good thing is, for us anyway, I don't think any of the other areas are actually particularly good at selling the career progression opportunities. So the fact that we've already begun that hopefully will put us ahead of the game. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Martin. Back to Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, both of you, for your inputs. I have actually seen some of your recruitment activities in schools, which I think is a really good and important way forward to take the 16 plus age group and try and get them thinking in terms of social care as a way forward. So thank you very much for your input. Thank you very much for the report.
Councillor Nimmo.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. I just have a quick comment and a question for Sarah as well. Now, just listening to what's already been said, there's obviously not a national pay structure for social workers or care staff, and I think that's a major part of the problem. To be honest, I think if we had something like that in place, then we wouldn't have to compete against other local authorities, and we'd be able to provide a clear pathway as far as progression and that's concerned for the people involved. With the ageing population, Sarah, and the call on the services that we're going to have to provide, bearing in mind there's a £64 million deficit in the next 4 years, how do you see this service, which is going to have to increase, how do you see this being provided?
Sarah, would you like to comment on that?
Yes, thank you, Provost. I think the reality is that Martin and I are outlining for you the proposed strategy that will take us from a position of having too many vacancies and having more capacity back in our system to be able to deal with the demands. I imagine that improving our ability to recruit and retain and building that capacity will have a positive impact too on sick absence levels, because we are putting a lot of pressure on other parts of our workforce carrying so many vacancies. However, I am being very straightforward to that we're talking about working in a really challenging environment and the competition that's out there, and the fact that we don't have a level playing field in terms of pay. So our approach, which we do believe takes us into a much more future thinking space to be able to recruit to, is not going to solve our problems overnight. And what Martin and I and Gail Woodcock and others are going to make sure that we take great care about is making sure that we are monitoring how these new developments actually impact on recruitment and retention. So we need to see that this makes the difference, and it's going to take time to see if it does make a difference. So what works hand in hand with this, Councillor Nimmo, needs to be a reality in terms of what we can actually deliver. So the need to stop doing things, do things very differently, and continue on that transformation journey needs to go hand in hand with this. We may need more staff, but the reality is we need to get ourselves up to our own capacity before we even consider about what more staff may look like. With a challenging financial backdrop, that is likely to not be possible. So we're going to have to be very clear about what we can no longer do. That may only be for a short period of time until we're able to build back up again. But it's those messages I give to you, because I will need to share more of what that looks like next year to be transparent and to ensure that expectations from communities and yourselves fit within that space. But that's the reality of where we are right now. It's about responding to our recruitment challenges, building capacity, doing our best to manage demand, but also needing to do things differently and probably stop doing some things too.
Thanks, Sarah. Obviously, if I could maybe just follow up with another quick question on the back of that. Sarah, as far as other councils are concerned, how far back are we in the salary stakes, if you like? What's the difference between a social worker in Falkirk and, say, a social worker in Glasgow?
Sarah?
Thank you, Provost. Glasgow are by far the highest payer. Right now, our entry level is, I can't quite recall if Martin can, he can come in and correct me on this one. But we, in terms of our analysis work, our entry level is reasonable across our main competitors, because our main competitors are those local authorities that Martin's just talked about. It's around that central belt area. So they're the particular areas that we're keen to benchmark against. But where we fall down, Councillor Nimmo, is our most experienced. So at the very top of the grade, we're at the very bottom in terms of the Scotland rankings.
Right, but part of the reason for me asking that question, Sarah, is that obviously social workers, for instance, in Falkirk, are going to leave to go to a bigger authority if they're going to be promised more money for doing the same job. Okay, maybe on a bigger scale, but that's how we're going to lose people, and that's how we're losing our experience as well. Thanks, Provost.
Okay, thanks very much. So, put the light on now.
It's me. Sorry.
Councillor Patterson.
Yeah, just very briefly, I was just looking for clarification on the Conservative group amendment, because I know Councillor Aitchison did touch on it, but I'm not sure it got answered. Just what's been specifically asked for here, am I not right in saying that the SSSC already provides this service in terms of clear progress and accreditation, because SVQs and degrees are offered through the SSC, where all social services need to be registered anyway. And as Sarah and Martin have already outlined, that we do have really good career progression within the Falkirk area. So again, I was just looking for clarification on what this is bringing to the report.
Okay.
Can I come in on this?
Councillor Colley, aye?
Yeah, because obviously we've accepted the amendment, and Councillor Patterson is absolutely correct, which I highlighted around the SSC accreditation is already in place, but there is also work in progress in relation to the National Care Service, in relation to looking nationally what career progression and how you make social work and social care a more attractive career. So my view was that I don't think it does any harm for us as a council to raise our voice in that and say that we would like to see whatever comes out of the National Care Service, and the legislation is currently with the Health, Social Care and Sport Committee, and I don't think there's any harm in us as a council raising our view that there needs to be a clear process when we come out of this, and it's going to be very transparent and easy for people to understand what career progression looks like in social care.
Thanks, Councillor Colley. Councillor Patterson, do you want to come back on that?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Thanks.
So there are no other questions. So do you want to sum up, Councillor Colley? Or are you quite happy to agree? Disagree? Can we agree with the report?
Agreed.
Next item of business, agenda item 11, Falkirk Integration Joint Board Report. And it's a report by the Chief Officer of Health and Social Care Partnership, and it's pages 186 to 209. And I would just also like to highlight at this point that Patricia Cassidy sent all members a briefing on the current situation with the NHS Forth Valley. And I would ask members to refrain from discussing the current situation. Questions should be relevant to the report. Patricia?
Thank you.
You went on mute again.
Yeah, sorry, it's my mouse is a bit sensitive. Thank you. So members will see before you a report, the regular report from the Health and Social Care Partnership to the Council. And the purpose is to provide you with an update over the recent work, also to outline for you the recent work that we've done in relation to the External Scrutiny Committee, and at section 1.3 you'll see an outline of all of the papers that were submitted as part of that consideration, including the annual audited accounts and also the annual performance report. And I'd commend the performance report to you for a read, because it really provides a flavour of all of the range and the scope of the work that is underway, represented not only in terms of performance and investment, but critically through a series of case studies from our partners, illustrating the impact of the work that's going on within our communities to support people in their health and well-being, but also in the delivery of community health and care services. So there's a range of issues that are updated within the report, including the systems pressures as an outline at section 5.1 of the continuing pressures on the system, and some of this has already been rehearsed in the previous agenda item in relation to Sarah's social work, annual social work report. You'll also see at section 5.4 the integration arrangements for Forth Valley-wide health services, and I'm delighted to let you know that we are now moving at quite a pace to bring into Falkirk Health and Social Care Partnership primary care services for the whole of Forth Valley. We will host those for Clackmannanshire and Stirling as well as Falkirk, and this will realise a whole range of opportunities for us to be doing much more work at a locality level around self-management, support, prevention and promoting wellbeing, alongside the link workers that we already fund we will, and the community learning and development staff that are within the localities, as well as health improvement staff who will be coming over into the partnership early in the new year as well. So an exciting time for us to be making that progress at last, I will say. You'll also see, just building on Martin and Sarah's input earlier, you'll see an outline of the recent recruitment campaign, A Career That Cares, that we've run locally using social media, work going on in the schools and colleges, and drop-in sessions within each of the localities. And you can see how we've seen some early benefit from that, and we will continue those efforts as well. So that's at section 5.15. There's an update on our winter planning arrangements, also in section 5, a reminder of our priorities and some update on the areas of work there. Joint inspection of adults protection services, an update on our home support and supported living contract at section 7.6, and then leading into some of the work that we've been doing of particular note. We've been doing some work on what's called a slow stream rehabilitation bedded care centre, and we've recognised post-COVID that the length of stay for people in the hospital and also in the rehabilitation and reablement intermediate care beds has been longer, and actually we had a gap in the system for a fuller rehabilitation facility for people who need a bit of a slower rehab. And we've been out to consultation with the community, the stakeholders, carers, to look at converting Cunningham House and Grangemouth into such a facility. Now, we're not planning to move anyone out of Cunningham House. We will phase in this approach as space becomes available, but it will see us incorporating a fully equipped rehab gym, increasing the staffing model, including dedicated physiotherapy and occupational therapy staff alongside our social care staff. In addition to that, the IGB has agreed to replace the 16 to 20 beds that would be in Cunningham House through commissioning that through external care homes. So we won't see any drop in the available long-term care beds. This will be an additionality. And the funding for that will be coming out of the IGB funding and the saving around Falkirk Community Hospital closure. So for the first time, the council can see that transfer of the balance of care in the funding of these important community beds from that integrated health and care budget. So another milestone for us on our journey. In the interest of time, I won't go into any more detail in the report. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have, and Martin, my colleague Martin, is here as well to pick up any questions too. So
okay, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Meikle-John? Oh, Councillor Colley.
Thank you. At risk of repeating myself, and I don't think it really matters that I'm repeating myself, because it's really important to take the opportunity to thank our staff, the staff of our partners, as well as unpaid carers across the community. As you'll see in section 5 of the report, there remain very significant pressures across health and social care that continue to impact, and we have ahead of us what will be a difficult winter on top of this, and this workforce, paid and unpaid, are vital. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our Chief Officer for her leadership over this period, seeking every opportunity within our integrated services to make a difference and working hard to expand integration. As you'll see in section 5.4, and as discussed, the IGB recently approved a report for integration arrangements for Forth Valley-wide health services, including operational management of primary care and health improvement, and IGB offers us continue to work with the NHS and Claxon Stirling IGB to undertake due diligence for this. Like Patricia, I am delighted to see this work progressing, and been great working with Claxton and Stirling as well on this. I'm sure there's lots of questions. I know how passionately this council supports the work of our IJB, so I'd just like to highlight a couple of things. Patricia mentioned the recruitment challenge, and Sarah mentioned the recruitment challenges, so I was really pleased to see the launch of the new recruitment campaign, and it's good to see the increase in applications and jobs offers as a result, some green shoots, and I was very pleased to see the campaign pop up on my TV frequently recently, and so I'm looking forward to hearing more. Although some work has been delayed, I look forward to next year seeing the new model for day opportunities for older people, providing dedicated re-ablement and promoting social inclusion. We know that loneliness and social isolation is a significant issue for older people, and our communities can and do have a key role to play in ensuring that older people are able to access our communities. Finally, I was very pleased to see the approval of a slow stream rehabilitation. This will develop, as Patricia said, over time, and will make available enhanced service for those who require long-term rehabilitation to enable them to recover and go back to their own homes. With the shorter-term rehab services at Summerford and Bowness, along with assessment in Falkirk Community Hospital, and the ability to spot purchase and block purchase care home beds for interim care and re-ablement, I believe we will be able to offer a very comprehensive service to people across the district on their discharge from acute care. So I won't say any more, but just again to reiterate my thanks to all the staff in Falkirk Health and Social Care Partnership, our partners and unpaid carers, and I think it's just a note the report, so I just pass back to the Provost.
Have you got a second there for that?
Provost, it's a noting report, so I don't think it really needs seconding, but I would just take the opportunity to concur with everything Fiona has said. Add my thanks particularly to the staff in the front line who, over a sustained period of time, have continued to deliver critical services to our most vulnerable citizens, and have continued to maintain a significant level of service at a time when there's been so much by way of illness pressures, and including mental health. But the leadership within the IJB has been commendable, and as we go into our most severe winter period, I wish all our staff very well, and the leadership team as well, and helping guide us through, which is going to be a difficult time. And as Fiona said, and I already intimated previously, I'm really pleased to see that we are getting the transfer of primary care services into that integrated environment, and that will allow that much more strategic planning going forward. So my best wishes to all of the team, and thank Patricia for the report.
Thanks, Councillor Meikle-John. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. I would like to, at this stage, just to almost echo what has been said in terms of support for the leadership and for the staff. It's been a long 3 years for everyone concerned in health and social care, and the work that has been done has been absolutely phenomenal to deliver services under the most difficult circumstances. But better than that, the leadership of under Patricia and Martin's leadership, we are seeing some significant improvements and expansions and greater integration of the Integration Joint Board. And to have achieved that over the recent times when it has been so very difficult, the improved integration and the re-ablement beds, I'm absolutely gobsmacked with admiration for what has been done. So thanks to all who have done that, and our thoughts will be with you over this very difficult winter that's coming.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Kerr.
No amendments.
Okay. Councillor Spears.
We have no amendments, but I do have a question.
So we'll now open up for discussion and any questions. Councillor Spears.
Can I take you to page 189, integration arrangements for Forth Valley-wide health services? Now, I know you've intimated you don't want us to talk about the present problems with Forth Valley Royal Hospital being in special measures, but we need to watch what we say in these reports. And the last sentence of that particular paragraph, it says, these Forth Valley-wide NHS services include specialist mental health services, health improvement and primary care. Can I ask how we're achieving that?
Did you catch that, Patricia?
Yes, thank you. So the specialist mental health services will be hosted and coordinated by Click Manager and Stirling Health and Social Care Partnership on behalf of the whole of Forth Valley. Does that answer your question, Councillor Spears?
Well, that's sorry, let me get my bearings here. I'm really asking about health improvement and primary care. You've mentioned mental health, but there's an amalgam with 3 different fields there, which are quite enormous. Maintaining the health care of the people in Falkirk district, but Forth Valley.
Thank you. Yes, so these services are part of the original integration scheme from 2015-16, and in other health boards they're already sitting within the integration joint boards and the partnerships. So with those services, the staff, the management staff, senior staff, support staff, as well as the frontline staff, will transfer over into the operational management of the leadership team within Falkirk Health and Social Care Partnership. So the resource, the staffing resource and financial resource and other resources will come over with those services, but we'll be able to coordinate the services and integrate them with other local services, third sector, community, etc., in a way that hasn't happened as widely before. Sorry, Councillor Spears, I can't hear you.
Sorry. Sorry, did you catch that?
Sorry, no, I didn't. I couldn't hear
No, okay,
you.
I'll
Could you
repeat
it?
My second question is regarding Cunningham House. As an elected member from Grangemouth, it's a place very close to my heart. And could you elaborate on exactly what's going to be happening in Cunningham House?
Yep, the Cunningham House is going to become a rehabilitation centre where people will be able to go for more intensive rehabilitation with regular physio and occupational therapy and other supports for a period of time to recuperate and then hopefully to return to their own homes. So there are 4 separate wings in Cunningham House. So the plan would be that as space becomes available, until one wing is clear, we will continue running it as it is. There'll be no disruption to the current care and arrangements for the current residents. But as a wing becomes available, we will then introduce that rehab facility and residents who require that rehab input. So that is the way that we will introduce it. We've done quite extensive consultation with the current residents, their families, stakeholders and other people within that locality, and we've had by and large very positive feedback from them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. Just a quick question. What situation are we with adaptations for people getting out back to their homes? Tricia?
Thank you. There's an update on the adaptations. Apologies, I should have highlighted that within the report. And you will see we've been waiting for Scottish Government guidance. They're issuing new guidance around aids and adaptations. It's been out in draft and we're awaiting, and I don't know, Martin may have an update on this. We're waiting in the next week or so those that guidance coming out. and we would then fully review the aids and adaptations policy and everything associated with that in line with the new guidance. Originally, that was expected out at the beginning of this year, and it has been put back 2 or 3 times. I don't know, Martin, if you have any update on that date since the report was written.
Right, no, Patricia. They're still aiming to get out to us before Christmas, was the last I'd heard, so they've only got a few days left. But as soon as that comes in, we will review our current processes and procedures against that to make sure they're compliant, and we'd be happy to bring something back to committee following that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
No, thank you very much, Patricia and Martin.
Okay, thank you. If there's no any other questions, can we agree the report? Thank you. Next item of business, agenda item 12, execution of deeds, and it's Mr. Moody.
Yes, thank you, Provost. This is a brief report for information only, and the appendix sets out the deeds that have been executed on behalf of the council since the last council meeting. I'd be happy to take an attempt to answer any questions which members have in relation to the appendix. Thank you.
Any members got any questions on the execution of deeds? Councillor Steinbach.
Thank you. Just a quick elaboration to understand at what stage the transfer from the Falkirk Community Stadium Limited to the Falkirk Stadium to Falkirk Council, and how that might have changed any management arrangements, or whether that's not effectively captured within this execution of deeds.
Thank you, Provost. And it's maybe worth saying that the agreement to transfer the community stadium to Falkirk Council was a decision made by members some months ago at an executive meeting, and the reference to the deeds are giving effect to that decision. The community stadium company was a company wholly owned by the council. It did employ some staff and it held some property at the community stadium. And the relevant deeds which you see referred to here are in relation to the transfer of the assets. So the assets have transferred. So the ownership of the property is now with the council, and indeed the staff of Falkirk Community Stadium have transferred to Falkirk Council as well, though that's not in effect given effect to in any of the deeds referred to here.
Thank you, Colin.
Okay. No, Councillor McCabe.
Yeah, just to follow up on Councillor Steinbach's question there. Is there any budget implications regarding the transfer of the stadium, Colin?
I suppose one of those will be that the council will effectively own the portions of the stadium that were owned by the Falkirk Community Stadium Limited, and that has a financial impact both in terms of the income, which was taken by the community stadium company coming to the council. But as always with owning property, there may also be liabilities come with that too, in terms of maintenance or any improvements which need to be made. On the details of that, I think we'd need to defer back to the original report on the transfer, but I'm happy to look that report out and pass a copy to you.
Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Provost. Just on the back of the previous 2 questions, Colin, can you maybe just highlight for my own benefit, what don't we own at the Falkirk Stadium?
I think there are portions of the stadium which are owned by the football club. So as I recall and understand, that may be some of the stand areas and also the pitch, but the main stand is now owned by the council, and I think the car parking area in front of that. So there's still a mixed ownership across the whole stadium footprint, but it has shifted as a result of this transfer.
Okay, thanks for that, Colin.
Okay, we'll take a 15-minute comfort break and we'll come back and finish off with the motions and the private item. Okay, if we can reconvene, thank you. The first item, the first motion we're going to look at is it's my motion, and it's to reinstate free after 3 in the Falkirk Town Centre. So, the popular free after 3 parking initiative was introduced to encourage those residents to come to park for free after 3 and support the town's businesses by shopping locally or having a drink or a bite to eat or visiting the cinema. The free after 3 parking initiative inspired an increase in the town's footfall. Free after 3 can only benefit the town's businesses, and after a very challenging 2 years, it's incredibly important and vital to support our town centres and shop locally. Free after 3 aligns with one of the council's key priorities, and that is developing a thriving economy. It was, in my view, a retrograde step removing free after 3 earlier this year, and I'm sure local businesses will see footfall increase and the economy grow if council agrees to reinstate it. Yes, it will mean a small increase in the budget gap next year, but I'm sure this is manageable, and economic growth locally will be the cost benefit we seek. I'm sure we all agree we want to support the High Street, particularly at this time of year. So the motion is, at its budget meeting in March, council agreed to withdraw the free after 3 parking arrangements at council-owned car parks in Falkirk Town Centre, achieving a saving of £50,000. Council recognises that this was an error, which has had a detrimental effect on the town centre that is not justified by the small saving achieved. The council agreed in its plan that one of its 3 priorities was a thriving economy. Maintaining this cut is not consistent with that priority. Council accordingly resolves to restore the free after 3 provision in Falkirk Town Centre with immediate effect, with income loss estimated 20k met from this financial year reserves. Council also agrees that the budget for this provision should be reinstated for future financial years, and I formally move the motion, and I believe Councillor Steenbank's going to second the motion.
Yeah, happy to second, Provost. Free after 3, as you've illustrated, I think could be a real driving part of our strategy to help stimulate our town centres. I definitely individually know this as somebody who worked in the town centre when it got reduced, not knowing anything about it and accidentally leaving my car there for the additional 2.5 hours. I would say that, as you have said, it is well known about a survey taken when this was taken away and extended, I believe, till 5:30 in the evening in most car parks. 98% of survey recipients knew about the scheme, and its reinstatement could again stimulate that public uptake in the town centre between those 2.5 hours currently, where they would otherwise have to pay for the service. I think another part that perhaps was not mentioned there is that this would cut down the expense of working in the town centre as well, known from my value as a minimum wage worker. When I did work in the town centre, it was easier to park your car there, and especially considering Councillor Kelly's unanimously passed motion at the previous council meeting, we should be facilitating hospitality and retail staff to be able to work in our town centre and make it a more attractive option. As well as that survey where 98% of people in Falkirk had heard of it, when surveyed, 76% of them had utilised it more than 20 times. I would definitely factor myself as one of those people, because as well as somebody who worked in there, I occasionally indulge in the town centre hospitality scheme and also enjoy an early Sunday morning walk. So leaving your car there when you live in other parts of the district can be quite a productive aspect, and managing to extend the hours in which people can update that business and dwell would be crucial. It's crucial, I think, as a council, that we understand how businesses do manage to attract, especially in our town centres, during peak business periods, and that we get a handle on the parking in the town centre. I appreciate the benefit of payments for short stay and for short stays and for small businesses, we definitely need to offer something that would be attractive for people to dwell in our town centre and use more than one business and take advantage of everything our town has to offer. We are facing a tough economy, and the small businesses are definitely feeling that, with a 34% reduction in Falkirk Town Centre footfall compared to this time last year. With the aforementioned survey, 93% of businesses felt the removal of this provision would have an adverse impact, and I think that we need to acknowledge that as the strategic priority of supporting businesses and supporting our local economy, it is utterly crucial that we show that we are taking action now, both in the short term and in the long term. As I previously said in a question on a previous item, monitoring statistics of how many vehicles are reduced in the parking in the town centre and how we approach this and how we motivate our decisions should be evidence-based. And clearly, monitoring in consultation with businesses has led to the conclusion that freeing up parking space in our town centres would be valuable. So happy to second the motion.
Thanks very much, Councillor Steenbank. Councillor Meikle-John, do you have an amendment?
I'm going to defer to my portfolio holder.
Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Provost. And I'm going to talk in direct towards Councillor Steenbank there and yourself. In March 2022, Council agreed to remove the free after three parking arrangements in Falkirk Town Centre. The modest cost of between £1.60 and £2.10 for the 2 hours until 5 p.m. does not deter drivers in a significant way. The local evidence of this is based on year-to-date figures, which predict the council will generate £65,000 of income from the reintroduction of the parking charges after 3 p.m, £15,000 more than anticipated. This clearly suggests that the car park occupancy in Falkirk after 3 p.m is strong and that people are still coming into the town centre. This position aligns with research undertaken by the British Parking Association, which found that there was no conclusive evidence to demonstrate that parking tariffs influence the decline in shopping locations across the UK. We fully respect the views of Falkirk retailers, particularly as they struggle with online competition, rising energy costs, the ease and convenience of the nearby Falkirk Central Retail Park, and the fact that the town centre is in need of regeneration. However, the link with the free after 3 p.m parking scheme is not evidenced. It is important to highlight at this point the significant efforts the council is doing to support the town centre. As the information bulletin at this meeting highlights, several regeneration projects and initiatives are currently being progressed in support of regeneration and recovery of the High Street. These include shorter-term actions to boost recovery, as well as larger, longer-term projects linked to the Scottish Government's £2.7 million Town Centre Capital Fund. These include a repurposing of units in the High Street to aid the provision of town centre alignment, residential, public realm improvements in Newmarket Street and Lint Riggs worth £1 million. Support to Falkirk Towns Limited to deliver environmental and business support to Falkirk and District Town Centres worth £275,000. The introduction of public Wi-Fi to Town Centre worth £30,000. A parcel luggage locker to support tourism and trading opportunities worth £20,000. Footfall centres to provide robust data on who, when and how long visitors use the town centre and supports evaluation of interventions and initiatives worth £16,000. Feasibility work to scope, survey and identify a potential future scheme and support application processes for heritage in place programmes. Grants for heritage worth £25,000. And beyond this, we have the growth deal, £20.75 million of funding for a Falkirk Central Sustainable Transport Hub and the Falkirk to Grangemouth Greener Corridor, and a commitment to locate the new £45 million Falkirk Town Hall project in the High Street location to support regeneration and growth. I hope this summary has illustrated the fact that Council continues to provide valuable support and ambition for Falkirk Town Centre, and that this work will have a far greater impact on its success than anecdotal views linked to the free after three parking scheme at a time when council car parks near the High Street are actually busier than expected. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Garner. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Kerr, do you have an amendment?
I'll put it to my deputy leader.
Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Provost. We have put forward an amendment which recognises the need to improve accessibility to the High Street. One constituent that I have spoken to has described Falkirk as a donut, where you've got the Kelpies, the Wheel, Kinneil, but you can't get into the high streets and the town centre. So I do agree with the motivation behind the amendment to improve accessibility. But with limited funds, I believe that all spending should be done in a way that meets the 3 strategic aims of the Council. The first is community empowerment, second, reduce inequality, and the third is a thriving green economy. The speeches made by Labour have missed out the word green when talking about the thriving economy. And that's why we have put this amendment forward, saying that rather than invest limited funds in free after 3 parking, that it'd be better to spend this money in improving active travel access. It's more sustainable and helps reduce area-wide emissions. Active travel is not just cycling, it's walking, it's wheelchair access, it's electronic bikes, it's scooters. And we are putting this amendment forward to ask officers to look at all these different forms of active travel and how we can do this with limited funds to improve accessibility, not just for now, but in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And do you have a seconder, Councillor Bundy?
Happy to second the right to reply.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spears, do you have an amendment?
We don't have an amendment. We'll be backing the Labour amendment, but we do have questions.
Okay, thank you. And we'll just open up for discussion if anybody's got any questions. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. Christmas is not just Christmas Day, especially for town centre traders. Christmas, December is a commercial month, and they make the money that sees them through January, February, March and Christmas. And if we want to retain, especially our small business units, then we need to give as much accessibility, as much footfall, and can I use that often used SNP phrase, town centre regeneration, to the access to their town centre for the people of Falkirk district. If we continue to hamper the access to our town centre, then more shops will close. There'll be a demise, and when the coin flips and people start saying, what's the point of going in there, everything's shut, which a lot of people say. And I think most of us follow social media more actively than we would admit. You should read some of the comments about Falkirk Town Centre. Personally, I like Falkirk Town Centre. I'm there and try to attend as many of the markets and festivals and different stuff that go on. But we need to say, nationally, retail has dropped 9% this year, right? And I'm surprised this has come forward for the further amendment for the Conservative group, the Party of Small Business. I'm sure they will be championing your further amendment. But I would like to say, before I finish, Grangemouth is free parking. Please feel free to come to Grangemouth for your Christmas shopping.
Thanks, Councillor Spears. Any other? Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. I would just like to refer to the budget report on page 89, where it clearly says the council should be extremely cautious about agreeing to any new financial commitments. We have a 69 or a 67 million pound gap that we still have to meet, and I think it's the wrong time to be committing to additional spend that we may have to reverse come the budget. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't give any confidence to our citizens that we are creating that financial sustainability within the council, and it just feels wrong to be doing that. We know that there is a 20,000 deficit but would have expected from town centre parking. To add the cost of 3 after 3, which would be another 50,000 on top of that, it just creates a further problem to our budget gap. I'm happy to say from my perspective, and I'll allow my colleague, the portfolio holder, to make comment, is to support Councillor Bundy's amendment. We have a master plan exercise that we will be looking to do for the town centre anyway, and that in itself will help create the green travel plan that we know and is documented in previous reports for the town centre that we need to do in order to get people into our town centres, but do it in a sustainable, environmentally way going forward, and that's something that's been raised on a number of occasions. We don't have clear data to indicate that 3 after 3 would make any difference to the increased footfall within the town centre, and we know that from the previous survey that was carried out within the town centre, where our town centre retailers told her it wasn't that popular, and currently they don't gather the data to whether there's a difference between then and now and after 3 p.m. The data that we do have from our car parks is inconclusive, so that's what we do have. Even if we agreed today to the 3 after 3, there would be a delay because we would need to recalibrate the parking meters to be able to accommodate that. So for me, it's the wrong time to be putting in additional spend. We need to make sure that we've got the financial sustainability of the council before we start looking at investments such as this. We have the ability to do the green travel plan as part of the Falkirk Town Centre master plan, which makes sense, and that's why I would encourage people to support Councillor Bundy's amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's that along there? Councillor Bennett.
Yes, thank you, Provost. With regard to the Conservative Group amendment, I must admit that the part reducing inequalities, this is something we've all got to be mindful of. Is all the people in our communities, it's actually more and more and more that's using motorised wheelchairs, motorised scooters and rollators. You've probably noticed them up and down in our high street and all the streets across the Falkirk Council area, and it's really important that we help these people need a wee bit extra support, as a matter of fact, to find a sustainable way to travel like everybody else. In actual fact, a lot of them can't travel on the buses anyway because some of the bus companies do not allow motorised scooters. So you know, a lot of people in this situation want to be independent. So it's important we are mindful of all these groups of people who want to come into our town centre, and as a matter of fact they want to be independent. But one thing we have to remember, and if there is any money going, any resource going, as I've had several people in the last month, actually a gentleman who laid out plans about all the curbs that weren't lowered properly in Falkirk Town Centre. A lovely gentleman, he was a double amputee, just lost his wife, and as a matter of fact, he wanted to travel on his motorised wheelchair, lived quite near the town, come out the town, but he pointed out all the difficulty he had, that he wasn't able to do that. So with regards to this amendment, I totally agree with it. I think what's really important is asking our officers to explore all the ways for all the people to improve accessibility to our high street, which in a way is both environmental and financially sustainable and gives dignity back to all the people in our communities. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Berry. Anyone else? Okay, Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost. The situation in High Street is absolutely chronic. To talk of £45 million of potential development, a master plan, retailers in the town centre don't have that time. Anything as small as this wee measure here proposed by the Provost, I think should be supported. We should be trying to get everybody into the town centre any way that we can. This is a minimal cost to the council when we're looking at, seriously, looking at potential closures in the very, very short term. We don't do something about it to support the retailers just now. We won't have retailers. Thanks, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor McCabe. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. I'm absolutely 100% in favour of promotion of active travel. No argument there. But active travel is only a reasonable way to travel for those who have the ability to do it. I live in the Upper Braes. I represent the Lower Braes. I don't know of anybody in those areas that's got a motorised scooter that would have the ability to take them into the Falkirk town centre. I don't know anybody who has, to use a rollator, that would be able to walk that distance. And as for the bus travel, that is fairly restricted because of the lack of availability of buses. So, and because of the difficulty of taking your motorised scooter onto a bus, as Councillor Benny mentioned. So I will be supporting Provost Bissett's motion. And again, I do that not because I am against active travel, but because I think we need to look at ways to enable everybody to use the facilities that are available to them. And I think we do need to support our town centres and encourage people into them. This is not just about saying only these people can use the town centre or only these people can use the town centre. It's about saying we need to make the town centre accessible to all, irrespective of their abilities. And in doing that, we need to try to encourage the businesses in the town centre.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. Well, if there's nobody else, I'll kind of sum up a wee bit.
Provost.
Oh, yourself, Councillor Sinclair.
Yeah, so thanks for that, Provost. Earlier on in the meeting today, we heard the budget report. And one of the points of the budget report is a very stark warning about spending further resource that's very, very precious to frontline services here in the council that we deploy. Is there any suggestion as to where that additional money would be found, given that the pressure on reserves are stark as well as the pressure on resources? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Sinclair. Certainly for this year, it will come out of reserves, and for this year's reserves, next year it would be mainstreamed into the budget, which I think is a minimal amount. I really do. I don't think it's going to break the bank, and I think that it's something that we should all really be supporting. So, if you don't mind, I'll just sort of sum up.
Sorry,
Councillor Bowes.
Thank you. I appreciate. I've seen some strange U-turns today. The Labour Party seem to have walked away for their green credentials, which they've put pretty strongly on the table so far since they came in, and they want to encourage more cars to come into the town centre. I've seen people now want to go against something they voted for but 6 months ago. But do you know the most important thing, and they're talking about the budget deficit here. If you're talking, Paul would say there's 65,000 has been brought in from this, or if it's even going to £50,000, that's 2 people's jobs. For what? For so that people don't have to pay £1.60 or £2 to park for a couple of hours. I don't think that's worth 2 people's jobs. And that's all I need to say about it, and I know which way I'll be voting.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bowes. Councillor Murtagh.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. I think for me, part of it is that, you know, and we've heard from colleagues on all sides, that we have to do things which are actually going to make an impact in terms of the situation which we're in now. And it might, sorry, I'm getting a really bad echo here. It might seem, and I understand the intention behind what is proposed, but when, and Councillor Gardner referred to it in his contribution, the data does not indicate that that is what's going to be borne out. And as Councillor Bouse just came in, there are other consequences which it could have also. And Councillor Sinclair mentioned what we've agreed just in our budget report. We all want to do things which help our communities, and particularly helping those who are subject to some of the more difficulties in terms of equalities and in terms of the impact that has on disabled people. But I think that, you know, given that there's going to be a delay in it being able to be implemented, the data doesn't stack up that it will actually help. But what it will definitely do is it will impact on our reserves and in our ability to use the maximum amount of considered, you know, when we're looking at the evidence of how we use our money at council to get the greatest impact for those who are in greatest need. And this proposal doesn't demonstrate that. It doesn't demonstrate base value. It does something which says, here's a nice thing which we would like to do, and I you know, don't disagree with that, but it doesn't actually achieve that. But what it will do is harm other efforts, and whether that's through employment or what we're able to do in the budget considerations and how we're going to spend our money. That's something which we've been criticised for through the best value reports, you know, in terms of the way that we make decisions. So we can't put things back on the table when it's going to have an impact further down. So I do think we have to be really careful about how we are proposing things and the impacts that that's going to have. And I would say as well that sometimes things get brought into debate. There are a lot of things that are brought in early in the day. And when you talk about the impact on, you know, disabled people and somebody with a mobility restriction myself, there are other ways in which, yes, I agree that sometimes there are difficulties in you know, sometimes getting on buses, etc. But if you're saying that that means that they're going to have to be going into a car to park in that in the car park in town centre, there are some, not all, but there are some places where disabled parking, as I understand it, is free in access points, which make it easier to then access. So I think that has to be borne in mind, where we don't you know, we don't create a reason without actually looking at the facts behind that and the evidence behind that. So I just wanted to make that contribution, that I understand why it's laudable, but it's not going to help, and it's going to make things worse overall for us.
Thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. Councillor Redmond.
Thanks, Provost. Just going on, like, you know, we're talking about it could cost 2 jobs. So I was just kind of wondering if people are discouraged from using the high street, how many jobs does that cost? If people say, well, I've got free parking at the retail park, I'll go there. I could go to Cumbernauld, there's free parking there. If that discourages people for using the high street, how many jobs could that cost? You know, to talk about the, you know, we're running away from our green credentials. Highly disagree with that. We want to see a just transition towards reaching net zero. You know, that doesn't mean, oh, we're just going to ban cars for the town centre at the detriment of all businesses. We want cars to come in and use it. More and more cars are becoming electric now, so the emissions for cars isn't going to be as much of a factor going forward as it is now. You know, we heard saying we don't have clear data if this would work. So if you don't have clear data that it would work, how do you have clear data that it won't work? And then we had other talking about, you know, there's no money for this, but we've got money for free Wi-Fi in the town centre or some sort of funding. You know, if you can't get in and park in the town centre, what use is free Wi-Fi? So really, I'll be back in the Labour motion because I think it's going to be good for our town centre. I think it's going to help bring people in and spend their money. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Redmond. Councillor Colley.
Yeah, just very briefly, I mean, from my colleague Councillor Gardner, was the data does not indicate that it would work. So I think the data that it would work seems to be just anecdotal. But I actually wanted to make a point of clarification. We're talking about disabled people and disabled people with a blue badge park for free anyway. So I think it's important to note that and not get the debate mixed up on that particular point.
Okay, thanks very much. It's been an interesting debate for what I thought was a fairly straightforward motion. I think we all agree we want to support the high street in any way we can, and there are numerous ways in which we can do that. And I felt that this is, while we're waiting for other ones to come along, this is one that we could have implemented now to help the high street, and certainly let the businesses see that we're keen to support them. And the evidence for me is that it certainly worked in the past, and I really don't think we should have taken it out in the last budget. I think Councillor Bowes made the point that, you know, we're bringing a bit of green credentials and bringing more cars into the town centre. But if we're going to put an arts and HQ or civic accommodation in the high street, is that not an argument for no putting it there then, if that's what Councillor Bowes said? So I take his point. We are trying to get to net zero, and every little helps. But in this case, I think every little does help. The high street, the retailers, and I think we've really got to. And it's a good point that Councillor Redmond made about what jobs might have been lost because we've actually taken this away. So that's basically all I've got to say, I think. So we'll now go to the vote.
Yes, thank you, Provost. And the motion is as set out on the agenda, and it's moved by you and seconded by Councillor Steenbank, against which there is an amendment moved by Councillor Bundy and seconded by Councillor Kerr, which has been circulated. Provost Bissett.
Motion.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Amendment.
Councillor Aitchison.
Motion.
Councillor Anslow.
Motion.
Councillor Binney.
Amendment.
Councillor Bowes.
Amendment.
I don't think Councillor Brown has been able to join the call this afternoon. Just to check. No. Councillor Bundy.
Amendment.
Councillor Colley.
Amendment.
Councillor Deacon.
Amendment.
Councillor Devine.
Amendment.
Councillor Flynn.
Amendment.
Councillor Forrest.
Amendment.
Councillor Garner.
The amendment.
Councillor Hannah.
Motion.
Councillor Kelly.
Motion.
Councillor Kerr.
The amendment.
Councillor McCabe.
Motion.
Councillor Meikle-John.
The amendment.
Councillor Murtagh.
The amendment.
Councillor Nimmo.
Motion.
Councillor Patterson.
The motion.
Councillor Patrick.
Amendment.
Councillor Redmond.
Motion.
Councillor Ritchie. Councillor Ritchie, I think you may be on mute. Come back to Councillor Ritchie at the end. Councillor Robertson.
The amendment.
Councillor Sinclair.
Amendment.
Councillor Spears.
Motion.
Councillor Steenbank.
Motion.
Councillor Ritchie, are you able to join us? No response from Councillor Ritchie. Councillor Ritchie, we were unable to take your vote there, so I wonder if you're able to indicate it now.
The motion, sorry, I lost contact through Wi-Fi.
Thank you.
The motion, no.
Okay, Provost, taking that into account, there are 12 votes for the motion, there are 16 votes for the amendment, and the amendment is carried.
Thanks very much, Mr. Moody. The next item on the agenda is 13B, reopening of public toilets, and it's Councillor Nimmo.
Yep, thanks very much, Provost. Now, in bringing this motion forward, Labour is trying to protect and promote the Grangemouth Town Centre along with Falkirk and Bo'ness Town Centres as well, and obviously the businesses that are there. We're in the middle of a cost of living crisis, which has been highlighted significant amount of times today during the meeting, and the town centre businesses are suffering. We can't ignore this. We need to encourage as much footfall into our town centres as possible and do all we can to try and help promote them. In the past, this council has made a big play in respect of protecting our town centres. Now, Falkirk was maybe the lead in respect to this, but Grangemouth and Bo'ness are also towns, and they need the same respect paid to them as well. And yet in the SNP's previous budget, this provision was cut. And Labour at the time quite rightly voted against this cut because they saw problems coming down the road in the future. Now, I, like other members, have been dealing with a large number of complaints, not just from shoppers, but from taxi drivers, and in my case, the Grangemouth public in general. I made a big play during the council election campaign regarding the closure of the public toilets in Grangemouth, and just about every member of the public that I spoke to supported the reopening of the public toilets because they saw that as helping the town centre, which I totally agree with. Now, we're not, again, like the previous motion, we're not talking about significant amounts of money to reopen the facilities. So let's use a bit of common sense and support this motion and the public. And just as importantly, let's support our local businesses because they need any additional footfall to help them survive. Now, the voting public, as I said, are up for the reopening of the facilities. And I know there's been talk of a possible community asset transfer, but in my opinion, this isn't viable, just basically because of the nature of the facilities involved. I don't think anybody would want to take it over. Again, town centre regeneration, very important. We need to do what we can. Doesn't matter how small. We need to get everything done that we can to possibly help our town centres, and that's what this motion is all about. Grangemouth needs investment, and we need to help our businesses try and thrive in this very difficult financial situation that we find ourselves in. I'm happy to move the motion, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Nimmo. Have you got a seconder?
Hi, Provost. Happy to second. I'm happy to second Councillor Nimmo's motion on the opening of the public toilets within the Falkirk Council area. At the budget meeting in March, I explained why I didn't feel the toilets in Bowness should be closed, and I still feel the same way. 8 months later, due to constituents contacting me asking why the toilets are closed. Residents feel let down by the council in Bowness. They come down to the Bowness town centre to shop local, but toilet facilities aren't there, and not all cafes are open when they're down, just depending what cafes are open that day. So they need to either go along to Tesco's or go home. This impacts on the elderly and disabled residents. It might only be 5 minutes from the town centre to get to Tesco's for some people, but for others with a disability or OAP, it feels like it's a lot longer to walk. When cafes are open, there are 4 in total in Bowness. Residents don't like to go in if they aren't able to buy something. Cafe owners don't need to let people use their premises. They normally do, I will say that, but they do get fed up with people going in. They're there to make a living like us all, and this time that's what they should be there for, not to help the council out. Taxi drivers have also contacted me to say that they now have nowhere to go when needed. It's okay if the drivers stay in Bowness, but if not, they can't just clock off and go home. Some of them stay in the west side of Falkirk, so it's impacting their livelihoods. The proposal of the closure of Blackness toilets is another blow to the residents of Ward 1. Falkirk Council regularly boast about the John Muir Trail and how it's great that we have the trails running through the Falkirk Council area, but people walking to Blackness for the coastline and then along to Bowness haven't got the toilet facilities if they are needed. We're still expecting them to do the toilet out in the open. Is this right? It's not to me. What if someone walks by someone who is doing this? I said at the March meeting, it can cause problems if they are seen doing this. If you're going against this motion, I really would like you to think about it. Tell me, is this right that we're expecting people walk in the John Muir Trail that can't find the facilities in the Bowness Town Centre to do the toilet outside? In this day and age, it's not right. I think we'd all say that. there is talk about community empowerment, and if we've got to go down that route in Bowness, I suppose we'll have to try it. But as someone that actually started Blooming Bowness 4 years ago, when we took over the flower beds, also there's a group doing the litter packs individually and as groups. These groups are doing a remarkable job, and you would only have to come to Bowness to look and see how great the place looks. But I wouldn't say it's a large amount of volunteers. For opening the toilets, we would need a lot of volunteers, because you're opening and you're closing, you're actually having to maintain them, clean them. I just feel it's a lot to ask the community again when we're doing so much in Bowness. Helping, what if someone's ill, can't cover their day, and there's no one at short notice to open the toilets? What will happen? I'm really wanting everybody, including the Conservatives who I've seen has put out about the community empowerment, think about the John Muir Trails, think about what the Bowness people do as it is, without having to put this onto them. I really feel as a council we have a duty, and I'm saying it again, it's a duty to reopen the public toilets. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Ritchie. Councillor Meikle-John, you've got an amendment? Councillor Garner.
Thanks, I don't have an amendment just now. I have a question and like to speak to it as well, but I don't know if you want to ask the other groups first for amendments.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Hannah and ask her if she's got an amendment. Aye.
I have no. I have no amendments. No, I have no amendments.
Sorry about that. Aye. Councillor Kerr, do you have any amendments?
Yes, we have, Provost.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Spears, do you have an amendment?
I don't have an amendment. I will be following the motion, but I would like to speak on some aspects.
Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Kerr, do you want to move your amendment?
Yeah, thank you, Provost. And we'll take on board what Councillor Nimmo and Councillor Ritchie says, and they're very passionate about. I'm getting a background echo, Provost. I know they're very passionate about the motion. Once again, as in the previous motion, the monetary position that the council is in, that whatever money goes towards these toilets, the council will need to save in other ways. So it could be other closures, other job losses. So the motion is, as you see on the screen, the council agrees that public toilets are important to empowering our communities and recognise that they reduce inequalities as it stops residents from unnecessary spending and shops to use the bathroom facility, and encourages the council to seek community asset transfer of these facilities. Provost, it's more, if we agree to this, then it comes the budget, then we've got to cut them again. It just makes it look not so great for the council. So that's our reason behind it. But we feel the support if the toilets could open, but if it could be done by the council seeking community asset transfer. Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Councillor Kerr. Do you have a seconder?
Yes, Provost, I'm happy to second Councillor Kerr's amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now open up for discussion. Any Councillor Spears?
Thank you. It takes a bigger man and it takes a bigger party to admit you're wrong. And the decision that was taken to close these toilets was wrong. I think Councillor Nimmo's right. Many people are now avoiding town centres because they can't get used to the toilet. They're not prepared to pay £3 and £4 for a cup of coffee to go to the toilet. And we need to, if we're genuine, and I mean, this comes down to representing people and people's opinions and what people want. If we're genuine and we want people to use our town centres and we want our town centres to stay alive, then we reopen the toilets. This nonsense of asset realisation, you think they're queuing up to be a company that runs public toilets? Honest to goodness, let's be real here. Let's be upfront with the people. Let's listen to the people. And especially our sister town, you know I come from Grangemouth, our sister town, Bowness along the Forth. We'll support them. And we should all be supporting each other here because some towns' toilets didn't close and others did. And we're meant to represent everybody equally throughout this district. Thank you.
Okay, go to Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Provost. When this council made the decision to close these toilets, it was given the utmost consideration and discussed with other group leaders, which you were one of them. Although this was an extremely hard decision to make, it was seen as less damaging to the most vulnerable within our communities and alternatives were available within these towns. Provost, I find this motion brought forward by Labour and an independent councillor totally hypocritical and have good reason to feel that way. Back in 2016, when budget pressures were far less severe and saving options far easier to find, Councillor Alan Nimmo was part of the then Labour administration, which made the decision to close the public toilets in Churchwalk and Denny, the automatic toilets in Camelin, Bonnybridge, Polmont, Grangemouth, Stennismuir and Bowness. Is using the toilet worth more than the towns mentioned within this motion, more important than Denny, Polmont, Stennismuir and Bonnybridge? Provost, when these decisions were made, the then Labour leader, Craig Martin, is quoted on the 25th of February 2016 in the Falkirk Herald, where it states the automatic toilet set the council back £18,000 a year to run but used less than 3 times per day, an average working out at £21 per flush. I'd like to ask Councillor Nimmo and the Labour group leader, Anne Hannah, why this decision was made to other wards while protecting Grangemouth and Bowness. How much was the saving? I have a question as well. How much was the saving from this? From my memory, it was about 130k, which I'm sure no one in this room can call a small sum. Provost, we now find ourselves in a far more serious financial position than last year, and as such, I cannot support reversing this decision we took back in March, and I support the Conservative amendment.
Councillor Gardner, do you want to respond, Councillor Nimmo?
Yeah, thanks, Provost. I will just very quickly. I think to a large extent, Councillor Gardner actually answered his own question there. The reason why the automated toilets were closed was because of the lack of use, and that'll be minuted as well. I'm assuming officers will be able to confirm that. Thanks, Provost.
19.1. Okay, it wasn't just automatic toilets that closed. I just mentioned the Denny toilet, which Labour closed and did not reinstate, did not put any alternative in Denny Town Centre. Would you like to answer that question?
I'm sure officers will be able to provide the usage figures for that decision being taken.
Your administration that took that decision.
Okay, we're kind of going off track, but we're going back to the past. But I think we'll bring Councillor Angelo.
Thank you, Provost. It's just a quick statement, really. I've been listening to both sides of the argument. I've been listening to discussions on disabilities, inequalities, and I've got to say, as someone who is a very long-standing and award-winning equalities rep, I find this appalling and a victimisation of those of us who are disabled and elderly. There's a lot of people out there with hidden disabilities that need to use these, and without those facilities they will not come into Falkirk. So again, you are barring Falkirk to certain groups of our community.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Angelo. Councillor Aitchison, then Councillor Hannah.
Thanks, Provost. We did hear about automatic toilets being closed. There was 2 automatic toilets closed in Bowness as well. I will add to the list that wasn't mentioned.
No, I added that in the list, sorry.
and wasn't mentioned, but we are talking about public toilets, not automated ones, whatever else. For a place like Bo'ness, they were absolutely fundamental for attracting tourists and visitors to the town. I think Councillor Ritchie's 100% correct, and people coming from the John Muir Way, where there's very to Blackness and to Bo'ness, with perhaps usually facilities. Go to the town centre, these people aren't coming now because of the facilities. And even if the Blackness ones, as has been proposed, actually be closed, that'll make it even worse. I've had numerous people, I don't know if Councillor Ritchie's had one as well, visitors to the town where they have basically tried to get in the toilets and with their radar key, they'll be closed, and basically people are having to go and really uncomfortable state, and that's all along the window. I've had people doing home visits in Bo'ness who have said they've stopped going to visit to shop down in Bo'ness simply because the public toilets, there's individuals with diverticulitis, such like, have stopped going down to the town centre simply because they have no place to go. It's absolutely a ridiculous decision that was made. We talk about community asset transfer. Which group in their right mind is going to on a public toilet? No, there's not a lot of money going to be generated from a public toilet. These groups will have to provide for maintenance, provide public liability insurance, pay for the utilities, for hygiene products, for cleaning of the premises, whatever else. It's nonsensical and would be feasible. Yeah, I'll certainly be supporting the motion for the people of Bo'ness, Grangemouth and indeed Falkirk.
Thanks very much, Councillor Richardson. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. I'm slightly bemused at being asked to explain a decision that was made by a previous Labour administration of which I was not a part. And I'm kind of disappointed in the sort of personal nature of some of the attacks there. In terms of this motion and bringing us up to date to today's motion, we're talking about today's motion and the situation we are in today. I totally support Councillor Anslow and her point about the problems that there are for people with disabilities and people with who are older. I would add to that the lack of toilet facilities can be disproportionately difficult for women, in particular when they're pregnant. It has a disproportionate effect on a lot of people with a lot of different conditions. And importantly, it also can be difficult for people with certain sorts of jobs. I worked for the last 2 years on the Office for National Statistics COVID study, and I was out and about all day. Finding toilets was one of the first things I had to do when I was sent out to a particular new area. Now, thankfully, I had enough money if I had to go into a supermarket and buy something to justify the use of the toilet. But many people don't have that and don't have, maybe, shall we say, the confidence that I have in myself to enable me to go into any situation and say, please, can I use your toilet? A lot of people don't feel as confident and as able to do that. This is about human rights. It's a basic, fundamental requirement people have to use a toilet. I've had a lot of inquiries about it and complaints about it. Not in my own area because we didn't have any public toilets closed. But I object to being heckled, Provost.
Right, fair point. Yeah, can we refrain from the kind of?
This is not the first time it has happened today. I've lost the thread now of what I was saying. I will be supporting the motion to restore the toilets. And in terms of the financial situation, I do accept that the money will have to be found from reserves and the money will have to be looked at. And yes, it's difficult. Yes, we're in a difficult financial situation. But when we're talking about a basic fundamental need that people have, I think we have to meet that requirement.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. We'll go to Councillor Murtagh, then Councillor Meikle-John.
Thanks, Provost. So, and apologies in advance to Councillor Hannah here if I refer to a previous council that she wasn't a part, but we're only going back to last year, in the budget last year, to which this particular report refers. So I think it's relevant because, you know, it's one thing to say, okay, the wrong decision was made in their opinion, but as I recall, an alternative to pass a budget and take that money to restore the public toilets wasn't proposed to come out of reserves at that time. There was no alternative budget proposed. We have to balance our budget and we have to look at what is going to be the best for communities overall, and what is going to be the best for the most vulnerable overall as well. And I think that this is the difficulty where, you know, we could just do that with every difficult decision, where, you know, we were saying, well, now we'll just take out reserves 6 months later. We can't operate like that. And I would say, and I have great sympathy, you know, I know that it is difficult to talk about going to the toilet, although I think that a lot of the campaigns which actually we run we're trying to run to encourage people to go out outdoors is to try and remove some of that stigma, to remove stigma about talking about if you need to go, you need to go. If you know, we've come a long way in talking about these things. I live in a ward which is wonderfully beautiful, and you should come and walk in the great outdoors here in all weathers. There are no public toilets though. There are ways that we are, you know, if I'm in Stennismuir Town Centre, there are plenty of places that I know I can go. Also, if I'm in the great outdoors, even as somebody who doesn't often always join you in live meetings because I have a disability to which that relates, and I don't feel embarrassed to say that. You know, there are ways of getting around that, and we should be able to, you know, without losing people's dignity, refer to, you know, if we say we're going to have to fund a public toilet in every space at every juncture, nobody would ever go out, believe me, and we can't just say it's these 3 towns and we're not going to reinstate them in other places. And we have to be pragmatic about this. We have to weigh it against different, you know, against each decision that we've got to make. Councillor Nimmo referred to when these decisions will have been made, it will have been looked at by officers and usage figures have been produced. Well, that's what happened previously also, and we looked at the case of everything overall. And I think that we in an ideal world, we wouldn't want to close any public toilets in that sense. We have to look at where that money can be best used, not just for our communities, not just for our town centres, but also for people with conditions where, you know, with disabilities. So, you know, it's not a perfect world, and maybe we should be trying to reduce some of the stigma and saying, do you know what, I think if you want to go into Tesco, you want to go into Farm Foods, you want to go into B&M, you want to go wherever, I'm sure there are ways of, you know, saying, excuse me, can I go to the toilet? And, you know, maybe we should be engaging more with our retailers to try to encourage them, because I'm sure they want people to come and visit their shops and be welcome in the town centres, not just if they want to buy something or not. I think Councillor Hannah's experience of never being turned away, as many others will find, we should be encouraging people not to shy away from that if they need to go. So I just want to make that contribution.
Hey, thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. Councillor Meikle-John, then Councillor Colley.
Thank you, Provost. And yeah, I'm going to refer back to some of the comments I made earlier today about the serious nature of our budget position. We do have a real challenge on our hands, and having just reflected on the debates today, had we taken all of the amendments from the Labour group to date, there would have been 300,000 of recurring funding taken from reserves. We have been highly criticised from our best value audit for not taking difficult decisions, for continually pilfering the reserves, and that's got us into the difficulties that we are in today. Nobody actually seriously wanted to close the public toilets, but the alternative that was much worse, and that's the realms that we're into right now. So my challenge is, where are you going to take the money from? Where are the cuts going to be made in order to be able to continue to fund this? Because we cannot have these motions coming forward without the alternative, and it's not acceptable to just say it's going to be taken from reserves, considering the serious nature of our budget position. So I think I'll go back to some people aren't necessarily taking things seriously if we're bringing forward motions at this time. That's why I think Councillor Bundy's, Councillor Kerr on this occasion's motion is the right way to go. There are people who are interested in taking on. Who are we to say it's not going to work? We should be supporting them to develop that business plan that makes that sustainable going forward, and that's part of our SPR. That's the direction of travel, and there's people that are sitting in this room that have just talked themselves out of a decision that they were part of last time. So I think that that's a bit hypocritical of them. So I think Councillor Kerr's motion is the right way to go at this time. We should not be going back and reversing budget decisions from last year when we have such a serious challenge before us. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor McEljourney. Councillor Colley.
Yeah, probably continuing on that theme. But first of all, I'd like to say that that idea that communities won't consider community and asset transfer of toilets is not necessarily correct. There are community toilets from Arisaig to Penzance. There are community groups who have taken them over. And I think, as part of the Conservative group amendment, perhaps we can start reaching out to them and find out how they did it and how they've managed to support it. Because if Kinlochleven can do it, then I think areas across Falkirk district can do it as well. But I think, more than anything, it's around £150,000 per annum. That's 600,000 over 4 years. I mean, in this coming year alone, we've still got a remaining gap of £18.1 million to find. And like everybody here, I'd love to keep everything open. I would love to. But if I've got a choice between spending £150,000 on toilets or £150,000 that hopefully we can put into tackling poverty, I know where I choose. And we need to not be trying to make additional spending commitments now. We can consider them in the budget, but we shouldn't be thinking about them now. We should be thinking about how we balance the books and how we make the decisions that we need to make, and we prioritise the expenditure that we have. And it may be, as we go into the budget, when we look at it, that we can consider that. But the fact is, at the moment, we can't take out a reserve and put recurring costs on when we have a remaining gap, one we still to fill, of £18.1 million. I genuinely am sorry for it, that the toilets had to close. I genuinely am sorry. I speak as someone with one of those hidden conditions, and I have to know where the toilets are, and I plan when I'm going into Falkirk Town Centre or into any other town centre that I actually know where things are. And I don't think it's the case that supermarkets and other places would turn people away. But I think, again, we maybe need to do some more work with our communities, with businesses in our communities, to encourage people, as Councillor Murtagh said, to be able to ask, and for those businesses to be able to accept that people can use their toilets without actually spending any money. But I think that's all that I want to say. But I think we really need to think of financial decisions as part of the full budget making and full budget decisions, rather than building things in as we go up to what is going to be really, really difficult decisions that we have to make.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor Colley. And now go to Councillor Bundy, then Councillor Binney.
Thank you, Provost. It's a very short contribution. It's just to apologise to Councillor Hanlon for leaving during her contribution. I had to deal with unplanned nosebleed.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Binney.
Yeah, mine's is just very brief as well, actually. I totally empathise with what's happening with Bonace and things like that, and especially the John Moore Way and things like that. But the reality is we've made the decision to close the public toilets. That decision was made, and it's a bit like going back to the future or Groundhog Day. We're revisiting decisions that were made in the past. However, what I would say, we as a council have to think differently. I was just checking here actually on the website. There was actually it was Falkirk Delivers had a scheme actually in 2016, Spend a Penny, which was a youth scheme with town centre businesses across the Falkirk council area provide clean, safe and accessible toilets in the town centre for residents and visitors. I don't know why that wasn't explored. That could have been explored a lot and would be in a different place today than what we were at that particular point. And there would be no debate, there would be no argument. I mean, as far as I'm aware, Bowness, I don't really know the area that well. And I do understand like all your concerns. But I believe there's supermarkets open, one that's open
10 till 10.
10 till 10. And you've got
Sorry, 6 till 10.
6 till 10, and there's another one. And I think at the railway as well, they've got old toilets there that maybe some of their visitors can use. But I really think as a council, we have to think differently. We have to be pragmatic and think of other ways that we can help the people in our communities, and that's including the visitors. And maybe some time or resource was spent on a campaign like this, collecting information, finding out exactly from our businesses how they feel about people coming into the shop. I mean, like say Tesco, somebody going in there to use the toilet, you know, maybe they buy a loaf of bread or buy something they don't need to buy, that sort of thing. So we really need to look at things differently and see how we can accommodate all our visitors and the people in our communities as well, see how it works. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Binney. I'll go to Councillor Nimmo to sum up.
Yeah, just very quickly, Provost. I think we've really lost track of the underlying problem here, and that is the continual underfunding by the SNP Scottish Government. That's what's putting us in this position. And also the use of reserves has been used. Now I can remember not that long ago when the SNP were in opposition, they came forward with alternative budgets, basically just based on the use of reserves. So it's a bit rich listening to what they're coming forward with this afternoon, criticising the Labour group for doing exactly what they were trying to do back when they were in opposition. Other than that, Provost, I'm not going to go into any further detail. I don't see the need. I do think we should be supporting the local residents and the constituents out there and the businesses that are suffering. And that, like I said, that's why this motion was brought forward. So I'm happy to go to the vote, Provost.
Thank you, Provost. And the motion is as set out on the agenda, and it's moved by Councillor Nimmo and seconded by Councillor Ritchie, against which there is an amendment which has been circulated, moved by Councillor Kerr and seconded by Councillor Flynn. Provost Bissett.
Motion.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Amendment.
Councillor Aitchison.
Motion.
Councillor Anslow.
Motion.
Councillor Binney.
Amendment.
Councillor Bowes.
Amendment.
Councillor Bundy.
Amendment.
Councillor Colley.
Amendment.
Councillor Deacon.
Amendment.
Councillor Devine.
Amendment.
Councillor Flynn.
Amendment.
Councillor Forrest.
Amendment.
Councillor Garner.
The amendment.
Councillor Hannah.
Motion.
Councillor Kelly.
Motion.
Councillor Kerr.
Amendment.
Councillor McCabe.
Motion.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
The amendment.
Councillor Murtagh.
The amendment.
Councillor Nimmo.
Motion.
Councillor Patterson.
The motion.
Councillor Patrick.
Amendment.
Councillor Redmond.
The motion.
Councillor Ritchie.
The motion.
Councillor Robertson.
Amendment.
Councillor Sinclair.
Amendment.
Councillor Spears.
Motion.
And Councillor Steinbach.
Motion.
I didn't mean that literally.
Provost, there are 12 votes for the motion, there are 16 votes for the amendment, and the amendment is accordingly carried.
Thanks very much, Mr Moody. The next motion is from Councillor McCabe and it reports to Council. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you very much, Provost. The motion is very much as you see it in the papers. You want a seconder for that?
I've just placed to second the motion and reserve the right.
Thank you very much. Are you going to speak to your motion or are you just happy?
I'll speak if you want, Provost. Yeah, just try and move things on.
Okay.
I'm sure we can all quote instances of personal concern when looking at reports submitted to Council for decision making. On the whole, submitted reports are lengthy and detailed. Using these reports, councillors are tasked with scrutiny and will seek additional information from officers. It is the crossing over of additional information and opinion into fact that raises concern, hence the motion you see before you tonight. I'll use an example of the town hall debate to illustrate my concern. Now, at the outset, let me state that this is not a criticism of any specific officer or any specific matter. Officers stated the following: delivery of a new HQ on a municipal site would not generate a capital receipt. It would not encourage town centre regeneration. It is not compatible with the growth deal terms. The negative impact on the project budget would be circa 16 to 17 million pounds. Each of those comments was at best subjective, but all of them were misleading. In response to a specific question from Councillor Bundy regarding the impact of losing the growth deal funding and not selling the municipal site, he was advised the growth deal £6 million, sale of the site £4.7 million, cost of works 2.3 or anywhere between 2.5 to 4 million. Rough maths, that could be 16, 17 million pounds in total. That response was inaccurate. We are trying to prevent the possibility of councillors arriving at decisions based on inaccurate information, which could then be challenged by the wider public. The compilation of reports is a very complex matter. I get that. I'm sure all of you people get that. We need an understanding of how they are compiled and presented. And we potentially need a bit of input, both from councillors and from council officers. And that is why the motion is in front of you. And I would just ask that you support the motion. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor McCabe. Councillor Meiklejohn, do you have an amendment?
I don't have an amendment, Provost, but I would like to make comment. Yeah.
Councillor Hannah, do you have an amendment?
No amendment, but I will make comment later.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kerr, do you have an amendment?
Yes, we have an amendment, Provost.
So do you want to speak to your amendment, Councillor Kerr?
Thanks, Provost. We recognise the point that Councillor McCabe has brought forward. We've also recognised some of the points that Councillor Hannah brought forward, and this is the reason why we bring this amendment forward. With regards, and it's not to do with the parent council at Blackness, but it was about Councillor Hannah's correct assumption when she mentioned about the report. The report's highlighted how good it was for bigger schools and bigger classrooms, yet there was no indication from in the report to say what the positives were for smaller classrooms and smaller schools. So because of that, our group has, because the Falkirk Conservatives have put this amendment to say the Council recognises the importance of receiving balanced reports to inform decision making, but recognising setting up a committee to discuss the presentation of reports is not prudent use of the Council's limited resources. Understanding that in the field of politics there are occasions where evidence does not point to one clear solution and seeks reports reflect this fact, and therefore asks officers to consider how they present reports to ensure they are balanced and clearly aligned with the 3 priorities within the Council strategic vision. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kerr. Do you have a seconder?
Happy to second.
Thank you very much. We'll now open up for discussion.
Provost, sorry to interrupt, but can I just ask a question regarding standing orders? Can I just ask what time are we due to finish tonight? It's just I have a surgery at 6 o'clock and I'll have people already booked in to attend.
Okay, Mr. Moody.
Provost, that matter really is a matter for the council to determine. We're now after 5 o'clock. I see looking at the clock, so I think perhaps when we've concluded the consideration of this particular motion, the council could take a view if it wants to proceed with the final motion and indeed the private item, or to take another decision. But the council can consider that, I think, at the end of this particular item.
Okay, thanks very much for raising that, Councillor Nimmo. So, Councillor Meacher-John.
Thank you, Provost. I had been going to move the direct negative to this particular motion, but I've probably looked at taking a pragmatic approach, and we will be supporting the Conservatives' amendment that's come forward. But just to point out that there's a huge amount of work going on right now within Council by our officers, and it's critical at this time that the focus remains on delivering a financial strategy and building this year's budget, which is hugely challenging with over 50% of the next 4 years gap to be delivered this year. Anything that detracts from that and increases the risk of not delivering that, therefore officers who are under significant pressure and members have far more important things to be doing than sitting in meetings talking about the structure of how reports should be produced. Hence the reason I'm quite happy that that be taken back to officers to give consideration to. What I do have difficulty is some of the statements and the language that has been used in this motion and talking to this motion. There's an implication that officers are not providing members with all the facts and withholding information, or worse. Officers work for and in the best interests of Falkirk Council and no political grouping. The reports are based on evidence, data, and yes, they will give their professional opinion, which is appropriate for them to do so, as they have specialist knowledge as well as years of experience and access to others that as elected members we do not. Well, that can be ignored by members, there needs to be clear justification for doing so. And I would absolutely refute that the information that was in the report in September in relation to the municipal buildings was incorrect. As I said, I was going to move a direct negative, but I just felt I have to say that I'm really perturbed and concerned at the language used in relation to some of the officers and the fact that they feel that that members are indicating that they don't feel that they are telling everything to members that they should be, and we have to respect that they do have a professional opinion, but and often that happens that we do not take those professional opinions and there's a political choice there, but we cannot simply ignore their professional opinion in this case. So in relation to the reports, happy to ask officers to go and look at that. They will never win with members, to be honest, because we have had complaints about the reports being too long. We've had complaints about them not being long enough, not having enough information. So I feel for officers in that respect, because they will never win. But I think as members, we need to be careful about what we're asking for. And at this time, we need to be very focused on what we should be delivering on. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks.
19-1, Provost.
Thanks, Councillor Meikle-John. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, Provost.
Provost, I didn't name anybody.
Fair point. Here.
So I think
No,
it
I would ask for
doesn't
a wee bit.
require a particular councillor to be named, Provost. I think the question is if Councillor McCabe thinks he has been misrepresented or misunderstood in his contribution thus far. But I don't know if that is Councillor McCabe's.
It is indeed,
until we
Colin.
hear
It's
it.
exactly the point. Thank you. Thanks for clarifying that, Mr. Moody. I really appreciate it. What you heard from, I will name Councillor Meikle-John. What you heard was a total invention of what I actually stated, both in the motion and both in the statement I read out. Nowhere within there did I suggest political interference. Is it there, Mrs. Meikle-John? I'm asking the question. Is it there? No, it's not. We can watch back the video and see if there's any political interference from me. There wasn't. I think I'm due an apology, but I won't expect it.
Provost, I don't see there's any apology required in that. It was a general comment that officers do not work for any political grouping within the council. I did not refer that to Mr McCabe having made any such comment in relation to it. So I think the apology is in fact the other way, but again, I won't expect that.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. Can I take you back, not to a previous administration, not to a previous budget, but to the first item this morning, the minutes of this council, where I was very glad to receive an apology for how I had been misled and almost, according to the Daily Record, accused of fabricating a story about a parent teachers association that didn't exist. It did exist. A decision was making that day, and that decision was making on information we were given, and that information was not correct. I'm sure Mr Naylor, if he's still on, I'll come back and reiterate what he said this morning. But what we want to know here is we want information, and we want to make decisions, and we want to do it the first time. We don't need to really then go back and research every figure, everything that was said. We want to be able to get this information and make decisions. We're all busy people. And I accept our officers are also busy people, busier than ever before. But we're also busier than ever before, as I will go on further to state in the next motion. You know, we're all suffering from cuts. We've all had cuts to the size of the council, cuts to everything. But we need to make informed decisions on no assessments, no assumptions. We want to make it on hard facts. And that's all that's been requested here. And surely there can't be anybody in this room disagrees with that.
Thanks, Councillor Spears. Councillor Hannah. Apologies, Councillor Hannah. Mr Moody
yes,
first.
Certainly.
Yes, thank you, Provost. I just wanted to make a couple of comments just to urge a bit of caution around the language used in the course of the debate and just thinking around the use of the word misled the members of the Education, Children, Young People Executive. I think it was important to recall that Mr Naylor explained to the council this morning that the officers understood in good faith that there wasn't a parent council at Blackness, and when the information was brought in front of them that in fact there was, they accepted that on the floor of the executive meeting. So the decision did proceed on the basis of that acceptance. And I make the point about the use of language because the suggestion that officers have misled committee, I think, is taking us into dangerous territory just with regard to the public comment by members on the conduct or capability of the officers of the council, which is something which the code of conduct for councillors requires not to happen. Now, I'm sure Councillor Spears had no such intention to make any such criticism, but I just think we need to just be cautious in our use of language during the course of this particular discussion.
Okay, thank you. Do you want
I think
19
you'll
more?
find that I accepted Mr Naylor's explanation. I've also had letters from Gary Greenhorn and other members of education. My difficulty isn't about being misled here. My difficulty is trying to convince people out there on YouTube who listen to this meeting, who come to me, especially members of the Black Nest PTA. They were greatly upset. I think everybody will accept the reason and we'll see why they were greatly upset. But decisions were made that day. Decisions were made that day. And I don't know, I'm going to Black Nest tonight, and obviously I'll have to hear it all again. So I think Mr Naylor was quite right. If that was the assumption of his group, I've accepted that. But decisions were still made that day.
Provost,
Okay.
can we just say that officers had laid before us the best information that they had at that time, and the explanation was given. I don't think it does the reputation of this council any good, some of the language that is continually being used in that, because there's been an apology made and there's been engagement with the Black Nest Parent Council.
I think Mr Naylor outlined that very clearly this morning, and I'm thankful Mr Moody it's well established how we should be, what kind of language we should and should not be doing. Using Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Provost. In the interests of moving things forward, I'll not be referring back to any previous instance in today's agenda. What I will say is, very straightforwardly, I've now been in this council for 8 months. I have read multiple reports, and I've had reason to talk to officers about ways in which reports could be streamlined, ways in which they could be more concise, ways in which they could be laid out in such a way that it gives this option, that option, these are the advantages, these are the disadvantages. I won't go into all the discussions I've had. I've had those discussions. And I think a lot of people have kind of accepted that there can be improvements made here. Now, following on from Councillor Meikle-John's comments at the start, I went back to the amendment because I began to wonder if there was some criticism of officers in it that I had missed. But I can't see that this particular motion actually criticises officers. It says we want reports that are well structured, and in the spirit of collaborative leadership, we want a working group to look at it. Now, Councillor Meikle-John has suggested that our staff don't have time to do that. I would suggest that a short-term working group that comes up with an improved process, an improved structure for reports, is actually going to save them time in the long run. And it's going to save all of us time. Today's paperwork was 476 pages long, and that's not the longest agenda I've had to deal with. And I know from talking to other councillors, we would all like reports to be a little more concise. Now, that said, I do not want to discourage officers from giving us the information that we need. Sometimes officers give us big, thick reports because they want to ensure we have all that information. I don't disagree with that, but I think there are ways in which we can have concise, straightforward reports with background papers provided separately or appendices provided separately. And I think it's worthwhile, and I think the disagreements here have suggested that maybe there is a need for a group, so that there are different views brought in about the different ways in which reports could be structured. And I'm not suggesting that we do something that runs for weeks and weeks and weeks. I am suggesting a very quick process that would enable us to come to a situation where we have more streamlined reports that we can all deal with more quickly, and perhaps that would help everybody, officers and councillors alike.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hannah. We'll go to Councillor Murtagh next.
Thank you. I think I would probably start with the statement that not everything needs a committee. And I think that's one of the things where I don't disagree, and quite regularly, as Councillor Hannah has apparently also done, go to officers with opinions and with suggestions. And you know, I'm probably one of those people where Councillor Meiklejohn was referring to earlier, who will never be happy no matter how much detail is provided, because I'll always want to see the detail behind the detail and analysis. It doesn't need to be provided in a committee report. One, because they still seem to be getting printed out and then put around everybody's table, and that seems to be not what we're supposed to be doing, but never mind. But I think that, you know, at the end of the day, I agree that we can have discussions, and we did make some previous, I mean, this time last year, I think we brought forward some proposals about specific things in the report, and we discussed them and we agreed them. But as is shown in this committee today, whatever committee structure we come up with in the wonderful world of minority administrations, we're just not all going to agree on one unified way forward, and we probably are going to prolong a situation which doesn't need to be prolonged. And I think I have every faith in officers, where I agree that, you know, I have opinions that sometimes certain parts of reports could be better, or we could do things with appendices, or indeed when we're talking about planning reports where we say, can't we go to some online detail and have backup? There are plenty of ways in which we can be innovative, but they don't all require a committee or a working group. So I think that, you know, I suppose I'm slightly confused by the kind of statements about we don't have the time. I know our time is precious, but I do think part of our job is to go back and rewatch the committees and reread the papers from before and to do the research. That is actually a crucial part of councillors' job and all politicians' job in the formation of our argument. If we don't understand what's happened before, and we don't understand the evolution of the different arguments and what the decisions were based on, then we probably don't have particularly strong ground to stand on in putting forward motions and amendments. We have to understand that, and as Councillor Spears was saying, YouTube is available to go and rewatch these things ad infinitum should you wish. So I think I'm not critical of the desire to always want to improve and innovate and get things better, particularly so that we can make better quality decisions. But I don't think we require this as the particular method of doing so. And I think officers will be more than happy behind the scenes to have discussions and find a way to incorporate members' views also to get a way forward, which is my opinion, not fact.
Thanks very much, Councillor Murtagh. We'll go to Councillor Patrick, then Councillor Redmond.
Yes, thank you. I think the purpose of our amendment is, it's very clearly stated there, perhaps asking officers to consider their reports, but really, you know, another committee for us to discuss that. I mean, I think they're listening in at the moment, and I'd like to think the officers take on board. You know, we do have frustrations at times with the reports, the way they're presented. Is there too much information? Is there not enough? But really, a committee for us to, as councillors, to sort of decide that, I think that's just adding another committee. I think we need to leave that in the hands of officers who we've been praising all along today for the great job they do, and I think we should give them also credence that they can do a good job in making sure that the reports are as concise as possible. So that's why I'll be supporting our amendment.
Thanks very much, Councillor Patrick. Councillor Redmond.
Thanks, Provost. Just kind of following on what everybody else is saying, you know, the reports are vitally important. They're what a lot of our decision making is made on, and you know, quite a lot of the stuff what we do in this council is to scrutinise. We scrutinise everything. We're always asking, how do we improve, how do we make it better? So I don't necessarily think it would be a bad thing to, I know it's a committee, but it doesn't need to be like your planning committee meeting every month, but it could just have a few meetings a year to say, this is our agendas this year. Is there any way going forward we can improve them? Just the way some of the information's laid out. Obviously, our priorities as a council kind of change. Obviously, our priorities are kind of saving money and things now. It's good to have your report geared around your priorities and constantly evolving and changing. Just one example I had was with the waste services report that came to the executive, talking about charging people £35 to use it for the brown bin collections. It said in that report, it's estimated that this will bring in a revenue of £350,000. So I done a wee bit of research and I found out there's 76,403 properties in Falkirk. There's 13,000 homes that are on benefits, so they would only pay £1,750. So if 100% took up the brown bin charge, we would have ended up with a total income of 2.4 million, 446,000, 2.4 million anyway. But the report only said 350. Now, obviously, we're not going to get 100%, but the 350 only represented about a 12-13% take up. So an example there could be, you know, at a 13% take up, the report would raise 350,000. At 100% take up, it would make 2 million, and then we could sort of judge off that. It's just the information's presented rather than just saying it will make 350,000, because I thought that was quite a big disparity. And there's obviously going forward, money is going to be more and more important. So I don't think it's a bad thing to scrutinise the how we set out our agendas and things and the information that's presented to us. So I think it's a good. But I agree with what other councillors have said. It's very hard to please everybody, and there's always going to be something to pick up. And I think overall the officers do a really good job with the agendas and things. But I just think there's always room for improvement, and I think it's maybe a good idea. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Redmond. Do you want to sum up, Councillor McCabe, before we go to the vote?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I didn't intend summing up Provost, but Councillor Redmond made an excellent point there, where an instance that he became aware of, again, it misled. It misled, but there was no malice or there was no intention to mislead. It was just the way it was presented. And that is all that is in front of you here. This is not about trying to call out officers. This is not about trying to call out anybody. This is about trying to have factual information that we can rely on. When I ask an officer for his opinion, he can give me that opinion. I can then say, I can take it on board or I can disregard it. It's just where it overlaps into the presentation of something, which can be misleading. And I'm being quite precise in using that, recognising Mr. Moody's concern about that. This is not about malice, misrepresentation, or malice, misleading of anyone. This is just human nature. How I had discussions before bringing this motion with the Chief Executive, and I made it perfectly clear to him, I don't have any concerns about anybody being unduly influenced, that they then bring forward false reports to us. It's the furthest thing from my mind. I just want us to agree that the way that reports are presented, the way that officer opinion is sought, there is this distinct clarification, shows that we can rely on the decisions that we made. Because again, I'll restate it, we get scrutinised by the general public when they watch these things, and they can then come back and question us. And if we've based a decision that we've made on something which latterly we find out not to be quite as accurate, it becomes problematic. This isn't, again, I can't stress, well, I think I did stress in it. Let me state, this is not a criticism of any specific officer or any specific matter. Thank you, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor McCabe. We'll now go to the vote.
Thank you, Provost. The motion is as set out in the agenda, and it's moved by Councillor McCabe and has been seconded by Councillor Spears, against which there is an amendment which has been circulated, moved by Councillor Kerr and seconded by Councillor Bundy. Provost Bissett.
Motion.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Amendment.
Councillor Aitchison.
Motion.
Councillor Anslow.
Motion.
Councillor Binney.
Amendment.
Councillor Bowes.
Amendment.
Councillor Bundy.
Amendment.
Councillor Colley.
Amendment.
Councillor Deacon.
Amendment.
Councillor Devine. I think that was amendment. Councillor Flynn.
Amendment.
Councillor Forrest.
Amendment, sorry.
Councillor Garner.
The amendment.
Councillor Hannah.
Motion.
Councillor Kelly.
Motion.
Councillor Kerr.
The amendment.
Councillor McCabe.
Motion.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
The amendment.
Councillor Murtagh.
The amendment.
Councillor Nimmo.
Motion.
Councillor Patterson.
The motion.
Councillor Patrick.
Amendment.
Councillor Redmond.
Motion.
Councillor Ritchie.
The motion.
Councillor Robertson.
Amendment.
Councillor Sinclair.
Amendment.
Councillor Spears.
Motion.
Councillor Steenbank.
The motion.
Provost, we have 12 votes for the motion. We have 16 votes for the amendment. The amendment is carried.
Thanks very much, Mr Moody. Next, the final motion. My apologies. Councillor Nimmo earlier on raised the question of suspending standing orders. Basically, does the council want to continue with the remaining items, or do we want to leave it for another day? So just
Continue, Provost.
Continue.
I think we're near enough the end that I think rather than have to continue to another day.
okay. Is the feeling just to continue?
Provost, I would move that we continue, and as
No.
Councillor Nimmo disappeared, I think he may have gone, so
Oh, I see.
I would, all I would suggest is that probably we can just go straight to the vote. I'll make a small comment and then just go straight to the vote, so
Okay.
have it over in 5 minutes.
With apologies to all councillors who may have other pressing appointments, because I don't think Councillor Nimmo's the only one.
Is he gone? He's definitely gone. He's gone. Okay. So 13D, convener remuneration, and this is posed by Councillor Spears. Councillor Spears.
I
I'm not
hate to
hearing
raise it.
anything. I'm not hearing anything.
Indeed.
Provost.
Oh, it's Councillor Kerr. He's not hearing anything. That's because you're too far away.
We're not, you're not away, we're only up the stair.
Maybe take your microphone a bit closer, Councillor Spears, or try another one.
Can Councillor Kerr hear me now?
I can hear those dulcet tones in Tenerife.
Sorry, I can't make you out. Okay, do you want me to start again, Councillor Kerr?
Yes, I don't think it was just me, Councillor Spears. I think even people, everybody else online couldn't hear anything.
Okay, I'll go for it. Council acknowledges implementation of the Local Government Scotland Act 2004 remuneration. Regulations 2007 schemes should be fair, equitable and applied in an open and transparent way. Council will recall that when the current settlement was agreed, there was concern among members that some roles, in particular the scrutiny conveners and champions, were not remunerated. Council is asked to endorse the immediate remuneration of Scrutiny. Council further agrees to establish a short life working group with one representative from each group, supported by officers, to consider the current scheme and make recommendations that would improve its application.
Okay, do you have a second for that?
Happy to second, Provost.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Meiklejohn, do you have an amendment?
No, we don't have an amendment, Provost.
Okay, thank you. Anna, do you have an amendment?
I do have an amendment which has been circulated. Essentially, I agree with the motion mostly, except for to immediately endorse the remuneration of Scrutiny. I think there's a difficulty about that because there are other posts that are not being remunerated, and I think to endorse that would be unfair on those other posts that are not remunerated. And if you're going to set up a group anyway, it does seem to me that you don't make the decision before the group's set up.
Okay, has that been shared with Councillor Spears? Okay.
Sorry, it was submitted and circulated by officers earlier on.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kerr, do you have an amendment?
No amendment, Provost.
Okay, thank you.
Provost, I understand that they do have the direct negative. I think that the Conservatives have articulated previously.
Okay, hold on.
I don't know if we maybe clarify
I'll
that.
go backtrack a bit. Councillor Hannah, do you have a seconder?
Happy to second, Provost.
Okay, thank you very much. So we've clarified that. So
I think, Provost, if I can assist here,
Okay,
if we look at the group of written amendments which have been circulated by officers earlier on, we see that the final one on convener remuneration from the Conservative group uses the words reject outright, which I think is intended to show that they're not in agreement with the motion. But it may be that Councillor Kerr is saying that his group is no longer insisting on that position, so maybe Councillor Kerr is in the best position to confirm that.
did you hear that, Councillor Kerr?
Yes, with that, I did the Provost. With regards to the motion, and it's been stated earlier on by numerous people are working harder, but like Councillor Hannah has already stated, we think it'd be unfair if the remuneration wasn't for everybody. And at the moment, we're only allowed 14 senior members, and at the moment there's 13. So we didn't want another committee for the same reason as the last one. So we are complete opposite to the motion.
Okay, thanks very much.
So I think the position we then have, Provost, is that we have the motion moved and seconded in the name of Councillor Spears. We have the amendment moved by Councillor Hannah, seconded by Councillor Steenbank, which has the effect of removing the immediate remuneration of the convener of the Scrutiny Committee, but allowing the short life working group to take place. And we have intimation from Councillor Kerr on behalf of the Conservative group that they are opposed to the motion. So we have in effect, as described by the leader, a direct negative or a lack of agreement on that, which would require a for or against vote. But I think logically the first proposition to deal with is the motion against the Labour amendment, and then the question of whether the Council agrees the motion as amended by Labour if the amendment is agreed. So, Provost, if we are ready to move to the vote.
Provost,
Councillor McCabe.
Just before we potentially move to the vote, I totally concur with Mr. Moody's assumption, but his explanation there, I totally concur, totally agree with it. All I would like to do is just, from what's been said, just to close out a final comment just before we go to the vote, if you don't mind.
I will.
Thank you.
We're actually at a point where we could open up for discussion anyway, Councillor McCabe.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Provost.
Carry on.
Sorry, but this has been a long day. I thought I was just going to close it out. You know, I don't see anybody who's in particular desperate to dive in. The question here is whether the Council considered the role of scrutiny to be worthwhile. Scrutiny is quite specific. This isn't about the recognition of individuals or appointees, but rather the critical role of the Scrutiny Committee to hold its administration and executive to account. There's always been facility within the 2007 regulations to recognise and remunerate accordingly. I think it was Councillor Kerr mentioned that there was 14 spaces. We've only used 13. The role of scrutiny convener we could remunerate the role of scrutiny convener in line with other senior council positions. I take on board what Councillor Hannah has said, also Councillor Kerr, and the fact that there are other unremunerated roles. I've argued in the past that we should all those positions should be remunerated. But just to allow us to move on a bit, I genuinely do feel that the role of scrutiny convener is a critically important role. And that's why I put forward this motion, that should be recognised by Council and the role should be remunerated accordingly. That's the only reason that's on here. Thanks very much, Provost.
Thanks very much, Councillor McCabe. Councillor Meikle-John, then Councillor Patrick.
Thank you, Provost. The recognition that, again, that we can only have 14 senior councillors, 13 of which are already have been taken up with only one place available. Scrutiny, since the current executive system came in, has never been remunerated, and Councillor McCabe's aware of that as he was around at that time. We have 3 scrutiny functions, scrutiny, external scrutiny and audit, and setting aside individuals to only remunerate one of those functions would be grossly unfair, and that's been recognised by Councillor Hannah. Therefore, maintain the status quo where scrutiny functions remain unremunerated. This administration has been the most inclusive ever, with the sharing of the remunerated posts across the council, having reduced the number of portfolio holders, and I have to say the work of the portfolio holders has never been greater than it is right now. But I would have to say, like the previous motion, to focus on delivering the council's financial sustainability, and that's where our focus must be, and spending time, particularly right at this moment when we do have such a very acute financial situation, and indeed thinking back to the poverty report that we've been talking about, to be talking about councillor salaries at this time just feels a bit at odds with what we should be doing right now. So we will be supporting the direct negative to this motion, and that might help to simplify the voting process.
Thanks very much, Councillor Meikle-John. We'll go to Councillor Patrick next, and then Councillor Hannah, I think, had a light one.
Thank you, Provost. I think what my main big concern here is that, as we've said, we only have 14 senior posts. 13 are allocated. The only reason the 14th isn't allocated, and that would usually go to the licensing board convener, is because, Provost, you hold that post and you are also Provost. So my concern would be, we can tinker around the money and agree that within a committee and allocate that 14th place. But what if, Provost, you stepped down as convener of licensing board and it became someone else who did not already have another senior post? Then are they then not going to be you're receiving that that allocation? So I think there's a lot more to be looked at here. But if we decide to set a committee who then changes all of this, how can we take funding away from someone who's already had it allocated? So to me, it's too late, perhaps in this particular council, to make this decision, and that's really my concern. That we don't really have the ability to do that unless we're all happy that all of these posts are your remunerations are now up for grabs again, or up for decision, for reallocation. So that's my concern. This 14th is the licensing board funds that simply are not allocated at the moment. We need to keep that in mind. I don't think it's fair to allocate them to one of the other committee conveners.
Thanks, Councillor Patrick. Mr. Moody's going to come in.
I think just maybe as a factual clarification for the benefit of the council, Councillor Patrick is entirely correct that the licensing board is in the remuneration scheme at the moment, but isn't paid because it's occupied by you, Provost. So you don't have 2 remunerations, you can only have one at a time. But I think it's important just maybe to point out that that's one of the 13 in the scheme, and there is a an opportunity to remunerate 14. So it's not the 14th position, it's effectively the 13th from the 13, and there is still an empty place within senior councillors among the 14.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Moody. Councillor Hara.
Thank you, Provost. I'll be very brief. I'm not in any way suggesting that the convenership of scrutiny is not important, but also the convenership of external scrutiny and audit and the champions positions are all also important. We did actually discuss at the original meeting when the remuneration scheme was agreed, having a review of it in 6 months. I remember the conversation at the meeting. I haven't gone back and checked my minutes, so don't bother going back and finding out whether my recollection is minuted or not. I know it was discussed. That's all I'm suggesting, and it's not about taking money away from anybody. It's not about councillors talking about how they pay themselves. This is about looking at the scheme as a whole and checking whether we think it's fair and equitable. The reason I've put forward my amendment is so that we're not talking about one post versus another.
Okay, thanks very much. If there are no further comment, go to the vote.
Thank you, Provost. And just to clarify again, we have 2 votes to go through on the issue. So the first vote is the motion as moved by Councillor Spears and seconded by Councillor McCabe, which is set out on your agenda, against which we have the amendment moved by Councillor Hannah and seconded by Councillor Steenbank, which is in effect to delete the sentence which agrees to the remuneration of the scrutiny convener just now, but will allow the working group to proceed. Provost Bissett.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Abstain.
Councillor Aitchison.
Amendment.
Councillor Anslow.
Amendment.
Councillor Binney.
Abstain.
Councillor Bowes.
Abstain.
Councillor Bundy.
Abstain.
Councillor Colley.
Abstain.
Councillor Deacon.
Abstain.
Councillor Devine.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Flynn.
Abstain.
Councillor Forrest.
Abstain.
Councillor Garner.
Abstain.
Councillor Hannah.
Amendment.
Councillor Kelly.
Amendment.
Councillor Kerr.
Abstain.
Councillor McCabe.
Motion.
Carry on, Councillor Murtagh.
Beginning to get a complex here. Abstain.
Amendment.
Is
Oh,
everyone
sorry,
else?
that's my fault. Councillor Patrick.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Redmond.
Amendment.
Councillor Ritchie.
Amendment.
Councillor Robertson.
Councillor Robertson has just messaged me saying that he's lost his connection completely, but he wishes to abstain.
And I think he did, I did notice that on the chat, indicating he was going to abstain. So I'm content with that. Councillor Sinclair.
Abstain.
Councillor Spears.
Motion.
And Councillor Steenbank.
Amendment.
Councillor Robertson.
Provost, I lost the connection there for that last motion. Abstain. I don't know. I sent a message, but I don't know if it was received.
Aye, we got that, Councillor Robertson. Thanks for confirming that. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost.
Provost, there are 2 votes for the motion, there are 9 votes for the amendment, and there are 16 abstentions, and the amendment accordingly carries. So that is the effect of making the substantive motion, the motion as amended by the Labour Group amendment. But we have an indication from 2 groups that there isn't general agreement to the proposition, and accordingly we require a vote for or against the motion as amended. So just to clarify, the motion that is before you is the motion as amended by the Labour Group amendment, and the vote is for or against. Provost Bissett.
For.
Deputy Provost Balfour.
Against.
Councillor Aitchison.
For.
Councillor Anslow.
For.
Councillor Binney. Councillor Bowes.
For. Can I retract that? Against?
Yeah, it's correct. Just to clarify, Provost, Councillor Bowes has corrected his position prior to me moving on to the next councillor, and that is against. Councillor Bundy.
Against.
Councillor Colley.
Against.
Councillor Deacon.
Against.
Councillor Devine.
Against.
Councillor Flynn.
Against.
Councillor Forrest.
Against.
Councillor Garner.
Against.
Councillor Hannah.
For.
Councillor Kelly.
For.
Councillor Kerr.
Against.
Councillor McCabe.
Abstain.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
Against.
Councillor Murtagh.
Against.
Councillor Nimmo. Oh, it's gone. Beg your pardon. Councillor Patterson.
For.
Councillor Patrick.
Against.
Councillor Redmond.
For.
Councillor Ritchie.
For.
Councillor Robertson.
Against.
Councillor Sinclair.
Against.
Councillor Spears.
For.
And Councillor Steinbach.
For.
Debate. Slap them away.
Provost, there are 10 votes for the motion in favour of the motion. There are 16 votes against it with 1 abstention, and the motion is not carried.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Moody. We now move on to item 14, which is exclusion of the public. Mr. Moody.
Provost, I need to be excused at the moment. I have a very important meeting in Blackness.
Okay, enjoy it. Thank you.
Sorry, I'll have to go as well, Provost. I've got the same meeting in Blackness.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye.
Provost, if the council members are agreed that we can exclude the public at this point, we just need to be clear that the live stream is turned off before we proceed with the item. And I think we're all conscious of the lateness of the hour, so we'll attempt to be concise with this particular item.
Yeah, since we're off the live stream, if you could consider that some of us have a date with Kylian Mbappe and Olivier Giroud very shortly, then, you know, it's not a conspiracy to